See how the levels are sounding. Coming in a little hot today. Busy day. Coming a little hot. Stream a little late. Bear with us. Oh wow, the super chat came in already. The 10th on the top. Let's go. $10 super chat. Shout out to Kyle coming in second for the Big Cat Trivia Show season gaming because he missed some sacred related. I totally understand though. It's a very for the kid who comes. Yo, you wild slanderous. No doubt. Salute to the dogs. Yo, salute to the Big Cat for having me. That's why I am actually running late. We did a good cause charity stream for the amazing Hogue Law, his recovery. You know what I'm saying? Turn myself up a little bit more. Okay, I appreciate you. See, I had to check in real quick. My man Hustle got me right quick, so we're gonna get that going. Make sure the levels is a little better. But yeah, we did something for Hogue Law. Oh yeah, my levels is low. Damn, Windows 11. Hold on one second. Let me fix this thing. Fix this thing up a little bit. Windows 11 don't got me right. See? There we go. There we go. What about now, Hustle? How's my mic check now? How we doing? Appreciate you, Hustle. That was love. That was love. Professional podcasting. No doubt. Black Conflict X, what up? Nobody 175, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? Oh, Mr. Ordinary, what's up? What's up? No doubt. Michael Welter, good to see you. What's going on? Salute. Yeah, RayGun coming in. We running a little late. You know what I'm saying? Because I just came off another show. I'm going to get everything set up. The Lords are coming through. Chris RayGun, I spoke to him. He coming through. So it's going to be fun. We got some fun today. You know what I mean? So I will be back. And we'll get the rest of these amazing panel people in here. Tom, what's going on? Salute. Loud Supremacy, what up? Y'all pulling up. 4 Eyes Balloon. I see y'all. That's what's up. So look, I'll be back. I'm going to get some people. And we'll have some fun in the round. Fun show, fun topics. I will talk to y'all.
welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got no, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just super
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got no, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got no, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
now.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
sick of
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
now.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
sick of
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
now.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
sick of
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. what's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stunting, but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
All right, switching over. Let's get a couple mic checks right quick.
So, hello. I'm hearing a lot of yawning today.
Yeah,
It's that hour, man.
yeah. Losing sleep has people
You guys are lucky you getting a yawn from me.
in the bushes.
Called me. I was like, oh my God, what the hell?
Kid, turn your levels up. You know they want to hear you live and down. Just a little, you know.
I woke up at 11:45 or 12:45. I'm like, it can't be 12. It can't.
All right, we good. Hear ye. And we are live. Welcome to the Iron Lords Podcast, LLC, and also live on lordsofgaming.net. Episode number 295. 295, y'all.
God damn.
Yeah, we've been podcasting a lot.
That's a lot.
It's my last episode. I'm retiring.
How that sound?
Oh, glorious. And it's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. I'm extremely excited about our special guest, and we've got Starfield's new release date in Starfield Direct.
Work. Yo, work.
All right, Loaded Lux.
Glorious day.
Glorious day. LastofUsFactions on PS4. ResidentEvil4 Remake Demo. An Exoprimal and Guilty Gear Strive or Game Pass to discuss, so we're going to get right into it. I want to introduce a Lord whose charismatic and analytical approach to the games industry is truly a joy to listen to. Whether it be his passion for all things pop culture or stepping in the ring to throw them hands for real, all done with his trademark wit and sarcasm. Introducing the comedian and host of the Chris RayGun YouTube and Twitch channel, co-host of the Snark Tank and the Sacred Symbols PlayStation podcast, my fellow Lord of Destiny and Last Stand brethren. So let me get this straight. Halo 3 is his GOAT. His most overrated game is a fireable offense on Sacred, and he refuses to bump Imagine Dragons. Live from LA by way of New York and making his debut into the realm of the Lords. My man, Lord Chris RayGun. How we doing, sir?
Holy hell! God, that is one hell of an intro, man. I mean, I'm doing well. I look, man. I'm honestly fucking upset.
Language with the Lord day, but you good. You got it out. You got it out. we got through the sponsorship.
We get it out. We gotta get it out in the front. We lost that hour. We lost that hour last night, and I thought we were gonna gain one, and so I was out last night, and it was a mess. It was just a mess. I was like, oh no, this is not,
bro. I'm
not
hurt.
good.
It's not good. Like you said, we said in the pre-show, like when that clock went from like 1 to 3, and I'm like, damn,
yeah, it was not ideal. But
what you been playing, man? What you been up to besides that? Besides losing sleep?
oh my god, training, getting punched in the head every single, like constantly, constantly every week, multiple times a week, multiple times a day. It's nice.
No doubt.
I think it's probably why I've been enjoying Destiny so much.
Gotta talk about that.
He's like, I low-key have a concussion and enjoy Destiny.
That's why Destiny's so good. That's a great answer, Chris. I abide that answer.
Yeah, it's like, you know what? Like that was a weird campaign, but you know what? It's not getting punched in the head. So.
King, do you have any training tips for the young sparrer, the young squabbler that's about to step in the ring?
Is he MMA or he's boxing?
No boxing. This is you. This is you.
Oh, good. So did you see the fight last night with Tony Harrison versus Tim Zhu?
Last night? No, I didn't see the fight last night.
So you're not really boxing.
Oh my god!
I guess I'm just messing with you. But no. Last night
He's
Tim
really
Zhu versus,
boxing. He's not watching boxing.
That's nice. Tony Harrison versus Tim Zhu last night. It was a really good fight. So if you want to get tips, you can actually watch Tim Zhu because he was underrated going into that fight. We thought Tony Harrison, because of his background and his pedigree, but gave Tim Zhu a fight. But in the 9th round, Tim Zhu beat the brakes off of Tony Harrison and left him slumped in the corner.
Yo, Don Sakara, you wild disrespectful. He said you need a concussion to play Destiny right now. You gonna stop being disrespectful?
Don Sicario, I abide that. Thank you. I'm gonna read it as a super chat.
Yo, because out of your Destiny hate, man.
Listen, don't do that. Leave him alone. He like Destiny.
No doubt, and you already know we got the 4 horsemen of gaming, those original lords of the realm here at the round table. My co-host with the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, lord of his own world, and the how of the young wolf. My man, Lord Attic, how we doing, sir?
Doing pretty good. I played a lot of that Resident Evil 4 demo. The parry system on that game is kind of crazy. Like,
yeah, we gotta talk about it.
It's insane how they like add one little feature like that and it completely changed the whole aspect of the game.
Yeah, that little animation. We're gonna talk when we get to the topic. Well, yeah, it's interesting. So just been the demo, sir.
Yeah, that and Destiny.
No doubt. Oh, shout out to Blaze 4K in the building. PlayStation in the building. Gifted out subs. What's up, brother?
Oh my God, he's back.
Yeah.
I had him running.
Let's have a baby.
Yeah, you gotta give him a Sony baby. You gotta give him one.
Sony baby. My man's back.
Blaze in the
He's alive.
building. I haven't seen that name in a minute. Salute to Blaze. No doubt. So that's been it, Attic.
Yeah, that's pretty much been about it. I've been watching more like TV and stuff this week than I was gaming. Besides Destiny,
no doubt.
I've been watching season 2 of Chucky. But I know people like to joke because Chucky got a TV show, but that's a good TV show. Like
Chucky, salute to Chucky.
I chuckle under your breath.
Oh my lord!
I'm not even trying to do that. That's like Jason hour.
No, it's actually a good TV show. They got like people for it's like an extension of the movies, and like they did it right. They did it right. Like the little kid Andy from the first one, the one that he tries to put his soul into, like all of them. Like,
oh really?
As a grown adult, like,
is it the actual actor? That'd be cool if it was the actual actor.
I don't know if it's the actual actor. I mean, it's been a minute.
We're gonna have to check Attic. Attic just like slasher and killer.
Yeah, everything is murder and killing. Everything with him is violence, like severe violence.
Yeah,
like
I love that.
And then he got the Pico Attic on here. Pico Attic mode today. You got to be careful, man.
Yeah, he's in Resident Evil 4 salesman.
Okay.
He looks like the have my steak medium rare guy.
Oh my god.
Y'all messy. Y'all
Leave
messy.
a little blood.
Don't you
inside.
notice when
what are
I
you
like something?
selling?
Don't you notice when I like something? There's a condition on. Oh, it's just killing. Oh, it's just anime.
There's nothing else behind that.
When I
You know
like
what?
something,
I'ma
but
prove
when you
my
guys
point.
like something whack, it's always open. That's
Check
lit.
it out. I'm gonna prove my point. I said, Addict. It's 4 movies that come out this weekend, right? So it's 65. It's Operation Fortune. It's Scream, and then there was something like Puss in Boots. I said, yo, Addict, movies is up.
And
He said, yeah, I'm
all
gonna
that
see it. I'm
sounded.
going. Yeah.
All that sounded.
It sounded
very
like you wanted to
mediocre.
see killing. So
Very,
you definitely
very,
go to Scream.
very lukewarm. May I add? All that sounded very lukewarm.
Lukewarm. So that's
And
been
I
into
gotta- I'm sorry, I ain't driving 45 minutes to
Tell the
watch
truth, Shane the Devil.
65.
You
Okay,
see?
like
There you go.
Tell the truth, Shane the Devil. That's the guy.
So that's been it, sir.
yeah, that's it. And
No.
then, yeah, I did watch Scream. Definitely watch R&R this Tuesday.
Yes,
to,
sir.
Watch that.
Yeah,
No.
I can tell you. He can tell you about the murder, and I can tell you about the other movies.
We'll get to it. And of course, we have our most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer who lives for the single player selfish experience, and also the Sopstradamus, the Lord of Clarity and Lord Patriarch of the Iron Bank. My man, Lord Sovereign, how we doing, sir?
I'm doing well. I'm doing very well.
Yeah. What's
I'm
up,
just gonna need a
Smooth?
little bit of an addendum to my intro.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
gonna,
What
if
we
you
doing?
could,
What
if
we
you
doing?
could, can you insert hailing,
Solve.
Hailing
Yes.
what?
They,
hailing from the master
someone-
race?
Someone in the chat said it is the same character. It is the same actor. From
Yeah,
the
oh wow, that's
first.
cool.
All
That's
right, so
cool.
now we hailing for the master race.
Hailing
Okay,
from the
so,
master.
yeah,
I want to see
can
that.
make an
And I'm
addendum.
gonna preface everything that I say with hailing from the master race.
Oh god.
Lord Steam Deck over here.
You call him Lord Download because he always got to download a patch.
That's fine. That's fine. But you know that 4090 rocking, baby.
Mm-hmm.
So,
You can't care how Spider-Man doing. Anyway,
no, Spider-Man's still broken. Spider-Man's still very
Oh, it's still the
broken.
port still messed up.
Actually,
Yeah,
no, I have to download it again because I just took it off the computer because it was just I don't know.
Wait, what do you? Spider-Man was broken?
So
On
for
PC?
whatever reason, right? I have a 4090 laptop, right?
Look at
And
the
for
flex.
whatever
Look at the
reason,
flex.
for whatever reason, is having issues with the new multi-core CPUs. So it goes in, it automatically
You can't do two
picks.
things at once.
Yeah, no, for whatever reason, and it like I go in and it allows me to go like max all the way, right? And then
Yeah.
when I go into play, it's a slideshow, and I'm like, what the hell? And I messed around with the settings. I brought it all the way down
Bro.
low, and it still does it.
Spider-Man is the new crisis, and your rig can't handle it. That's
Yeah.
just it.
And the PlayStation 4 sitting in the corner like, yeah, buddy, keep trying.
I'm sorry, all this troubleshoot gaming, man. I'm
Troubleshoot
good,
gaming.
Listen, man, just because you guys are peons doesn't mean it's not my fault.
Yeah, keep
man.
struggling with that
like,
Spider-Man.
gotta have a doctors to play that shit. Oh, man.
Yo,
Look at you.
40
Breaking
got
protocol.
added cursing. That's right.
You know it's gonna be fun day to day.
a
You already.
4090 on a laptop is such tremendous overkill.
Well, it absolutely is. But
Like-
if I got a 4090 desktop, it would be collecting
Man, you don't
dust
even.
with
You
my
don't even need
PlayStation
heat.
5
Just
and
put,
my Xbox.
just put that in your room and crack that on high. You don't even
So
need
I
heat.
needed something that's relatively portable. I say relatively because it's like a 8-pound
Little
piece.
jet.
Yeah, and I know that power brick is crazy.
The power brick is as big as a Steam Deck. So
The
yeah.
whole child.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
So yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna need that to preface everything. It's gonna be funny when newcomers to the show are like, this guy keeps talking about the master race. What is that?
What is that?
Those Iron Lords, they don't curse, but they sure are racist.
Yeah. Very elitist.
Very elite.
The funny thing is the guy that keeps saying master race looks like a Puerto Rican. I don't understand that either.
But it was in the building. You know what I'm saying? Salute to both of y'all.
So yeah, I was playing RE4 demo. I played a lot of that.
Nice,
I,
nice.
I was kind of back and forth whether I should. Then I said, you know what? It's just the village part. I really do want to see what's good with this. So I played it, enjoyed it as well. We'll talk about that.
No doubt.
Downloaded Guilty Gear Strive on Game Pass.
Sir.
Yeah,
I didn't get it. I never got it. I was gonna get it on PlayStation. I was like, but the same thing. I was like, that's around the time where I really realized that it doesn't pay for me to buy a lot of games on console because I'm not gonna get a chance to play them. So I said, nah, let me not do it. So it coming to Game Pass now on the PC, bruh.
Who did that for you?
Yeah, shout out to Arc System Works. Shout out to
Yo,
y'all.
he give your man no credit. He give.
That's nice. He don't have to give my man credit. He just snatches it from him.
But it was that game is wow, it's pretty. That is a
It's
pretty
nice.
game.
Sir.
Yeah, it's kind of it has almost too much. You know when you saw Street Fighter 3 for the first time, you're like, this has too much animation. It's kind of
one of
in that
those.
realm.
I don't know. They're supposed. The people who made Dragon Ball Fighters, they're supposedly making like a My Hero one. I might try the fighting scene for a My Hero game. You know, especially some Dark Deku going on. I might try it for that.
Wait, you don't mess with fighting games at all?
No, I don't.
Yeah,
Dude.
I'm allergic to them.
He doesn't
Might
have
start
the
breaking out in
temperament.
hives if I keep talking about them.
He doesn't have the temperament for it. Yeah.
There's so many good ones though.
Yeah,
So many.
There's a lot. So speaking of
I just-
fighting games, I got back. I said all this Mortal Kombat talk. I said, you know what? I gotta get back into MK. I never really played 11.
Yo, what was you living my life this week? What was
Nah,
we feeling the same thing?
We must have been. We must have been. 'Cause I was
11
like,
is fire.
Shout
You
out to
gotta do-
MK11 Ultimate on Game Pass.
Yeah.
So
Who did that for you?
Why Phil gotta get? Why Phil Spencer gotta get all the
Boom.
credit for every Game Pass
I'm
edition?
just saying.
It's
Hey,
like-
hey, he gonna get the smoke, but he get the credit too. We gonna give him that credit.
shout out to Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius.
It's like
And Boone.
Xbox wants to bring you every fighter under the sun, but Killer Instinct too. Like,
Shots.
But I gotta say, bro, I'm never. Who did that never really.
Who he did? Go over there and play. You can go download it. It's in Game Pass. Get out
Continue, so.
I never really played it when it launched, and I said, you know, whatever. It's like kind of every 3 Mortal Kombat they sort of rebooted. So 9, 10, and 11 was this new reboot, right? And story-wise, it kind of crazy, but I had not touched 11 at all. I said, let me get into this story, bro. This game, it is something else when it comes to the story. When it
Talk
comes to onboarding new players and tutorials. When it comes to just hearkening back to the original trilogy and all the fan service they do in that regard, the crypt unto itself is like a game unto itself. Like, it's kind of bonkers, man. And I'm going through this story mode. I'm like, is it me or is this the best Mortal Kombat movie ever made?
Listen, I've been telling people, like, you know how I'm Tekken hardcore, and I was always just like that Tekken even had a narrative and endings and all of that. Like, Mortal Kombat done lapped everybody as far as fighting game, having a story, each person having character, and then you play as everyone from different perspectives, and it's crazy.
Right. And it makes me super excited for 12 because 12, the end got spoiled for me, but I'm not going to spoil it here. But it ends in a place where you can basically reset everything.
Right.
So I'm excited for what 12 is.
You have to do the Aftermath DLC.
Yes, I have to do that.
You have to do it is so well done, and the game narratively wise goes somewhere else that you could be like, yo, they doing that.
Okay.
You know what's crazy is, like, I feel like Mortal Kombat has so much potential, like on like TV wise and stuff. It's a shame that like people keep getting their hands on that brand and just doing it dirty when it comes.
Oh,
to
that
movies.
last one, like that last one.
Nah, just
Like,
listen.
okay.
If you're offended by the movies, just play the game story mode and you'll be fine. Like, really, it's that good.
Yeah, they fix it up.
No doubt.
And the last fighting game thing is we got that last trailer for one of my former men's in Tekken called Phoenix. Now I'm a little disappointed because I'm not about the hair. I don't know what's going. It's like midlife crisis.
You
Paul
feeling
Phoenix.
Geritol, Paul?
No, like, bro, like I liked him when he was like hitting his 30s, where he had the ponytail and got the beard.
Listen,
But it's
man.
almost like it in a way it's very realistic in that, you know, he's midlife crisis Paul, still rocking the leather jacket and rocking the hairstyle he thinks the kids are using today.
He
right?
holding on, bro.
Oh my God! But even his face is different. Like,
Yeah,
his
his face is
nose
different.
look wider, and I'm like, he just doesn't look like an attractive dude anymore. What's going on with
Wow.
He's had a rough go. He's
He
he's
really
It's
has,
a
you know.
conspiracy because I think Street Fighter did that to Ken, and now Tekken is doing it to
Yeah, they did it to
my
Paul.
God,
Yeah,
yeah, but
blonde-haired
Paul,
dudes is
Paul
not
looks
in this
dirty.
He not in this shit.
Yeah, he doesn't look right. He looks like he turned down the lead role and like what's the
Dirty
what's
Dancing 3.
Yo, you wildin'. You wildin'.
in Days Gone, he's like, I'm not gonna take that Days Gone role. Look what happened.
Savagery.
Yeah,
Dude, I love Tekken.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Oh yeah,
I-
that's right. You've been playing recently, right?
Yeah, I just recently got back in. It's been years. Like I used to play Tekken like 2 and 3 were like the big ones for me back in the day. Like and I would play those endlessly with like family, like cousins, and I would swap. It was Nina, Yoshimitsu, and King. Were like my people. And Yoshimitsu was just a a complete jerk.
Yes.
Like he was just like just the way that he would like sit and spin and then pop up behind
Yo,
him.
The jerky.
Did he have like the Harry Carry move?
Yeah,
And some
when he
other.
killed himself,
Yeah.
If he turned around and killed you at the same time, kill yourself,
And it
he
was.
killed you.
How did
Yeah.
you play him, Chris? Did you play him? Did you attack a lot, or were you turtling a lot with him?
Oh, dude, when I was younger, I had no idea what the hell I was just I was just mashing
Mashing
shit.
buttons.
I was mashing nonsense and just trying to. When I was younger, I wasn't really that good at fighting, and I only picked it up recently because I was at a friend's house and we were like, hey, you want to? My friend has an Xbox with every single game he's ever remote like half owned, downloaded through game. It's still on his hard drive because he just doesn't like to get rid. He hoards. I was like, how do you have all this? How do you have all this on your hard drive? And he's like, yeah, I got like a 10 terabyte drive hooked up. And I'm like, why? so we're going through all these games. And it's like Kingdom for Keflings. It just,
Wow, I remember that. I remember that.
Just weird nonsense. And then I see like Soul Calibur and like Tekken. I was like, oh my god, Tekken 7. Yeah, let's play Tekken. I haven't played Tekken in so long. And so I jump in and I'm like, oh, all my characters are here. Nina's in there. All right, let me jump in with Nina.
Yo,
and
you
it
hear
plays.
that song?
Yeah,
Nina.
Same.
Nina. He said Nina, and
That's
he said
console
King.
life. No, that's console life. He didn't have to do no update, no patches. That's what I'm talking about.
I recently downloaded a whole bunch of patches for my Xbox Series X.
Tune up them drivers.
No, so that's been it, sir.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Continue, Chris. I'm sorry.
Oh no. I was just gonna go. I love Tekken.
Oh yeah, well, I can talk about that. Yeah, we might have to do a Tekken cast because same thing. We born on that right there. We raised on that. So that's been it, son.
Yes, the master race has spoken. Thank you.
That Tekken 7 Steam Deck port is. I ain't gonna hold you.
Quite excellent.
Yeah, quite 60 frames. Quite excellent. And of course, we have the incredible Hulk of this, aka the Excess Gamer.
Ooh,
The prophet of Xbox.
Swami.
King of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience, and is the leader of the fraud alert movement.
Ooh.
Beloved Lord King, how we doing today? Can't wait to
I'm
see you on this
super
glorious
somber
day.
note. I gotta
Oh, what happened?
I gotta bring it back up again. We lost another dear friend.
Wow, what the hell?
All right, so we have extended family that's in California, and those are Iron Lords as well. So you have Bone Thugs, you have
Recuello, Antarula.
and they have family as well.
Yes.
So if anybody has listened to any of my shows, if you listen to KOS, you heard Beats. If you listen to and both KOS,
He did the KOS beat.
and he did Combat Talk with the King. So, he did all of that stuff. And Drumstar Producers, if you look at him, go to him. He's on my page. The link is there. He passed away sadly on Friday in the morning at 5 a.m. 31 years old.
It's young.
He's young Chris's brother. Young Chris is
salute
in
Chris.
our Destiny group on, and he's family.
That's
so,
family right there.
yeah, so that kind of hit hard this weekend. And I just want to say to people, a lot of times us grown folk and yes, younger dudes too, if y'all going to school and y'all really don't have time, most of the people that you meet is usually online. And the connections that you make is real connections online. This guy was super professional, super talented, very, very eager to work and very eager to take directions. It's very rare to find that when you come into the artistic space. So I just want to take my hat off, and I will truly miss him because I got his last beat that he did for me for KOS. And, KOS is coming back. I'm just designing it or whatever. I'm getting
That remix beat is hard. Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Yo, put the crest of the chat for the homie, man. Throw that up in there from. Put that up in there. Show some respect real quick. But yeah,
31 years old.
31 is young, bro.
Hell.
31 is young.
So what I've been playing this week, shout out to the new season of Fortnite. Oh my God, Attack on Titan, bro. They keep doing it. They did The Witcher 3 last season pass. Now this season pass is Attack on Titan. And I took a picture and sent it to Attic, and I was like, "Call me now, call me now." And that's
Nerds
playing Destiny. That's still fun getting into that, finishing up that story. Guilty Gear.
Oh, touch.
I couldn't wait to download this game. I downloaded immediately. Fuck. The fever starts, and I don't know. I guess the fever must have hit Sav at the same time because This is Channel 5 at its finest.
You already know, before ILP, there was Channel 5.
Yo, we were playing Guilty Gear. Shout out to Sinister. We was playing Guilty Gears and all these other games. And this one kind of was holding the torch for Street Fighter and the Neo Geo games when they were, taking a little hiatus. Guilty Gear just keep going, keep pushing. I don't know where they was getting funded from.
I don't know. Yeah, bro.
But these animations are incredible. I think they're at their peak right now. I played Samurai Showdown this weekend. I played this week Guilty Gear. I went over to JoJo Bizarre Adventures. I went to regular Street Fighter. I went to Tekken. I went to Mortal Kombat.
Oh, you was a renaissance today.
It was
this week.
The fever just kicked in. And I was telling you frauds, because I see you frauds, y'all keep coming for Cog. Like Cog be outside. Cog ain't outside looking for no smoke. First of all, you got to get through the mini boss before you get to the boss.
That's the Tekken higher.
Yeah, we did. We used to have that.
These dudes out there calling out Cog. Hey, Cog, see, no. And then I rebut him. I jump in and I said, I'm outside, pull up. And you act like you didn't see what I said to you.
Oh, they got that look?
Yeah.
Yo, my man.
Holla at the boss.
Holla at the boss.
Goon outside with the guns trained saying, let's do this. And you like, yeah, but boss.
Try to act like, yeah, you see that.
Yeah, see. So I was handing out body bags and toe tags for those individuals that wanted to jump up. So anytime you're ready, I'm here, and this is
kick about that action.
I gotta give it up to Phil.
Oh, what Phil do now?
Maximus Aurelius.
What he do now?
First of his name, the Guilty Gear.
Okay, he made it happen.
Usually that go to PlayStation.
Oh, okay.
And to have it in Game Pass.
That's a good look.
It's crazy. So it's trends are changing. Things are actually changing.
You didn't know what King was talking about. You would think that Phil made the game.
Yeah, like Phil designed the game.
You gonna act like you ain't gonna give him credit because you're gonna give him all the smoke. Anytime something go wrong, nah, Phil, you know what you did, Phil. But anytime something good go down, nah, Phil.
That was credit.
Yeah. Continue.
He's been holding that in forever to say that.
Anytime a football team loses, we blame the quarterback. I don't care what the quarterback did, right? Anytime they win,
I don't blame anyone because I don't watch football.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Well, it's gotta, the buck's gotta stop somewhere, even if it's not necessarily fair.
That's right. So he gonna get the smoke and he gonna get the praise.
No
Thank
doubt.
you, sir, for having me. Have a great week. So did my friends.
No doubt. So that's been it, sir.
That's it.
And of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito. Spread that realism and rub in the ILP. Not telling what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to my man, Mr. Matty Plays, Great Defining Duke. Talking about what's going on with release dates and directs, and
somebody got spicy loud even during
that. Listen, man, it's a very
emotional,
very passionate subject. Very passionate subject. So shout out to him and shout out to the LSM community for their crazy, toxic public bathroom stories. It's absolutely out of control. I don't know what's going on over there. Yeah. It's hilarious. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to them.
I need to regulate that.
Yeah, they out of pocket. They out of pocket. So shout out to the Last Word, Bonds, Ty got Travis. We have my man, Paul Tassi pulled up. Talking Lightfall, seeing what's going on, issues and such. You know what I mean? So that's been that. And then, for me, I playing a little bit. I didn't really get a chance to get in there as far as the day one raid contest mode stuff. So much going on. But shout out to everybody. Looks like they finally got it. But man, that contest mode is no joke.
I heard it was controversy though.
Oh yeah, it's definitely.
I heard they leaked the mechanics. I heard they leaked who the boss was.
Yeah, dude, they just snitching. Like then they had some other thing where apparently there's some Pokemon references and like. Yeah, like somebody was like, I know it has to be some Pokemon references because somebody had like a Pokemon thing and then they had like a Bungie thing and then Bungie was like, yo, can I copy your homework? And Bungie's like, I just don't take it. So I was like, what is going on that's Pokemon related in a Destiny raid? So now I'm intrigued.
I can't even fathom that. I haven't done the raid yet. I had some friends of mine did it so they could learn the mechanics and then we were gonna try and run it probably today. But I didn't see any of that.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. I got to defer to Addict on that. I am not a Pokemon guy, so I don't know what the references. Yeah, I don't know what the references are, but I've been doing that. And then shout out to the Rocker Blade Point. Got a good Wolong crossover event thing going on. Been rocking that, and they about to drop a new character. Maybe one day
We
the
can get to
community,
play that, right?
one day a community stream with the Lords. You
What,
know,
is it next Saturday?
I mean, we got to figure it out. We got to figure it out.
To me, man.
You know what I'm saying? No doubt. So that's been it. You want to get these super chats on before we get into it?
Yes, sir. So small rules of engagement. We don't have Chris the entire time, so I'll read these and then we'll read the rest afterwards. Sure. But hold on one second.
What we got? What we got?
We got Nintendon the Otaku, member for 1 year, $10 super chat. Shout out to Cock for coming in second in the Bitcast trivia show on Season Gaming because he missed some Sega. Yes, he missed some Sega related questions. You deserve that.
It was the Saturn. Who cares about the Saturn?
Well, you lost. That's why. Always the bridesmaid. Never the bride.
Shout out to Colin. Shout out to Colin. He pulled it out. They cheated. Don't let me joke.
I totally understand, though. It's a very.
I technically have more answers right than Colin. He just won the 2 point, or the ones for the extra points. So he was clutch.
He has some gray area answers.
Yeah, he was fighting with the judge. Salute to the big cast. Salute to Hogue Law. It was for a great cause.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? For his recovery. Great to see Hogue, Ainsley, Trap. Oh man, I was so fun to be a part of that. So I'm a little tired today, but it was worth it being there before this show there to salute them.
We got Robert Kellett, $2 super chat, violating Starf delayed, send SAC 2 dropping November 20th. I do not abide these abbreviations. Let's stop this right now.
It's Maddie. Fraud alert on Maddie with these weird abbreviations of games. You know what I'm saying? Like, it started with Hog Leg, and now he's like, I'm mid. So I said, you ain't calling my game mid, bro. Like, mid, son.
Oh, man.
Salute to Maddie.
And we got Sith Lord member for 7 months, Lord Bronze. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Lords, for making my special weekend even more special with your show. Hope all is well. And you gentlemen have a great show and a great week. You as well.
Salute.
We got Nintendon the Otaku, once again, member for 1 year, $5 super chat. Shout out to Chris RayGun for having the best and most accurate pick of most overrated game at the LSM event. Can't wait for it to go up for everyone.
Yo.
Yeah, we can't
reveal that.
Spoil it.
Yeah, we
can't reveal it, but I mean, you'll figure it out.
Yeah, for sure. What else we got?
I'm excited to see how that turned out. Like, apparently it looks really like I've seen some screenshots of it. It looks crazy.
Yeah, I can't wait. Yo, that was fun, bro. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was.
No doubt. What else we got, Solve?
Then we got, like as King said before, Blaze 4K in the chat. Put the crest in the chat.
Put the crest up for the homie Blaze. Salute.
Gifted 5 ILP memberships. Appreciate that, brother.
No doubt.
And we have Robert Kellett once again, $5 super chat. So for this unofficial Sacred X ILP, welcome to the realm, Chris. Any tips for a Destiny 2 newbie? You and Cog not lying on Witch Queen. It's been great.
Yeah.
Oh man, tips for a new. You know what's why I haven't been a Destiny newbie for about a decade. Feels like so. I have no idea. I had a friend of mine. He was like, "Hey, I'm thinking of getting into it. Where should I start?" And I had no idea what to tell him.
Yeah.
Actually, I was like, I mean, start
The biggest.
I say.
Asked me, I told him don't.
Yeah, that's the biggest tip I can give to you is don't like just stay out of there.
Nah,
it's
it's
cool.
dope.
It's really cool. But like I tell him, like, listen, there's a YouTube channel. Go to My Name Is Bife and figure it out.
Yeah.
That's what I say
Yep.
to most people who are into it. But no, I mean, my tip honestly would be find people to play it with, because a squad is going to help you run through, and it's also just a lot more fun. It's hilarious.
Yep.
When you get a team of 6 full people in like a really complicated, mechanically driven like encounter, it is so funny.
I know, so
It's
good.
funny how angry people get.
Yes.
It is
The blaming.
funny.
Oh, the friendships is on test right then. Go ahead, continue.
Oh no, 100%. Like I only run raids with the people I've known for like a decade plus. Because anybody else, I would be like, no, you're not cutting it. You're not. Sorry, get out of here. No. I also gotta know your voice just based like in an instant. I can't have some random like a couple. And maybe it's 4 of us, and then there's 2 extra random people, and then I have to be like, Metal Gear David 76 XX. Can you jump on the plate so that the Scion spawns in the right place? And he goes like, I'm Daniel, and it's like, oh my god, no.
Can't do that rando. Can't do the randos.
Because they'd be like, yeah, I'm Daniel. I love sacred symbols, Chris. It's like,
No.
So now, fam. You already
Get outta
know.
here.
You already know. What else we got, Saul?
We got Dragonheart Yobi member for 20 months. Lord
Yobi.
Gold. Shout out to you, brother.
No doubt.
Hashtag peace, love, life. The streak continues with the undefeated ILP. Safe to say Sundays belong to y'all.
Salute.
Continue the great work always. ILP ain't a word, it's a brand.
Oh,
it's also your
okay.
girl's new favorite podcast.
Okay. Oh, we taking the gun. We snatching. Okay.
Guilty as charged.
That's the goal.
That's the goal. I see. Mm-hmm.
We got Sparkle 17. Mr. Snatch Your Girl. That's crazy.
Trey Songs podcast. Continue.
Then we got Spargo 17, £2 super chat. Kept saying for weeks Starfield ain't coming in June.
We will discuss. See?
What was that, a side shot? You're shooting shots?
Then we got Spargo 17 once again, £2 super chat. Yoshimitsu the GOAT. Y'all see that Tenkaichi 4? Yeah, I'm not really into the Dragon Ball fighters except for the Arc System Works one.
Oh, dude.
I know that Tenkaichi means a lot to you, Chris.
Dude, Budokai in general was like my exact, because I was I think in like middle school when that was out, so that was like a prime time. That was my introduction to Dragon Ball Z in general. I didn't really watch the show or know really anything about it until I played the first Budokai.
Me neither.
So that's like a really special game to me, and the fact that they're making a fourth one after what feels like 20 years is insane. And I know I'm part of the problem here, because if it is the same exact game it was on the PlayStation 2 with like 3 new characters, I would be like, yo, give me the collector's edition.
It's about to go in.
Give it to me. I'll do it.
I did play those games.
They were fun. It's ridiculous because you can play as like Chaozu, that's that tiny clown, and then you can fight.
You play as the
You can fight a 2-scale great ape Vegeta or whatever, and it just looks ridiculous. And it was not competitive at all, really. You could take it seriously, but it was more about just how ridiculous that game was, and I'm stoked to see.
You could play with the mini cells. I can't remember what those things.
Yeah, every single cell. You could play. You could play as like a random like just Frieza Soldier number 2. Just like hilarious. Just the roster was insane. It was so cool.
They had like a lot of them had like they would do them like what if kind of things where it's like fusions. What if this boss won, and it showed like a history that would like if Frieza would have won the fight.
100%. And you could do fusion dances wrong, and you could have like these fat or like emaciated versions of characters. It was I was nasty with Kid Buu in those games. Kid Buu was my guy. He was
That's so crazy. Y'all talking another language.
Yo,
I'm like,
I love
what
it.
is
You
going
can
on?
You can see Attic light up with the young boy talking.
This is the first time I felt like Attic. I was like, I don't know what they talking about. Look at see because the Budokai and then Frieza.
Now you and Saul know how I feel when you talk about the Atari. I wasn't even born.
When I talk about the Dragon Ball, the imported Dragon Ball Z fighters from the SNES days.
Yeah, you don't know about
You guys didn't play Fighters? Dragon Ball Z Fighters?
The Arc System Works one definitely I played. That's a beautiful thing.
That's a beautiful game, man.
Yeah.
Me and Solve is fighting junkies, so we played anything that we played. It was competitive,
bro. We had every weird fighting game under the sun on.
Karate Champ.
Oh, Karate Champ! Salute.
Were you guys
Judge?
Did you guys ever mess with Bloody Roar?
Oh yes, I remember that one. Yes,
I loved Bloody Roar.
Yo, to this day, I think that is probably the most underrated fighter that needs to come back. Yo, that was the reason to turn on your PlayStation. You was one kid that was there that they was playing Mortal Kombat, they was playing Street Fighter, but you was like, this Bloody Roar though.
I love.
Isn't Bloody Roar the ones where you like transform into
animals? You could transform into like these but there were these ridiculous. There was one Stun the Insect was like my favorite. Because he was like this mummy that he could turn into this giant like beetle mosquito, and it was disgusting. It was gross. His voice was gross. Everything about it was gross. And then you would like charge with your head, and people would go bursting through the ring on the side. And then they would do that famous like replay it 3 times, like
boom, 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 boom.
It was dude, awesome.
Shout out to them.
Bloody Roar needs to come back.
Mm-hmm.
I did play, as far as fighters, I did play the Naruto Storm games.
Those are good.
Oh, yeah, those are good.
Yeah,
You was playing that. Remember? I gave you that work. Remember that?
Oh, damn.
I still won, though. Why you act like I didn't win?
You got some. You got some.
Time on fighting battles.
Like he
We got super chats and show to do.
I I threw the fight like Cog threw the fight when he was with Colin today.
Yo, y'all messy. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, slipped up on stuff that you knew.
Bro, I didn't even mess with the Saturday like that. So you knew when they had Saturday questions, it was over.
He's like, oh man.
Yeah, Cog received a little PayPal bonus. You know, right?
Are you implying? Yo, you implying that was the LSM influenced 1 and 2 trivia?
An inside job, you know.
Look, man, you gotta make the boss look good sometime. But I'm just messing with y'all. What else we got?
Gaming Forte, $5 super chat.
what's up?
Sorry for your
Super
loss,
chats are
King.
crazy
Yeah,
today.
they
Coming
coming
in,
through
coming
hot. Yeah.
Sorry for your loss, King. All I can do is try to cheer you up with this. Hey, King Boo Boo.
Hey, Forte.
Y'all messy. Salute.
Then we have DJ Oros, member for 2 years,
my God.
$5 super chat. Long time listener, first time caller. Just wanted to pop in and say, keep up the amazing work. Yins are the best. Hashtag hey bestie.
Hey, bestie.
You guys are ridiculous.
He's ridiculous.
Yeah, wait till you get yours.
Oh my God.
Then we got Zip Davis.
Oh,
Zip,
shout out to Zip.
I said this to King Online, and I'll say it again. Young Icarus Bethesda flew too close to the sun September 6th. Are you kidding me? I'm done.
Oh.
No Starfield as 12 months passed by, but Todd Howard's still pretty fly for a white guy.
Yo,
Yeah, he said that. He
Yeah.
definitely dropped those bars.
salute.
Then we have Astro Parrot King.
Oh, the
$2 super chat.
homie.
Rizzy Raygun in the realm. I like that.
No doubt.
LFG. Octopath 2 question marks.
Yeah, that joint fire. We reviewed it all.
This is asking you, Chris.
Oh, yeah, yeah, Octopath.
For Octopath?
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know, dude. That's
That's
a
a
Colin,
negative.
That's a look. That's a Colin experience for sure. I'm so bad at I don't know. RPGs like that are really. I feel like I have no time to really
Yep.
sink into them.
Same.
And I love the art, the visual style of that game a lot. But I'm so bad at getting into those.
Yeah.
I really liked the first one. It was a pretty decent
It would have been
experience.
great if it was on Game Pass, the second one, right?
I would have appreciated just the game being on it.
Go check it.
Who did that for
On
us, though?
Xbox.
Who did that?
You know who did that? You know who did that to us? Sony.
Oh.
Sony, baby.
Yo, you stupid.
I would say it's mainly Square Enix.
No doubt. Go check out that review up on lordsofgaming.net right now. I mean,
And we
got
have Corey Hale, $25 super chat. Shout out to the Lords in chat. All these games, my backlog body count is ridiculous.
Word.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
What else we got?
So yeah, it's crazy. Gaming Forte member for 38 months, Lord Bronze. Shout out to the fire team members that couldn't make the raid. The experience wasn't the same without Cog and Addict.
We will be back. It's all good now, baby. Everything's
he
good.
He didn't even mention me.
Yeah, you not part. You not part.
Whatever, sir.
No doubt. Let's
Then
get
we
through
have
these.
Matt Without Fear, member for 14 months, Lord Silver. Tinfoil hat time. Sony have been saying Microsoft could add bugs to COD. Didn't they help fund the Callisto protocol, which ran noticeably worse on the Xbox?
Yo,
y'all
you know what's so
messy.
funny?
Y'all
Those
messy.
conspiracy theories that Microsoft could do this. Y'all guys did that.
Y'all messy. Moving on. Time.
Then we have Robert Kellett, $5 super chat. So you're sticking around, Chris, to see Cog take King's knees. Oh.
Whoa, what?
He don't know the context. That sounds crazy.
That sounds horrifying.
Yo, you know what's funny, man? I could have took your knees easily again, King. That would have been the third pair of knees I'd have got from you in 6 months.
Listen. Trench coat addict, be quiet.
Well, trench coat addict. You know what? It said, you know, I kind of got the same. I'll tell you that, you know, what the dude
you
for
got
the
London
mercenary
train
for Resident Evil 4.
Time
you know,
on
what
y'all
you
being
buying?
messy.
It's
Yo,
just
he
gonna
got-
Oh
be
yeah, you got that
King's
Resident Evil 4
knees
jacket
on
right
the
now.
side.
You got that right now for sure.
He got,
He really does.
He got London train station
Like
vibes.
wow.
London train station vibe.
Yeah, like he's about
my
to
interest-
flash somebody. Like he's speaking.
May I interest you in a watch?
Yo, you out of pocket.
No, you may not, sir.
You are out of
I'm
pocket.
just sitting at the train station. Can I interest you in King's knees?
Time, but we'll see what happens with these bets. But the bet the
something
knee
over
might
here.
return. We'll see how it goes.
Buy it at a high price.
What you selling? What you got?
No, I'm
What you
selling King's
buying?
Knees at a low price.
Sound like you got a pocket full of coins.
Because I got so many of them, man. It's supply and demand. When you got
RayGun,
so many
time is
of them,
limited.
alone.
Yo, God. Yo, he the dude inside the arcade with the coins in his pocket. Hey, kid, want some coins?
That's dirty. That's dirty. I'm not co-signing that behavior. Saab, please. The
Then
super
we
chat,
have
please.
Danger UXO $10 super chat. Gents, I've been a Star Citizen backer since 2016. Oh man.
Oh, Jesus.
A few months for Starfield is nothing. Oh my
You
goodness.
still waiting, ain't you?
Bro. Then we have Zip Davis once again, $5 super chat. All joking aside, I just wanted to send some PAX cash. Good luck, Lords. Appreciate all you do.
Love.
You guys are the best. Welcome, Mr. Gun, to the round.
No doubt, Mr. Gun, bang, bang.
We almost did.
Martin Go 17, £2 super chat. Beam struggles ruin so many controllers. Beam struggles.
Oh yeah, so that's Dragon Ball again. When the beams would clash. And you would have to
Yes.
like do the sticks. You have to rotate the sticks like faster than this.
It wasn't a
You're
button
give
mash thing. It was rotating the sticks.
So you had to like basically like rotate the sticks like as fast, both of them as fast as
Oh,
you
that's
could.
crazy.
He's
nuts.
talking about on the PlayStation.
Yeah, it was easier on the PS2 because the Xbox
You know
one's a
what?
little wonky, but
Yeah.
'cause the
You know what's funny is I just played Resident Evil 5 with Grace, and the very end where your Sheva tried to get up on that little lava mountain point, like that's the hardest like push a button sequence I've ever done in games. Like she and I can't usually I be Sheva because I can do that. But every time I have to be Chris, I'm like, okay. Before the match, I was like, okay, babe, look, you're going to fall in that lava like 30 times, okay? Like, don't be discouraged. It took her like 30 minutes to get past that. And then I died, and she had to do it again.
wow.
That's crazy. What else we got, we got to fly through.
Then we have Baby $5 super chat. Either Sosua, Dominican Republic, or the unsettled systems of Starfield. September 6th, I'm exploring untamed lands and tearing up the natives. Whoa.
Wow.
Oh.
Wait. He said Sunswa or Sensua?
He said
Sosua.
Nah, that's Sosua. I know what go down in Sosua. I've been to DR. I know what go down. Yeah, Sosua is a special place.
Yeah, we're talking about Sensua in the Dominican Republic.
Yeah, you get more than good food there.
The Wi-Fi is good, huh?
Oh,
You got good Wi-Fi.
fantastic.
I mean, to
My
be fair,
apologies. I didn't realize what that was.
Yeah, I knew what that
I
was.
didn't realize it was a place in the Dominican.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
Yes,
Wow.
that's very questionable.
Remember, God bless to you, sir.
Continue, sir.
Good Lord.
Make sure you put a password on that Wi-Fi.
Then we have Wolf of Darkness with the
my
37
dude.
Arab Emirates dirhams. What's up, Iron Lords?
No
Myself
doubt.
and my friends would like to know Lord King David's opinion on the latest Michael Pachter interview with Destin. Peace from Dubai. This podcast is fire.
Salute.
I gotta check it out. I didn't check it out.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Somebody sent it to me.
I sent it to you. It's good. I caught it yesterday.
Wow.
Oh, your man's is back. Your man's is back, Tom.
Chris, this is what I'm subjected to on a weekly basis. Let's play with each other's joysticks. $5 super chat. Can't wait to play Dragon Ball's Booty Guy with Sam.
Wow.
Oh man,
Yeah, that's on the private Patreon tier.
Wow.
That's an exclusive tier. That's what
it's Galo all over again.
we really gotta get in that security for PAX for some.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be wild.
But that's on his OnlyFans though.
Once again, thank you for your donation. I appreciate that.
Wow. Oh, you got to get the next one. Trump.
Then we have,
Damn juvenile, I love it.
Oh, he don't stop too. He be in here.
oh, no, he been here. Then we have Truckle Chuckle, 19 pounds super chat. Hey, Saab, can I please get the following in a husky ad read voice? Touch, jealousy, obsession, forever, desperation by Jim Ryan.
Yeah, they messy.
Great show and guest welcome. Chris, hit the like. Let's save some Indonesian
Yeah.
forest.
What's the rare animal, King? What's the rare animal we saved when they hit the like today?
Oh, they have the Indonesian koala.
For every like you hit,
Yeah, they're dying. They're
Something
dying en
ever
masse.
happened.
They're dying
They're dying en masse of chlamydia. I think actually for real. Is that not? I feel like koalas actually like have like 90% of them have like chlamydia or something. I think that's real.
They all got pink eye.
Yo. Mess.
Something ever happened to.
You got
Something
conjunctivitis.
Okay,
It's some-
last
it's-
two before we move on. Go
I
ahead.
guess so. I'll be at
I'll
it.
say something ever happened to the narrator of Halo, man. Solve your man.
Yeah, we got the voice reads, man. We hiring.
God.
Yeah, him and Chuck Bodak is great.
Layer.
Jigga J, member for 19
Yeah.
months. Lord Bronze. Happy Sunday, Lords and Realm. Wolong is fire. Game
No
Pass
doubt.
is fire. King, don't go too hard on Starfield date.
You don't know
They
about
gonna
that.
get this work. Yo, you have no idea the atrocities that these guys have committed, bro.
Just to ask, did you guys see the reviews, like the Xbox reviews for Wolong? It's like a bunch of people rage quitting the first boss. Like
Yeah,
it's
ridiculous.
crazy. I saw. If you guys want to see a video on it, because obviously we can't talk about it like to a good degree, like go look at Kid Smooth's video. Like
Yeah,
he
it's
literally
wild.
went over. It's so many people saying it was fun, but I just couldn't beat that first boss. Like,
They
Yeah.
did the tutorial on the tutorial area just to
That
get
first boss is apparently the hardest thing in the game. Like,
no, it's not.
Or,
Yeah, but
well,
it's
I mean,
easy.
logically it has to be, right? Because you know the game less than you would have
Than you would, right.
played further, right? That's kind of like the default situation with all those games where it's like, okay, the first one's always going to be harder because you're just getting used to it and you're a newbie with like fresh legs. But like, I've heard from a couple people that's like it's one of the harder encounters.
Yeah.
Is the first one. And then after the harder encounter, it's like it's a lot. Not a lot easier, but definitely like a lot more manageable. I still haven't messed around with it yet, but I have it downloaded. I gotta maybe I'll mess with it today.
I saw Kid Smooth posted on Twitter asking. He said, "I will pay someone to beat the second Lubu."
Yeah, it's real out here. So we gotta get these.
All
This
right.
last one, I think we good. We got
Spartan
Kelly.
Gold 17, £2 super chat addict out here with the detective trench coat. If you say it's a detective trench coat, that's fine. I want it. It's something else for me.
Man, try to stay warm, man. It's against the law, I guess.
I feel that. Do
we
your thing,
have-
player.
Robert Keller, $2 super chat. Galo is joysticks game of the year. Wow.
All right.
Whatever, player.
Do your thing, player. He killed us. That's fashion,
Galo.
eh? Salute. We good? We got Kelly? We all good?
Yes, we
That's
are.
it.
All right.
We can get into this.
We get into
now.
the damn
Let's go.
show. All right.
But it was 2 hours.
Woo. We gotta hurry
We
up.
did an hour.
We did
We're good.
consider. We did.
I'll get through everything.
All right. So now that we got finished with the super chats and what the Lords have been playing, we got to focus on Lord Chris RayGun, his video game system history, his journey into content creation and comedy, and of course, what led him to the Snark Tank and that Sacred Symbols PlayStation podcast. So, Lord Chris, let's start from the very beginning. What were some of the first video game systems you had, and what got you into gaming?
Oh my god!
Yeah.
I started with the NES, which is kind of bizarre because I feel like, I was born in '93, so like obviously like most people had PlayStations and stuff, but I think I started with Duck Hunt and that kind of thing.
Ooh.
I got introduced to like the natural progression of consoles, like just at like a quicker pace. Like I had NES, and then like a year later it was like PlayStation or whatever.
Oh,
and then,
okay,
like,
okay.
And then after that it was PS2, Xbox, all that stuff. But
No,
but
Jonathan?
whatever. No, there is inexplicably there's a box in my family's house full of Genesis games. No Genesis. I have no memories of playing Genesis. I never played any of these games. I don't know where this box came from.
This is a random box of Genesis games in his house.
I think it's like some cousin who my family dares not speak of or something. Like I don't know, like because no one's explained it to me at all, and it's just it's
you know what I think it
suspicious.
is? I got a theory.
What you did?
Came
What?
over and this is a cousin that nobody knows, and him and your papa got an argument over which one was better, and he got rid of him.
There you go.
Yeah,
Secretly, what happened is Chris RayGun got a lost twin brother he don't know of that was banished from the family.
Trying to say it's that illegitimate child? Come on, don't do that.
There's something there.
Continue,
Yo, somebody
Chris.
sent me a picture like a long time ago on Twitter.
What?
It was a picture on Twitter, and it said, "Are you in Germany right now?" And it was just a picture of some guy in like a German airport, and I thought it was me. it messed me up. I was like, what is going on?
Yo.
Who is that? I wish I could find that. This is like 2016, 2017.
That's wild.
The Genesis guy.
That's the guy. That's the kid.
Genesis guy. Yeah. I don't know. He's probably a psycho if he had a Genesis.
Whoa.
There we go.
Oh, that's disrespect. That's a violation right there. But we're gonna let it slide. But so we
yeah, you Sonic people. Listen, but yeah, so I played considerably, like a lot of platformers. Tekken was like a big early one, and then I found Halo later on at a friend's house, and it kind of blew my mind. I didn't understand how someone could go from like playing GoldenEye to playing like Crimson Skies, you know what I mean? Like in the same game. Like he was like flying a Banshee around. I was like, oh, cool jet game. And then he got out and started shooting aliens. I was like, I don't understand.
Woo. Now let me ask you this:
I can't fathom this.
Yeah, because there's so much stuff going on. My question is like, did you guys do the system link thing with the TVs, or we just kind of just playing the campaign?
It was just normal split screen. Like all of this stuff, I was completely out of my depth with. I was only like kind of into video games. I played them at friends' houses, but I didn't really understand I didn't understand like what they were really. Like I understood how movies were made. I understood how from a young age that like, oh, people edit and like there are actors that go film, but like video games for whatever reason, I was like, this is like a portal into some other dimension. I really had it was like magic to me. And then I think 2005, 2006 when I got the 360 and we had like online for the first time, and I was playing split or couch co-op or like competitive multiplayer with like people in Egypt and London, and I was like, these are real people. That broke me again.
Yes.
That's like just all this stuff where it's like I can't.
Yeah. No, that's real. That's real. I mean, especially. I'm sorry. Continue.
No. It's a crazy. I mean, we take it for granted now because it's in everything. It's in your Subway Surfer games that you play underneath TikTok videos. But it used to be like it was like a new thing at one point where it's like I didn't understand it.
Yeah.
And then Halo 3 obviously was like a big thing. It was like with Machinima, and that got me into making videos. So I was doing videos on YouTube from probably like 2000. I started in 2006.
Okay. I want you to back up 1 second before we want to get to just the content creation, but I did want to ask you, like, you were talking about, like I said, the realization, obviously, that as a young kid, you're figuring out what's going on, you're getting that control of what's going on. But then the key part that you mentioned, and I want to focus on, is like Xbox Live and the ability to communicate with other people that are real people in another area. Like, did you start establishing those friendships in the 360 era? Is kind of when you start to be a more social gamer through to the introduction of Xbox Live?
100%, yeah. Like I met a friend in London. He was like one of the first people I met. He was like the first comment on my videos when I was posting them. He was like, "Hey, you play Halo? Cool, let's play." I just met him for the first time a few months ago in person.
Wow, see?
So this is it goes back a long time. So like it was like a whole new, I don't know, it was a whole new world for me, especially as a kid. And when you grow up in when you're a kid in the mid 2000s, there's a lot of like, hey, don't go outside. Hey, don't there's crazy people.
They kill people, yes.
Yeah.
Stay here.
Yes.
Stay home. 9/11s happen sometimes. Stay home.
Let me ask you a question. Did you do SOCOM with the PlayStation? No PlayStation online? Because my earliest online is like probably Genesis.
X-Band.
Oh, really?
Yeah. With X-Band.
No, I feel like I was probably too young at that time to really grasp any of that. Like having to set up like the thing with the Xbox was that it was just kind of in the box.
Right.
And I knew that it had existed with the original Xbox. I understood that, but I never messed with it. I was I was too young. My parents were like, we don't want you playing with random people. What was that?
Exactly.
And I didn't even know that Sega had any kind of online capabilities to just now.
Damn, man. Damn. That goes way back, but that was
of course it goes way back. I don't know.
The voice over IP came with PlayStation with SOCOM.
Yes.
Yeah. You was able to play, and usually everybody played at night because if somebody picked up the phone, it broke the connection. Right? So you know, like 11 o'clock at night when everybody's asleep, and you got your little headpiece in, and you're quiet and you're playing, but you hear somebody random yells out, "Die!"
Oh yeah, bro. Men were made in them Call of Duty lobbies, though. Real men was made. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. That 360 era was like a big deal for me. Most of the friends that I have still to this day, in person or online, are the people that I met running Horde mode in Gears 2, or like running through Halo 3 lobbies, or it's they're the same people I run Destiny with today.
Salute.
So
dope.
it's absolutely like a huge formative thing, and also just a formative thing for career stuff too. Because like when I found out you could make movies with that theater mode, I was already editing stuff when I was like 7.
Damn.
Like on Windows Movie Maker and stuff, and just like trying to figure that stuff out. So when I was like, oh, you could. I remember specifically thinking like, oh, people are making movies in Halo, and it's like, oh, I have like access to like these big sci-fi sets, these actual explosions, these like car chase. I could like, and it was like so much fun like making stuff. Those are all gone now, by the way. You cannot see those horrible videos. Like 12 making them, but it was cool. It got me started, and I evolved over time, just doing different stuff.
So
I was doing YouTube. I was doing YouTube for like 7 years before I got any money out of it. But
so I was gonna ask you. So pretty much, it was just a natural progression for you to just at that younger say, hey, I just want to do content. I want to make a channel. Like it was just there was no individual inspiration to say, hey, this person looks cool. I want to do something like that. What kind of drove you?
Well, I mean, just the premise of machinima in general, just that was real, was kind of interesting to me. But I didn't. It was before YouTube was YouTube. You know what I mean? It was when YouTube was new, so there wasn't like, I want to be PewDiePie. It wasn't that. It was more like, wow, people are making money making their own stuff. That was what was appealing to me, and I knew immediately, like in when I started high school, it was like, oh, there's YouTube's crazy, and there's going to be money in this, and I want to focus on this. It's like, it's interesting, it's new, it's going to be like very, very different. And that's a very hard sell. It's a very hard sell to parents.
Yes, I was about to ask you. The parents let you rock. I'm like, they letting you rock.
My parents were, in fairness, they were super supportive. Like they were really cool about it, but they were also like, like, hey, you gotta, you should probably go to school, because they grew up in a time when college actually gave you something, as opposed to
the hustle.
Crippling debt and inability to afford housing. So I went to community college for a little bit. I went to film school. I wanted to go to game design school in Washington. DigiPen, I think it was. Where they picked up the guys who made Portal.
Oh, okay. Yeah, DigiPen, remember that?
Yeah. I remember. You can. Yeah. You taking it back. You're right.
Yeah. The guys who made I think it was called Narbacular Drop at that time, and then they picked up like a squad of people from that and made Portal at Valve.
Dope.
And I was like, that's a school I want to be at. And then they were like, that's expensive. And I was like, fair. Fair enough. So I just messed around. I did film school, which is not smart. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's a tremendous waste. And luckily the channel started picking up at some point, like 2014, 2015.
So let me ask you, what was the moment for you channel wise where you're like, if it's a singular moment that you could think of and say, okay, I got something, people like tuning into me and my content?
It was a pretty gradual increase. It was very bizarre. I think once I started making stuff regularly, like once I was like, okay, I'm gonna post several times a week, that's when it just started exploding, because people were like, oh, this is happening regularly. But like, I didn't really have like a solid idea. I just knew I wanted to make stuff. I would make music. I would do comedy. I would cover like current events. I would do like I did one of my most popular videos back in the day was like taking the piss out of Fox News. I don't know if you guys remember. I don't know if you guys remember the Mass Effect Fox News scandal.
Wait, I didn't even know about this. Nah, put me on.
You don't remember this?
Nah, put me on.
It was like Fox News from like 2008, and they were like, Mass Effect, a game with graphic sex, is being marketed to kids. Yeah. And Jeff Keighley came on.
Word? I gotta look this up. I didn't even know about this.
It is a I made videos about that stuff and just ranting about it. Basically, it's like, how stupid is this shit? Sorry,
you good?
But like, how dumb is this? And I think I realized at that point, it's like, oh, people like hearing me talk about current events, especially like if it's games related or pop culture related. And it's like, so I had that in the back of my mind, but it would be a while before I settled into that. Like,
got you.
Okay, like what's the landscape as far as internet pop culture or like internet politics, like what's the vibe here? And I would start doing that stuff. And then video game stuff every now and again too. But,
yeah, and I do want to transition because you talk about pop culture. Obviously, the video games is core, but your comedy, bro, you funny as hell. So it's like you gotta talk about that. Like, how did your comedic journey kind of start? Did you even do stand up?
I mean, I started doing stand up recently. Like actually, well, it feels recently because the pandemic was a time warp, but I started. I've always wanted to do stand up. I always respected like George Carlin and these Dave Chappelle and like these amazing
legends,
comedians. And I was like, wow, it must be amazing to do that. It must be amazing to just like have a job where your entire goal is to just get on stage and make a ton of people laugh and then leave. That sounds awesome. And to just be able to afford, like, that sounds amazing. And I remember just like really studying it for a long time, but I was too nervous to do it. I don't know what it is or something. And I got to be real. Like, I've done it 3 times, and I started the week before the pandemic happened, so like all my momentum was immediately killed. It's like there were no clubs open. The worst possible time to start. But it was it's still scary. Like, it's way scarier than boxing. Like, it is so like I can get you can punch me in the solar plexus a million times. That's fine. It hurts. Punch me in the face, knock me in the jaw, knock me out for a little bit. That's fine. I'm not nearly as scared as I was when I like went on stage in front of a bunch of strangers and they had the expectation that I was gonna crack them up. That is terrifying. It is honestly
Tell me something funny, man.
Yo, for real, it is scary.
Yeah,
it is a scary and it never got less scary by the way. Like the 3 times I did it, I was like, it was scary every single time. But I did 3 times. One show was the first show I got lucky. It was a really, really good. It was a good crowd. It was like, it was a Friday night. People are enjoying themselves.
Right.
I also got a good laugh because I'm a short guy. I'm like 5'4", so like. The mic for the previous comedian was like super high.
Oh, yo.
So you had to adjust the mic?
I kind of played it for like a joke. I was like pretending to struggle with it a little bit. So I think I got the audience on my side a little bit.
Nice.
The second time was horrible.
Uh-oh. What happened?
I think I got like maybe like 2 laughs in 5 minutes. Rough. It was. I wanted to die.
That silence though. That uncomfortable silence, bro.
And they tell you too. It's like they told me before they got on. It's like, listen, it's a Tuesday. So, and I was like, what does that mean? And then I 5 minutes later, I knew exactly what that meant. People are not at comedy clubs on Tuesdays if they're ready to laugh.
Yeah, he's a miserable drunk dude.
Why the Tuesday dudes got to be bitch?
Yeah. So then I was like, all right, I'll come Friday again. And then that was a better show. It wasn't as good as the first one because like I think I got just like a really lucky crowd, but it was still a good one. I was like, wow, I think I could I could flesh this out. I could do this. And then 2020 happened and ruined everything.
Yeah.
I still haven't gotten back to doing it. I want to do it, but I've also just I've been training for this fight. So
we're gonna get into it.
Had no time, but yeah, no, it's. I don't know. My journey's been so schizophrenic. I feel like.
Yeah, it's very.
It's all over the place.
I was looking at it. I'm like,
yeah, your journey is supposed to be like a spider web all over the place.
Yeah.
You figure out what sticks. Hey, you saw that?
I see what you did.
I had a friend of mine. I had my first girlfriend in high school just reached out to me. She's like, "You're boxing." Like out of nowhere, it's like that's how she reached out to me after like 15 years.
Let's get right to it.
So I got a question for you, right?
Sure, absolutely.
Because it's a box is high. I know you get it when you're in the zone.
100%.
When you start hitting the bag, right now it's a build up to establishing stamina, and then when you break through, I know the first time you was hitting the bag. That first 3 minutes hitting that bag is like, what the hell? When is the bell gonna ring? Did you get to that point now where you just hit the bag and you're not even sweating. It's like 4 or 5 rounds in. Now you're starting to build up that sweat, and before you know, you're just flowing around the bag. What is your style? What would you say Chris RayGun's style is when he's preparing? Because how you prepare is how you fight. So what is your style?
Well, I don't want to give too much away in case.
There's
some
Froggy, stop listening. Yeah, we got the
in case there's some opposition research, which there. Yeah, I do it. It makes sense. People do it. It makes sense. Yeah. But I would say that I have that feeling where it's like, when is this bell gonna go off? But right. I don't. It's not at the forefront of my mind. Like, I know I'm feeling it, but I just, I'm just gonna keep pushing, and then then the bell rings, and then I collapse. Dude, I have never sweat like this in my life.
Yes.
Doing this, like, I couldn't believe. Before I started this, I was like, I just don't sweat. and then I realized that, like, oh no, I just don't do things. is what it is. So it's the prep is ridiculous. My coach has me pushing cars up hills and just ridiculous stuff. I'm like running about like 5 miles, and it's crazy. It's all to build stamina, because stamina is, like, honestly, like, the most important. The people who are gassed. If you're gassed, then you're screwed, basically.
Yeah. Do you do wall sits?
Wall sits? Yeah. We do wall sits.
Yeah,
we do.
The stuff that I'm talking about, guys, is boxing stuff. All right, so the reason why I'm asking him these things is because I want to know if his core is centered. I want to know, does he work on footwork opposed to hands? This is the questions that I'm asking.
That create a clash talk.
I'm definitely. I'm really good with my footwork, I think, because I think I benefit a lot because I used to play baseball, and my coach was like, "Oh, so you got a good idea of," and I would run, every now and again, just to make sure that my legs weren't atrophying, because doing this job is so sedentary in comparison to, like, most things you do. So, like, I try to do as much as I can within reason. But, like, when I started this, it was crazy.
Baseball infield or outfield?
This was ages ago. I think I was outfield. So I was doing a lot of running. I was catching, like, the people who were like, but I was a good hitter, though. Like, I don't know why I stopped. You know what it is? I felt like I was expected to, because I'm Puerto Rican, and my dad was like, "You got to play baseball."
That sounds familiar, Saf.
Yeah, that sounds very familiar.
That sounds familiar. Y'all count those?
Baseball mitt, right out of the womb with the baseball mitt.
Dude, my dad was like, you can walk now? Here's a Yankee cap.
There you go.
You know what's funny?
For my dad, it was a Met cap.
Yeah, salute to him.
A lot of people don't know, but I played baseball for like 4 years.
Oh, word? I never knew that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
what were you, like, what position?
I can't remember. Shortstop.
Shortstop. Sound like about right. On Friday night fights, Friday night football, he was doing shortstop.
Yeah, but the footwork for the baseball is really, especially outfield or infield, doesn't matter, because the thing about baseball is
shortstop. If it was shortstop, that ball comes at you fast. Paul.
Oh, it does. I played third, and the ball comes at you faster. The only thing about it, it's a tighter space, right? But yeah, man, the footwork. When I started doing like boxing with you, King, when I started doing like just training MMA and training more, even though I never fought, but I trained MMA. The footwork, all of that stuff, and the stuff that I did when I wrestled as well. All of that came into play, and it was just like, wow, okay, I have this skill already. It's just a matter of tuning it.
Yeah.
I did a lot of, like, I was like maybe 12. Like, I was really, really young when I was doing that. And it was mainly one of those things where my mom was working 2 jobs and she low-key needed a babysitter.
Send him to baseball. Put him in there.
Get outside and go.
I think that's kind of what it was for me too. Like, it was just that there's I don't know what it is with Hispanic. I don't know what it is. Specifically East Coast.
Yes.
Specifically East Coast, like Dominican, Caribbean, like that. That kind of like areas like play baseball. You have to try in case you're A-Ron. Yeah. You have to try.
Just in case, you never know, right?
Just in case you never know.
You don't know if you got this skill. What's crazy about Saul? He's a Mets fan, but he's a block or 2 away from Yankee.
No, he a Yankee fan.
I'm not. No, I'm a Yankee fan. So this is my story,
your
right?
pops was allowing
my dad projected the Mets onto me as I'm growing up, right? And as you're growing up and you have more of a sense of your surroundings, I'm like, Dad, we live like blocks away from Yankee Stadium. Why aren't we Yankee fans? So he got into this whole thing. All the Yankees were racist back in 1920, and I'm like, all the teams were racist back in 1920. Like, so you know, it's the whole reason why he's.
I love the idea that he thinks that the people who were playing for the Yankees in 1920 are still relevant.
We're not
still
racist.
Playing. But the idea that they would still like these people, like Derek Jeter is actually 89 and he's still playing.
So that was it. And so again, you go with what your parents go to. And then when I was able to sort of think for myself, I was like, no, you know what? I'm gonna go with the guys that are down the block. And they sucked back then.
Yeah, they were.
It was hard to train because again, I was a big Mets
Madeline.
fan. The 80s,
That's right. That's how I remember you. When I went to school with you, that's how I remember you.
Dude, I think I was a Yankee fan just by pure osmosis. Like I didn't really, you know, I was good at baseball relatively, but like I wasn't like super into, like I didn't sit and watch games or anything. I was a Yankee fan purely because like I like that logo and they're close.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's close enough. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like standard home teams. It's like whenever the Giants are in the Super Bowl, it's like, well, I guess I'll watch it because I don't watch football at all, but like I'll watch this because I know what the Giants are.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. No doubt.
Hold on, we got how many in here?
Boy, you hit that like, hit that like.
600 people with only 200 likes.
Hit that.
Come on, man, give this man his respect.
RayGun in the building.
Indonesian red-nosed koalas.
Facts. You know what I mean? So I salute you on that. So you get ready for the creative clash. Super dope. I wanted to get back to content creation for a second because I want to talk about the homies. You know what I'm saying? Tom Sweetie, some black guy.
That's his name.
Literally.
I always have to clarify. It's like, oh yeah, you do a podcast? Like, yeah, with my roommate Sweeney and some black guy.
What?
And everybody's like, what? And I was like, I swear to you, that's his name. I swear.
I think he did it on purpose.
That's literally the only reason he did it. Like I just so he has to have that awkward clarification conversation whenever somebody else brings him up.
I love it. Let's get it. Snark take. Let's talk about the origin story, man. How the whole thing started.
Oh man, so Derek, Sweeney and I, like, we've known each other for a very long time. We went to college together. I hated him for a long time. He was just immediately annoyed. We would argue all the time, and it was funny. Like our friends would laugh at like whenever we would like get into arguments, and just like, all right, well, I didn't think anything of it. But then we moved to Los Angeles kind of around the same time, and I remember thinking like, God damn it, he followed me. And so he roomed with us. Mm-hmm. Me and my friend Jalen, who we did the drive New York to California. We did it in about 3 days because we had like no money.
I respect it.
Yeah, it was rough. That was a rough one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, I don't even want to think about that. I never want to do that cross country road again.
Oh, that sounds brutal.
Like, never again. It was so bad. We were like cramped in like some like 1996 Ford Taurus.
Oh, the little joints.
What's funny is half my family's here and half my family's in Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
So my grandfather especially, he could make that trip in like 2 days.
That's wild, man. Salute to anybody doing that.
Nah, man. But yeah, so we lived together for a little bit. He needed a place to stay, so he crashed in our living room. But I just did not like. I was so upset that he was. I was like starting this new chapter of my life, and here's this guy who just argues with me all the time. Just like in my living room, constant. And I was like, all right, you know what? I'm making videos. You have to pay me back for this somehow. So like I'm gonna use your torment for content. And people liked it. People had fun. And then I met Derek sometime later. He was also doing YouTube stuff, kind of similar stuff to what I was doing, and we all kind of linked up and did these collaboration videos once a year. Where we would all we would read like dumb nonsense on Twitter, and we would make fun of it, and people loved it. And we were like, this is just three of us just riffing. Like we do this all the time. Why not just why not make something out of it? And it took us a while to do that because I was so averse to podcasts, specifically doing them, because I was like, I don't want a schedule. I don't want to be tied to. I don't want to have to wake up at any point ever. Like I want to be able to wake up and start my day like I'm my own I'm my own
man
director here, right? And so the thought of like, all right, guys, let's meet every Sunday, or like let's meet every like Wednesday at like 9. Is that good for you? Like, no, like it's just so. So it took a while to really convince me to do it, but I was like, you know what? Yeah, maybe there's something here. So we got something together, and it worked out. The show is a mess.
I love it.
I'm astounded that people.
No, the tangents y'all go on though is wild funny though. I ain't gonna front, like it just be random, and then y'all get so passionate about it. And it's natural chemistry. So I can see it.
We had a recent one where I think it was Derek and Sweeney were arguing about like who was the better. I think it was Ray Charles versus Stevie Wonder.
Yes, Stevie Wonder. I saw that joint. Y'all was wilding. Yeah, they was wilding.
Gotta go with Ray Charles though.
Yeah, who's the best blind black artist?
You gotta go with Ray Charles. He's the first blind black though.
Mm-hmm.
He's a pioneer.
Aren't there rumors? Doesn't Shaq
Stevie
swear?
Wonder's copying him.
Yeah.
I can't.
Shaq swears that Stevie Wonder isn't blind. Shaq is like, nah, man, this dude knows he can see everything, bro.
Yo, Mike Tyson. It's Ray Fox. It's Jamie Foxx and Mike Tyson. And Jamie Foxx tells a story that Stevie ain't really blind. He said Mike started wilding out, and Stevie got up and was like, "Excuse me, I'm getting blind."
That's wild.
So Mike Tyson starts swinging on people. So yeah. I'm gonna go with Ray Charles on that one.
Yeah.
No doubt.
He's been confirmed blind. He is confirmed blind.
Nah, salute to the start, man. That joint is wild funny. Love the chemistry there. Seeing y'all moving and shaking. Then I also want to ask you, obviously, what a lot of people also know you for is that Sacred Symbols #1
That's
PlayStation podcast, LastStandMedia fam in the building. So like, let's talk about the origin story there. How did that whole thing develop?
I feel like I should remember more of this than I do, because it's such like I swear, because I feel like there was a point where Colin just was in my life and I don't remember him. I don't remember the point where he just showed up. Like he followed me on Twitter and I remember being like, oh, that guy, I know that guy. And then I think he said like, come on come on Fireside Chats or something. This was like an interview show he did a long time ago. And I was like, yeah, all right. And I did it. And I think a year went by, and then he was doing something. He had stepped away from video games. He was doing like history or something else. And then a year went by, and he was looking to start a video games podcast. Generally, I was like, I think I want to get back into video games, and he pitched 2 ideas to me. I don't know why he came to it. It was so weird. Like
he said, I don't know why.
No, because he was like, because I just tweet about Halo all the time. Like that was my thing. Like I was tweeting about Halo all the time. I was like frustrated. I was like, what the hell's going on with this thing? And he was like, I think he messaged me. He said like, you seem like you understand a lot about the industry, despite the fact that you don't really make content around it. I think that's interesting. And I want to have like a different flavor going into like whatever it is we're doing. And the first pitch was a general video game show, just not PlayStation at all.
Oh, not even PlayStation centric. Okay.
No. And then the second one, or the audio order of these might be reversed, but the second one was a PlayStation show because that's like what he was doing before. And it was basically up to me what I wanted to do, and I was like, well, I'm an Xbox guy primarily. Like that's just kind of where I've been for a while. It's like it's just where I've been. I don't know. It's just like where I was. And I thought about it, but I was like, I feel like if we just did a general one, it would just be another one.
Right.
It would just be another general one. And I feel like if we focus on PlayStation, we can at least that's a smaller group of podcasts for sure. Like and so I figured like if we came out swinging in that field, we could really, it would be a lot bigger, and I think it would be a lot more important. And so we met up at this place in Santa Monica. I think it was just some bistro place.
Shout out to that bistro.
I wish I could remember exactly where it was. I think it was around Joe's Pizza on Santa Monica Pier, and we just decided like, yeah, we'll do this, and we started it, and it's been 5 years, and I can't believe it.
I know, and then again, original construction, just you and Colin. This is pre-Dustin.
Yeah, this is pre-Dustin. It was just me and Colin. The show was like only 2 hours. Now it's 15.
Yeah. They want more. The LSM family want more. They like, we love the 5-6 hours.
Yeah. I have a catheter installed. Just for posterity.
No, salute to Sacred, salute to all of that, man. Yeah, you killed it, brother. Absolutely killed it.
I appreciate it.
Want to say, magic moments, because to me, I feel like you got so many different things as far as content creation, comedy, doing the boxing thing. You got all the podcasts, you got all this stuff going on. I was gonna say, just as a creator in general, like, what do you consider your magic moment when you kind of take a step back and you're like, yo, this is cool?
Like a magic moment?
Yeah, any singular moment in content creation of what you've been up until this point, where you sat back and you go, wow, this is really cool.
I think, I mean, this probably sounds a little lame, but I think the second I realized that I could live on my own, doing like just stuff I was doing anyway. Like, oh, I'm doing videos, and I was doing videos for like 7 straight years, to no real success. I just liked doing it. It was fun for me. It was a way for me to hone editing, and it was just fun. And I remember as it was getting more and more profitable, and I could actually I can move now out of my parents' place. This is crazy. My parents were like, this is. My parents are really supportive. They are but they were also concerned, and they were like, listen, is this a real job, dude? And so I was like, let me show you. And then I bought them like the nicest TV they'd ever seen. And then my dad was like, okay. My dad was like, yes. Okay, keep doing that.
Keep doing that. We like what's going on.
Now. Sunday got him the 65-inch. He was like, yeah.
Keep doing that thing that we were skeptical about.
Then they find out a year later, Chris just maxed out a credit card.
He running scams. This ain't YouTube.
It's weird. It's not even necessarily a moment in content creation. It's not like any one video that I made. I'm pretty happy with like everything I've made generally. Like, and it's cool. Like, just the people I've worked with is cool. But I think honestly, what it was that moment when I was able to like really convince my parents that it was actually happening. Like,
Facts.
it's a real thing. Because it's hard to, I don't know. It's a weird thing to convey to people of a certain generation that this is. Even to me, it's kind of baffling that that it works.
Yeah.
So for them, it took a little bit of convincing, but like that moment and the moment where I was sitting in a room and I was looking around at the people that were around me, and I was like, and I realized that I had watched all of these people.
Yes.
Growing up. These are people like that I admired a lot, like early content creators, like
some names.
Like John Tron and a lot of animators, like specifically like Newgrounds, like the early animation space, like Psychic Pebbles and like these people who they have a show on Adult Swim now, Smiling Friends, which is hilarious. It's just ridiculous. And just being in a room with these people and realize and feeling like a peer as opposed to as opposed to just like a somebody who, I don't know, a viewer or a fan. It's like it's cool. And it's even with Colin, like I remember hearing Colin's name a long time ago, like because he got in trouble for like a Mass Effect thing ages ago. And I remember reading that article at the time and being like, this is complete. I have no problem with this. I don't know why people are up this guy's ass. I don't know. Like I don't know what's going on. And then to 7 years later do a show with him. It's funny. It's just like fun. Like these serendipitous moments that feel like the world is really small are like weirdly rewarding for whatever reason. And I love it.
Yeah, it's surreal. Right, because it's like you said, a lot of them, their peers you watch, and you're like, okay, and then when you get to that moment, and it's like they're a colleague, right? And there's a moment when you just sit there like, yo, I remember I was watching this dude.
It would be like going to your favorite artist's wedding.
Yeah,
and you're just like, what am I doing here?
Yeah,
Facts.
You have to train your brain differently.
Yeah,
so you don't come off like the dude that was watching them before.
Right, exactly. Like you can't, you gotta tailor. You also can't let it get to your head too, because it's like I've seen that happen to people, and it's like really sad. But no, it's that stuff where it's just like, this is wild.
It's dope, man.
See, and I love having those moments of when you're all inside the room and you're talking, you're a little grouped up, because you're little halos all over the place. You just look over the other silo, and you're like, yeah, they're over there,
yeah, and seeing the same thing with friends of mine, like seeing Cog and Phil Spencer sitting next to each other. It's like, what is going on?
Exactly, right?
Like, why? Like, what? I should not be 1 degree removed from any of the people I'm 1 degree removed from.
Exactly.
It's a small world, brother. It's a small world, man. I remember like my first LSM event, and we came there. We did the dinner, And was it Ben? Shout out to Dustin and the mayor at the time, and it was cool.
That's right, the mayor.
Like, bro, I'm like, you can't. I'm podcasting, and this guy's the mayor of the town, and then there's Colin here, and it's Chris, and I told you, I was like, yo, bro, for you to be that young and as talented as you are is amazing to me. Yeah, I told you that. Remember when we was in that the what you call the little after hours? I call it the after hour little spot.
The speakeasy.
The speakeasy
with the cigars.
I like the speakeasy. Yeah, that's that.
That was hilarious to me because Ben was, Ben, the mayor Ben. I was like, and he's like, oh yeah, the speakeasy. You can go down the speakeasy. That's mine too. Yeah, and if you're hungry, you can go down the block to the brewery.
Yeah,
it's / restaurant. That's mine too.
Shout out to Ben.
I love Mayor Nucky Thompson.
Yeah, with Nucky Thompson. Shout out to Ben Smith. We gotta get Ben on.
Saab, I love that I can tell exactly where you're from just by the way you say hilarious.
Hilarious.
I love that.
Said New York. Wait, hold on. RayGun. Some Bronx lineage, right? So a little bit of BX or no?
Yeah, well, I grew up on. I split my time a lot between the city, Yonkers, and my grandmother lived on Gun Hill Road.
Oh man, you was in the trenches. You
was
in
the trenches for real.
Gun Hill Road.
Yeah,
Gun Hill.
It wasn't sweet. It wasn't sweet in none of them places.
You got no bullet wounds, no stab marks.
It was definitely not a misnomer.
Yeah.
And you just learning to fight now. What witness protection program was you in?
That was wild. Continue.
No, yeah. So there's some dude. Gun Hill Road was wild.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe that my tiny grandmother lived there unfazed. Like it blew my mind. Like she would walk down 6 floors every day in their old building, and she would like walk those streets, and it was just like I have a distinct memory. I'll never forget this. I was on my way. My parents picked me up from my grandmother's house on Gun Hill. It was actually across from the park just before it was like the park, Gun Hill, and then like the train on Mashula.
Yeah, Mashula Parkway.
I know what park you're talking about too.
Yeah. And I was getting out, and my parents picked me up. I got in the car, and we hit the end of the road where the train comes, and we were gonna make a left to go back home to Yonkers. And I turned to my right, and there are 3 people beating up a payphone with their bare fists.
Street Fighter.
And I remember like just looking over, and I looked at my dad, and I was like, "What's going on?" And he was like, "Just don't worry about it."
Yo, listen, guys. Gun Hill Road is in the Bronx.
Yeah.
And I tell y'all,
they had to get
stay out of the Bronx when you go.
They had to get that change.
That's why when King was like, "Yeah, we got to show you the other places in New York." No, you don't. Manhattan and New Jersey's fine. Manhattan, New Jersey.
I'll show you the Bronx. It's fine.
We'll show you where we came from.
Nah, I'm good. I'm good.
Yo, now you know why those tour buses are double deckers.
I'm not exchanging people beating up a payphone for me. Okay, I'm good.
Like, pastimes in the Bronx is bare knuckle telephone.
Yeah, listen, as long as you don't have quarters in you like the payphone did,
Word.
you good.
Right. But wait, it's just what got me was the bare fist, man. Like I would have. I think even at my young age, I would have understood. Like, oh, they're trying to get money out of the pay. Like, if they were if they were hitting it with something,
right?
Just the idea that they were punching it.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, that was
wild to me. I was like, what kind of Dragon Ball nonsense is going on?
That was the manteca at work.
They was there something.
What kind of Chris Redfield insanity is going on? And so like, yeah, I mean, I there's a lot of experiences you have growing up in the Bronx.
And you referred to when Chris Redfield hit that big giant
bowl.
He punches a bull, and that's what it was like. It was like watching a bunch of Chris Redfields attack a payphone who clearly didn't deserve it.
Shout out to
that payphone's gone now, by the way.
Shout out to the Bronx.
It was probably gone that day.
It's a wild time. We grew up in the era, man. Look, man, tremendous history. I want to try to sneak in at least a topic or two, even though your time's limited.
Yeah, but no, I mean, I got a message that the people that I'm supposed to go see are running like way late.
Okay, cool.
So I got at least probably like an hour.
All right, no doubt. So what we do is every guest in the round, we got to do the tradition. You know what I'm saying? So I need Lord Chris RayGun. I think I know one of these, the answer to one of these, but I need to hear it live. Your
Sure.
top 5 video games or franchises of all time, and why?
Oh wow. Okay, so top 5. Okay.
You
Oh,
take,
man,
you take
I
a
hate
singular video game, or you could take a franchise.
I'm not gonna do franchise. That's
Okay, that's the
too-
easy way out. That's the easy
that's
way.
super odd. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. So
yeah.
I would say, Shadow of the Colossus is my number one. It's always been. I love Shadow of the Colossus. I think that game's just beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
I'm playing it again actually. I started again last night, and I forgot how gorgeous that game is.
The
So
remake is crazy.
remake.
Yeah, the remake is wonderful. It looks amazing. But that's a game that's crazy because I remember playing Shadow of the Colossus in 2013 on the PS3, like the up-res version on the.
Yeah,
That was the
the,
first time I. That was the first time I played it, and it blew my mind then.
Yes.
Like way after.
The scale of the Colossus is a crazy.
Colossi, yeah.
It's that sense of
Colossus.
scale. That sense of scale is still to this day. Like I've never
nailed
seen
it.
like there's no game that has nailed it in that same way. Like I think God of War 3 kind of comes like with like some of the things, but it's a different type of scale. Like there's something about like just seeing it get closer and closer as you approach it, and then like it's just towering. And then the fact that the bosses are level design. You know what I mean? Like the design of the bosses is its own level in some way. It's so cool.
Yeah.
But so it's I would say that. I would say definitely the Halo 3. It's just it's too formative. It's too formative for me to just ignore. It's too.
Go
I
talk.
still play Halo 3 every now and again.
Go talk.
This is so difficult.
It's what you feeling now.
To save time, like this is an insane one.
Let's go.
And I understand. But Crash Team Racing, Naughty Dog. I'm not. Their first, for whatever reason, their first kart racer that they ever made was cracked. I don't know what the hell they were. It was broken in the best. Like that Crash Team Racing is like the Smash Brothers Melee of kart. It's broken. It's ridiculous. It's the most competitive kart racer I've ever played. By a mile.
Yo, Attic, you know who goes hard for that? I think BG goes hard for Crash Team Racing, if I remember. He's another one that's on that train.
He likes pretty much all kart racing, to be honest with you, though.
So we got Crash Team Racing, okay.
And I would say
got 3 right there.
I would say BioShock is in there.
Of course.
BioShock is absolutely a classic. And honestly, I feel like number 5 would change a lot depending on how I'm feeling.
But what's today?
But lately, I'm feeling I'm feeling Prey a lot. Like Prey. Prey was crazy. Prey was insane to me, and it still blows my mind. But like, I mean, that could change. Like, obviously, like this list
Good change.
But generally, I would say like Halo 3 and Shadow of the Colossus are always there.
Oh,
Like
it's
they're always at the top. Like they're never not there.
No doubt. And the final question: favorite console of all time and why?
PS1.
I
think.
Wow.
It's the PS. It's a pretty close tie between the PS1 and the 360 to me. And I think the 360 honestly gets a lot of points in my book because it died on me 3 times and I still love it.
There you go.
So like if anything else had done that, I would easily hate it. You know, like if my Switch died on me 3 times, no way would I love that thing. You know, like it's like, okay, big deal. Breath of the Wild, cool.
But
I liked Breath of the Wild, but like not enough to buy the same machine 3
times. No, that's real. That's real. That's you know you love your 360. But the key is you said it's interesting because PlayStation was one of my favorite PlayStations. So like, why PS1 over the like most people say, hey, PS2. You know, like why PS1?
I have a lot of fond memories with PS2, but like, and honestly, like obviously Shadow of the Colossus is a PS2 game, and that's like you know my favorite game ever. But I think just the PS2 was dominated for me by Dragon Ball. It was like my Dragon Ball machine. It was Budokai. It was Budokai Tenkaichi. It was like all this stuff, and then like the occasional like random platformer, like Attack and the Power of Juju or something, like some weird. But I missed. In the PS2 era, I missed all of the like I never played Jak and Daxter. I never played. I never played Ratchet and Clank until like the PS4. I didn't. Like a lot. Metal Gear Solid even. Like I played. Dude, I played Metal Gear Solid 2 for the first time all the way through on the Vita. And so like that generation, I was mostly on the Xbox because it just had like for whatever reason, it was
that Halo.
It was not only just Halo, but it was Halo. It was Hunter the Reckoning. It was I'm sorry, wait, what?
He
I
messy.
said it was cutting edge.
Yeah.
No, I'm messing with
He
him.
be messy.
No, dude,
His Xbox shot. He shot it right now. His Xbox.
Dude, there was something about the Xbox that felt alien to me. Like it felt cool to have it. Like it was this big. It was heavy. It was like what is it? It was green. It, like when you left it on, it would have those weird like NASA like beep boop bop boop like weird like. And it's just like there was something enticing about it. Whereas like the PS2 was really it was really cool too. But like I fell in love with the PS1 with like
so his body language.
Yeah. Basically,
his body language for the 360. He was like, it was
Yeah.
He was like,
I talk with my hands a lot.
Yeah.
But no. The PS1, it was a lot of really important games to me, like Ape Escape, those Crash Bandicoot games, those Spyro games. Ape Escape is amazing, by the way. Like
Oh my God,
King loves Ape Escape.
I love Ape Escape, dude. It's underrated as hell. I think it's so
monkeys
sad.
and nets.
There's
over
some
here, you monkey.
there's some weird connotations to that.
Yo,
But I think Ape Escape is awesome. Crash Team Racing is awesome. Like Spyro, Medieval, the original Metal Gear Solid, like all these like
super aggressive.
It was like what's crazy about it too is like it's early Symphony of the Night. Like these are this is an amazing time, despite the fact that it was like the first like foray into 3D. So like things were kind of janky and awkward.
Yo, Chris, you really know why I like the PlayStation 1?
Wow.
The bottom of the disc was black.
What
So
does that have to do with it?
no, because remember when you picked it up, it just looked like space.
Yeah.
He was like, "Oh, yo," because all the DVDs at that time or CDs at that time, it was silver.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
And they had like I don't know, they was acting like it was like security protected. He was like, yes, my PlayStation.
But it was all those games like the first three Tekkens, Tony Hawk's Pro
Oh,
Skater,
let's go.
Tony Hawk's Pro
Tony
Skater,
Hawk.
Neversoft's Spider-Man games, Oddworld. Just like there were so many games on the PS1 that felt like magic to me, and the PS2, you know. And maybe this was just kind of my fault, honestly, just with how I was playing it. But it was mostly just like the Dragon Ball machine.
Right.
Not fair enough. Fair enough.
And then, but yeah, I would say PS1, and that startup sound is still like the best.
Yeah, that sounds solid. Yeah, white logo.
Like I have yet to hear a better startup sound for anything.
Yeah, I think one of the most memorable startups for me was like the GameCube because you could twist it if you use the controller.
Yeah.
It was weird.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
But the GameCube, I don't know, because the thing is like, I'm 29 now, right? So when I was a kid, the game going from the Xbox, right, where it was like this like rolling like this crazy, and then even the PS2 was like ethereal. It had like this kind of like this wavy kind of like otherworldly sense. And then you go to the GameCube, and it's like beep, boop, 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 boop. It's like it felt like it felt like I love much respect to the GameCube. Like I love Melee, like Metal Arms, Glitch in the System, like all these like I love the GameCube, but for whatever reason that startup sound made me feel like a baby.
Yeah, but one thing you could say though, even though it was unorthodox, like you could definitely the difference. Like the moment you hear that, I was like, that's GameCube.
Oh yeah, you know.
I hate when you can hold it and it has the baby sound. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. I was like, no, this is it.
Salute to Chris RayGun, man. Tremendous gaming history. We got to get into some topics, man.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. So we got to get a couple of these.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have too many. They're just coming in now, actually.
Yeah.
It's just like
All right, cool.
5 of them.
And then we can flow.
Hold on. One second. We got Stitch member for 2 years, $5 super chat.
Bless him.
This trench coat addict going to run around PAX Commando.
Whoa.
Trench coat and
God.
screaming, "Come play with my joystick." Where you at?
Yo, he went left with it.
This reminds me like I did a podcast a long time ago where a friend of ours, this is before we had video, but she was dressed, and I don't think she meant this, but she was dressed like a minion. Like she had like a bright yellow long shirt and then like denim overalls. She had just come back from like work or something, and I was like, why do you look like a? And we spent the whole episode making fun of her for looking like a minion.
Salute.
So look out for Addict on the show floor at PAX East.
Yeah, he be out there. Meet
Yeah,
and greet.
I'm gonna have like the trip pants on.
Yeah. Meet and greet. Continue,
So
sir.
we got Robert Kellen, $2 super chat. CTR is legit. Put a ton of hours into the PS4 version.
Okay.
It's a good remake too. Like they really nailed it. They kept all the broken stuff. I was worried they were gonna fix it. They were trying to make it like we gotta make it smooth and accessible. It's like no, that game is still cracked. It's more cracked now actually. So props to them for not fixing what's not broken. You know.
There you go.
Then we have Hargeet Chani, member for 1 year, $2 super chat. Salute to the Lords. Welcome to the realm, Chris. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Salute, Hargeet.
Then we have Hargeet Chani once again, member for 20 months, Lord Gold. Tell me you're covering how PlayStation is scared that the Xbox will be, that Xbox will behave the way they do in their remedies response to the CMA, and how Jim Lion Crying Flying. Hold on, Jim Lion Crying Flying Dance Moves Ryan doesn't want a COD deal.
All right, Hargeet being super messy today.
Yeah.
What else we got?
Tai Casares, $15 super chat. The real question: how many of you would it take to down a gorilla on steroids?
What are we doing?
Wow.
What are we doing?
Oh my God, this is
Reminds
Derek
me of
again. This is-
Addict. Hold his legs.
It reminds me of there was like this TikTok trend going around. I think you made a TikTok about it, Chris, where it's like how many 2-year-olds could you fight before they took you out?
Oh, I don't know. Like this is like an ancient question. Like it's always like how many like ninth grade or like how many fourth graders do you think you could take?
Yeah, it was fourth graders.
or something like that, or like I don't know, man. Enough. How about that? That's my enough. That's my answer. This sounds like you know what it sounds like? This sounds like Derek undercover again.
Yeah. Somebody there said that this sounds like a much Snark Tank debated question.
It sounds like a Derek thing where he's like, we should. I don't understand why we don't have why we don't just give gorillas steroids and have them fight. What? And it's just like
I'm sure there would be a group of individuals that'd be against that fight.
Oh man!
But I give him steroids though. He can just let them.
Why do you need the steroids?
What does the roid rage do to this?
No,
I can't.
I think the idea is just like gorillas fighting is already impressive, but now imagine them twice as strong.
Barry Bonds gorillas.
Limbs getting ripped off with the
Savagery. Continue, so.
I think that's it.
All right, cool. Patreon questions real quick. Shout out to Tao in the chat. Hello, Lords. I wanted to ask you, what do you think about the state of games that have co-op in them? As someone who tries to play with his brothers and niece, games either have local but no online co-op. Not to mention 3-player co-op. I blame Destiny, just saying. Co-op seems to be a thing of the past. Thoughts, anyone?
Are you talking about Nintendo games?
Just co-op in general. Co-op in general.
Yeah, I mean, in the way that they used to be, I guess it's different for sure. Obviously, like we used to have more reliable split screen. Obviously, Halo not having split screens is insane in co-op. But you know, there's still a ton. Like I would argue we've gotten some of the best. Like It Takes Two, I thought was awesome.
Yeah.
I think we need more experiences like that. Like It Takes Two.
Yeah.
What was the one before
The
that?
one before that.
A Way Out.
Joseph, as far as literally handling that genre by himself.
I prefer co-op where like both individuals are written into the story. Like Resident Evil 5. You know, It Takes Two, A Ways Out. Like I don't like when they just like make a clone of yourself.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate that. Yup, I'm with you on that, Salute.
I guess it's all about what makes money right now, and if your game is built up from co-op from the ground up, but to throw it in there, secondly, there's nobody cares about couch co-op. It's a very niche group, so the statistics say that it's just not viable. So
they use the analytics, I think.
And you know what's crazy? The fact that Joseph was able to convince EA to like, they just got to buy my game once. That's all. They just got to buy my game once. They can do the friend little share thing. That's all. And EA was like, sure. Like,
But that's the only way that you can
and it
get
was
co-op
successful
to work,
too.
man.
That's the
It's-
crazy. It was successful.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, look, man, EA. You know, it's not. They're a different EA
Yeah,
than
it's
they used to be. Not that different, in fairness, but
I
you know,
would-
they're definitely better. Like, I mean, that Dead Space remake is amazing. So, like,
I
Yeah,
would.
since they upgraded the HR department, yeah.
yeah,
I would compare this. I would compare this to like Capcom in the 360 era. Like they changed their image going
Yeah.
through. Now it's
Yeah.
Activision.
Capcom
now
just got
it's
some
EA.
money.
Yeah.
That's it. They got that PlayStation bag. That's all.
Solve, you was good with the local co-op? Because my answer was just a bit like Switch. My thing is, I think Switch kind of keeping the tradition going.
Switch keeps the tradition, but like my nephew plays online Fortnite with his friends all the time. So they'll do it when they're like they get in the same room with each other. They'll play Smash. They'll do like that. So Switch is keeping it alive on PlayStation and Xbox. I don't really see it as being viable, man. Like for me, it's just everybody's playing online, and that's just what it is.
Fair
you know?
enough. Second question. Ahmed, shout out to Stitch. Hey, Lords, I know we are tired of hearing about the ABK deal. However, based on the comments provided by Lulu this week about Jim not wanting a new deal, he just wants to block the merger. How damaged do you think the relationship between ABK and SIE is at this point? 2, that's 1. And then 2, how difficult would it be for SIE to acquire another studio or publisher after everything they have said? Thank you. See you Sunday. Thoughts? Anyone?
yeah.
I think they're in nuclear mode.
Okay.
You know, I think they saw a glimmer of hope that they could shut this down. So now they've just hit the nuke button. They're like, we don't care what we damage. We don't care how people feel about us. You know, we number one in the industry, and we gonna make everyone think we the last place.
Yo,
like, it
hold
don't
on.
matter
Shout
what
out
we do.
to LSN fam. Shout out to Gene Park in the building. He said, shout out to my Asian sister Lulu. Gene in there being messy. Yeah, she outside on Twitter, boy. Woo.
She's doing it.
She's
I don't know, man. Like, I think it's they're in it. I mean, Sony. It's weird because they're being really annoying. Like, Sony's been annoying me this whole time. Like, for this whole, because like I'm like, exclusivity and stuff. But it's like, dude, you lock so much behind, and it's not. I understand it's not the same thing as like Call of Duty, but it's still like there's a reason why I feel like we're not hearing a lot out of Sony right now generally, and I think it's because a lot of the stuff that they have to show is exclusive, and it's not going to look good.
Yeah, that's the
generally.
reason they didn't do nothing last year because they know that
100%.
they show that event. And I honestly feel like that might be the reason Microsoft did the 12-month thing last year because they didn't want to go beyond that and look bigger than they actually are too. So they're both playing cards.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, Sony's in a really good position right now because they could say whatever they want, really, and they know they're going to get Call of Duty. Like, it would be dumb of Microsoft not to put Call of Duty on PlayStation. It makes so much money. It's like it would be, it would just be very dumb of them. So they're just like, yeah, we could say whatever. What are you gonna do? Take it away? Are you really?
What if they do?
I mean, Lulu called it out, so Jim was like, we blocking it regardless of whatever. We don't care what we say. I was like,
But, yeah. I mean, people were giving Jim Ryan shit for that, but it's like it's so clearly that's so obviously like what it was always. We just want to block the merger. It always was, and it's.
And I don't care what you offer. I just don't want you to get it. I don't want you happy.
My main source of frustration with all this, and I've said this on Sacred too, is like Activision is clearly in a position where they're looking to sell, you know, and they're looking for acquisitions in some way. And my concern is if Microsoft doesn't get them, who gets them? And the obvious answer is Tencent because there's nobody else who's big enough
exactly
really
talk that
to
talk.
acquire Activision. So like I'm like, dude, I would absolutely much rather Microsoft have them than Tencent have them.
Yeah,
That's
like,
what I'm saying. And
It's true. Like
And
even
actually-
the other
Okay, so-
potential big players aren't even in it now. Like I just saw that Stadia, like the Stadia tech, they just killed that too.
Yeah, it's gone.
The tech isn't even viable to anyone. So it's one of those things.
Graveyard.
Exactly. So it's not even like they're out of it completely. So yeah, the answer is Tencent.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, and that's I don't know, man.
Tencent like now let Microsoft get it. That's why Tencent was like RE4 Microsoft. They have that.
No, it is interesting. I'm glad you guys brought that up. Solve, you got that last one. I'll get the poll. I get the poll.
Yeah, we got two more. We have Joe Repko, aka
Flame in the building. Salute.
LOGNET's finest, $5 super chat. Good afternoon, ILP. Salute to the legendary Chris RayGun. Let Starfield cook because Halo didn't, and please, for the love of Square, play Octopath 2.
Review out right now. My boy Flame got that Octopath 2 review. Go check that out. Continue.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question about Octopath. Is it a Final Fantasy situation where like I have to play the first one?
No, I don't think you do.
No,
I don't know. It seems like to me, because I haven't played it, it's another set of characters and like another set of stories going into one.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know though. It might be like the grandson of the first ones. Like,
yeah. I'll figure it out, but maybe I'll jump into it. I've always wanted it. I've always wanted to get into those games. I don't know, but there's just something about.
Octopath's good though. It is. I remember last year Nintendo released Live Alive or whatever. That game. That game is what I feel like. Octopath is like a so much higher quality game than that game. And people saying, "Addy, you're gonna love Live Alive. You're gonna love it." And I played it. I was like, "What were they smoking?" Like,
Flame said you don't need to play the first one.
It's a completely different level than this game.
Yeah. Shout out to Flame. He said you don't need to play the first one, Chris. He said you're good.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Well, maybe I'll give it a shot, or maybe the first one's worth playing. I don't know. I gotta sort how I feel about it.
So
then we have Mr. Irishman, £5 super chat. Start the week with Budokai Tenkaichi 4 being announced and get to end it with watching you guys. It's definitely been a good one. Thank you, brother. Appreciate
no doubt. Salute.
Dude, I had friends calling me from elementary school.
Like, oh my God.
I got a call. I was like, did you see?
Yo, it's out, bro. It's out.
Yeah, that's like an Aki wrestling game coming back.
Yeah, that'd be like, Aki came outside and make a new wrestling. Man, we'd be outside.
Especially what I liked about the Tenkaichi franchise is like the destruction. You can blow up like whole. There'll be like little things in space that you blow up the whole thing, and now you're not fighting on ground anymore. You're just floating around.
Yeah. You could destroy the planet, I think.
Beast,
and you'd just be floating in space, which is like really, selfish way to fight. But yeah,
we don't need a planet.
And then they'll be joking like they're sparring and they just killed 1 billion people.
Yeah.
All right, we got 3 more. And
all right, we
we'll
got them
everything
all.
else.
All right, let's go. Yeah.
Tom from Toonami, $10 super chat. Lulu said, "I'm gonna bring the ruckus." Looked right at Jim and said, "You better protect your neck." Then walked out the room saying, "ABK clan ain't nothing to f with."
Wow,
a lot of woo
energy. Lulu got a lot of woo energy. 36 chambers, Lulu.
Pit energy.
Yeah, continue.
Then we got Hustle and Motivate, $2 super chat. Thank you, Cog and Addict, for checking on me.
Oh, love, brother. Much love. Good to see you. And thanks for hooking me up with the audio settings, brother. Hook me up.
Yes, sir. And we got Dragonheart Yobi, $5 super chat. I saw an article last, and it stated Square Enix is releasing blockchain games in the future. Just sell those IPs off and flush them in the
you know what would be crazy if the Activision deal doesn't go through and Microsoft's like, I'm just going to buy Square Enix, and they somehow manage that. Imagine the internet if they bought Square Enix.
That would be wild.
That would be a very fun day on Twitter.
Yeah, you just want to see the messiness.
That's what we want.
Yeah, you want to see the world burn.
I actually want my games on the platform. So no, I actually generally want that to happen.
They $10 the last one?
They $10, yeah, apparently I violated. Then $10 the Otaku, $5 super chat. Saab, say it with me. Tenkaichi.
Damn.
Don't let Addict outdo you in pronunciating.
We coming from my mans?
It's pronouncing things, not pronunciating.
Have I been wait? Have I been saying it wrong? This whole thing?
How do you say it?
I think they were talking to Saul.
Oh, okay, all right.
How do you say it, Chris? How do you say it?
It's it's Budokai Tenkaichi.
Okay.
That's how I used to say it. I might be wrong. I don't know.
Maybe it's because we played it.
Sound like y'all said filet of fish to me. I don't know what y'all talking about.
It's one of those things though, but because they don't say it ever. So like it's only the name of the game. They never say that word ever. So like I don't know.
Okay, so it's inferred as a pronunciation. Everybody could be wrong.
Yo,
this is like during the this is
he looking over some petty pronunciation.
The man comes to thank you for your $5 donation. I appreciate that.
Thank you for your $5.
But when you call me on pronunciation and you say pronunciating things.
Damn.
This is at the time too.
Damn.
This is at the time too where like every name was at the title screen. You click Resident Evil. They never say that particular title.
We got G Park in the building. He said that is the correct pronunciation. Salute, G. G co-signers, no doubt.
Tenkaichi, but Forgive me for pronunciating it incorrectly.
This guy is
Messy,
so
bro.
petty
You
with
bad
his
petty.
Don't ever do it
All
again.
right.
I love
Last
that.
week's vote results and the people spoken. With Sony potentially forced to detail PlayStation exclusivity deals to the FTC and Xbox, which of these potential scenarios do you think Sony would value the most? The winner of the four-way ILP poll at 49% of the vote was blocking third-party titles from Xbox Game Pass. Coming in at second with 30% of the vote was extended length of PlayStation exclusivity contracts group. In third place with 12% of the vote was the Messy Lords. I don't care. Sony's still going to block this deal anyway. And in last place with a close 7% of the vote was marketing rights on the biggest third-party games. Saw 49% of the vote said they believe that Sony values blocking third-party titles off Game Pass. Thoughts?
Yeah, I think that's yes. According to Jim, listen, I really want to see the ins and outs of this document and really see because again,
I really
like
want
we've
that
been
thing
saying,
to get leaked.
It's a messy business. Everybody's a hypocrite. It's
Yeah.
just it's funny. They had to know that this was going to have to come out, and the hypocrisy was going to be out on the table for everyone to see.
You know what would be crazy if you find
I don't
out
think
that
they thought that was gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't think they did either. Like, but I think they thought that they would get subpoenaed for it, but I think they generally thought they could avoid giving it. Like they would win the hearing.
I think they knew it was gonna happen. I just don't think they care because they know that it doesn't matter.
Yo, listen, Chris, it's the confidential witnesses don't ever
Oh
think
my-
they have to take
We
this.
doing snitching now
When
again.
But
they're
I think-
snitching in the back room,
I
like,
think
yeah, and
the
they telling
point about
everything.
them not caring, though, that's the point.
Nah,
there.
that's at the end. That's at the end when
do
they
you think
outed
the
them.
reason that that they keep debating the subpoena and like delaying the findings is just like them buying them more time and costing
think so.
Microsoft more money?
Oh, for sure.
I think so, 100%. But I don't know. This whole thing is it's insane. I'm excited. I'm excited to see whatever is in these documents because
Chris,
these
you from
are
the Bronx. You from the Bronx. None of that. You don't do none of that snitching. You ain't about none of this. You from YO, Chris. This is not the move. You can't rep this dude.
King, show Chris the mug. Show Chris the mug.
No. The mug is
You got a mug?
being clean.
We
I
got the
a mug
emoji.
that says
Emoji's
stop
up. The
snitching.
emoji's up right now.
We have a mug that says "Stop
Stop
snitching."
snitching, man. Stop snitching is the movement.
King is leading the Stop Snitching
No,
Sony
dude,
movement.
Listen.
He's from the Bronx. He's from YO. He don't do none of that. None of that. That's not in his DNA. He play baseball and he boxes. He's snitching is not a move. And he's a comedian. Comedians can't co-sign the snitch.
And he's on the number
You're
one
right.
PlayStation
You're right.
podcast in the world.
Yeah, but he ain't snitching. He ain't down with that. He's sitting there. He said this smelled funny from the beginning. Yo, you know this? He said him and Colin went to a bistro, but the pizza shop was right next to him.
I can't.
He's so New York, it hurts.
I can't.
I'm with him.
Continue, Chris, and then we'll move on.
No, I'm just saying. Usually when we get these types of document leaks, the last time I can remember anything happening related to this, it was another Activision situation a long time ago. I don't know if you guys remember this when a big Call of Duty lawsuit was happening, and we got leaks about like what Destiny was going to be.
Oh, yes.
This was in maybe 2012, 2011, something like that, and we learned a lot of interesting stuff out of that, and so this is going to be a.
Oh yeah, we're gonna learn. We're gonna learn about some
I'm not
contracts.
co-signing nothing. I'm just saying it's going to be out there. It's going to be out there.
He's like, I ain't snitching, but I'm just saying we're gonna learn. We're gonna
Told you,
learn.
he said, listen, let's Gambinos. We don't snitch.
But we know we utilize the information that's out there. You know. Right?
If it's on the table, I'ma look, but I ain't.
Yeah, man.
Time.
We don't stitch, but we still gonna talk about it.
Y'all messy. All right, let's get to the main event. Y'all know what y'all here for. All right, Starfield. Bethesda Starfield. Shout out to Tom Warren and the Verge. Put the news out. Will now be released September 6th. The latest upcoming title from Microsoft-owned Bethesda is getting that new release. They also announced that the Starfield Direct event will now be on June 11th. That's the same day, I believe, as the Microsoft Bethesda, Xbox Bethesda.
It should have came out, but go ahead.
I'm going to let you go first. I know this is contentious. So, they just said that in the event, Todd Howard, how it came out there. He said in June, we're going to bring you into the studio and give you a deep dive in the game at our Starfield Direct. There's so much that we still have to show you. The dedicated Starfield event will be, again, follow the annual showcase. So, showcase, that event, June 11th, which has caused a bit of a buzz and controversy on Twitter. There's a lot of feelings. And, I think King has been very prophetic about his feelings and dropped the early diss record on Twitter about what is to come. So I'm going to shut up because this is what the realm waited for. They said, Cog, shut up, let him get his balls off. And I think we'll all go after King. So King, now that we have the date of Starfield and we know how you feel prior, how you resonated right now?
I was gonna do a battle rap. I literally was gonna start it off with like time, and just go into a whole battle rap, and then I was just like, nah, that's corny.
And then you realize how much time that would.
And I would take a lot of time.
It's not. I don't listen to you.
Damn.
Trenchcoat Mafia. I don't listen to you.
Leave my man alone.
He took it off though. He took it off.
He did take it off. Oh yeah.
He said, I'd rather have hard nipples than have on this trench coat.
I snapped my fingers and it just disappeared.
Yeah, continue, King.
Hogwarts. And then I go back and I looked at that showcase 3 times. 3 times I went back and looked at the showcase. 30 games. This hasn't been done in 20 years. You know, the 12-month thing. Then I watched the podcast over again. I watched podcast right after. And Saul was like, that's an unnecessary rate. And I'm like, man, shut up. And Saul was like, but they're painting themselves in the corner. I'm like, oh man, shut up. Like, because
Get out of here with that soft talk.
A lot of soft talk.
No, it's just all about the Kool-Aid stuff came later.
Okay.
It's all about
I'm sorry.
having respect for those people because, you know, Microsoft is the kid that you see him trying hard, but he just don't have the athleticism. You know, he's on the baseball team, but he don't have, like, you know, you got the Derek Jeter. Everything come easy to them. You know, and they getting the accolades and they trying, but he trying hard too, you know. Sometimes he stumbles, like he's running to the base and he's going real hard because he practiced all week, but he tripped right at the end. You know, like he get called out, you know, but Microsoft is always trying. This is all on you, bro. I told you, make your date. 30 games you showed. 10 of them don't got dates. That's a hell of an L, bro. That is a hell of an L. I don't care. Don't tell me, oh, you know, we took the time out for the 30 to the, you know, it was Todd Ready before. It was Todd Ready last year, right? And everybody knew going in that you put a target on your back. Now, I know you're going to say, oh, we don't have control over third-party studio games like Stalker 2. We don't have control over Hollow Knight. We don't have control. Then you shouldn't have put 12 months up.
Yeah.
Let's say that person that went in and said, oh, snap, 12 months, this is what I'm going to get? I'm going to pay my 12 months of Game Pass right now. And they counted on those 12 months, like you said, those games are going to be there. You didn't get on stage and say, we estimate. Now one time, that was later when the tweet went out, estimated was at the bottom. But when you was on stage, and let's say I'm Ray Charles, that I didn't read the fine print, but I just listened to the show on the podcast, right? And you said, 12 months, this is what you're going to play.
Right.
Hasn't been done. And everybody's rallying behind you. It was a great show. It was a hell of a show, but 10 of the most important games aren't there. The other games are there. But the 10 most important games, the 10 pillars of your show ain't in there. So who's the L for? The L is for you. I told you was going to get this smoke. Starfield slip, you're going to get this work. Where the hell is Forza? So obviously, if Starfield is in September, where the hell is Forza? What's Forza date? Oh, it looks 60 frames. You thought you was going to shut me up because it looks 60 frames? Give it a Todd 30, like Todd said, and get it out and give the patch. Because, you know, Cog and Saab and
Can't believe this man said release it at 30 frames.
Listen,
Wait till it's about to.
I don't care. I don't care about the semantics.
You don't care if the game runs
You
better?
know what?
I don't care the quality of the game. I don't care.
No, I'm with Attic on this because Attic says I just care about the results. So you ain't gonna have it both ways, Attic. You're not gonna say, "Oh, I want just the results." I don't care what is holding you up. I don't care what is wrong. I don't. You told me 12 months, and I think the measure of a company and the measure of the people is how they stick to their word. I supported you this whole time. I'm the one that had faith. Remember, I'm the one that put up a picture, a tweet that said I think it's gonna launch on time. So I got to front line this, right? You didn't come out and say, "Yo, you know what? We definitely messed up."
Keep mad because he jumped outside.
Is your professional relationships affecting this decision?
Yes. Yes. Stupid. You see it right
the
here.
The fact that you were whining and dining with Todd Howard, part of this, sir?
Yes. I looked into his baby blue eyes. and he said to me, "King, don't worry.
Got you.
It's gonna ship on time. Did not know your time was September." I've been bamboozled, hoodwinked, and led astray.
For the record, Chris, as we go, we meet these gentlemen at the Game Awards. And then I go up to Todd. I'm like, "Yo, Todd, take your time, bro. Starfield, don't worry about it." King was like, "Yo, you got to be a man of your word. You got to be a man." You said 12 months.
Oh, no.
So this was in there. We saying this to Todd Howard, and it's hilarious because King shut me down. He's like, "Yo, you better be about your word."
I love the idea of Todd Howard, and you guys are like the angel and devil on his shoulder, like telling him like, "Oh man, we no, you got to make 12 months." It's like, "No, you got to make sure it's good. It doesn't matter if you like, just like arguing it. No, I mean this whole look. It is disappointing to me that they are going to miss yet another date. It's always irritating when this happens, but to me, I'm like, bro, don't announce a date until you're sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like all of this stuff could be like, I no longer assume. Like anytime somebody's like, "Oh, game's coming out April 15th," I'm like, "Oh, cool." So like September.
Yeah, right.
Like every time. Like I always like, what's a reasonable delay? Like 4 months, something like that. And I'm like, okay, I auto correct the date to that, and it's usually right. Like almost all the time. It's like it's actually
At this
crazy
point,
how
almost every game has been delayed at one point.
Yeah, release dates mean nothing to me now. Like because they clearly just announced them before they're ready and before they're even sure that they're going to hit them. And so to me it's not an issue of pushing the game to September. It's a matter of having that date be moved so consistently. Just don't give a date and people wouldn't have a problem with this.
Agree.
I will always be in favor of a delay because I've seen, dude, the amount of the state that Halo Infinite launched in is so unacceptable. I really can't believe like how mismanaged that project was, given how important that IP is.
How long ago? Was that recent history?
Nah, the game.
Was that recent history, Chris? I'm just saying.
The campaign was dope.
Oh, now the campaign was dope. You don't care. It came out on time.
The campaign was fine. It's
messy, bro.
It's a frustrating thing because like it's like you play Halo Infinite. And it's like this is actually a great game, but it's like damn, if only they had just given it that extra time so they could have landed the way it should have. And that game's not really. I don't see it really recovering ever in any
irreparable damage.
Nah, they just launched it. I heard they just launched Season of the Fallen.
Yeah, whatever.
and dudes is over there having fun. I don't know, man.
It's fine. Yeah, the new season where the frame rate issues are happening on console now. All of a sudden, it's like
it's crazy.
It's a mess, man. And it's just like it's not the worst thing that it's ever been, but it didn't have to be this way. So like Starfield is the most important game that Xbox
I can
has.
go home. I don't even need to be here today. Chris here. Continue. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
You go.
Yeah, but they told you that you was gonna get 12 months.
I agree.
Give me the money back.
100%, but I think it's better for them to suffer the short-term damage of like, okay, we missed the date, than it is for them to put this game out before it's ready when it's clearly the most important game that they have right now.
This is so refreshing.
Everything is riding on Starfield, and I mean that everything.
He thought he had an ally for a whole 2 minutes.
How?
I feel like they looked at me and said, "How do we keep an idiot in suspense?"
Here's my thing with it. I do feel like give Microsoft that smoke. They set expectations. They gave you dates that realistically they didn't know if they could keep it around, especially from like a third party point of view. But at the same time, as much as I overwhelmingly want the game to come out more than I care about their dates. Like I want the game to come out not broken, then I care about their dates. I want the game to come out the best they possibly.
Yeah, here's you like them to lie to you.
No, that's not the point. I care about the health of Starfield and whether or not this game comes out in a busted state, a Halo state, more than I care about them telling me something. I don't care what they say. I want the game to be the best.
So the next time you order your food and they say that we'll be there in 15 minutes,
now you're throwing some crazy analogy that's never going to happen.
Have that same energy, right?
Yeah,
they told you they're going to be there in 15 minutes with your food, and they get that hour and a half, but they say, yo, it was going to be better, though.
So they give me that food. They give me that food. They said they're going to give me that. So it's equivalent of having someone call you and be like, yo, I can get you that food in 15 minutes, but it's going to be raw.
This is why I order my food 3 days before I'm hungry. There you go. But just in case something goes wrong.
Don't want to hold these dudes by the rule of the law.
No, I literally said, yo, if you want to give them the smoke, you have every right to give them the smoke. But I care more about Starfield as a game than I care about what they said.
I care more about the lion. I care more about the lion. Don't lie to me and tell me, yo, if somebody tell you, yo, you go to the mechanic, they say your car is going to be ready tomorrow, and it's 2 weeks later, yo, what's up with my car? Oh, it's going to be much better.
Yeah, we're just going to drive around. They're like, yo, your car going to be ready tomorrow. You get in that thing, drive down the road, brake lights busted, fall off the thing and die.
The three-wheel car.
Yeah, but
we good. You gave me half a car. We good.
But that don't mean Solve's knowledge of the game. It's gonna come out broken in September.
Oh, it will. Oh, listen, I don't trust September.
What? Yeah, I'm with Sal. I would put money. I would put money on September not being. I bet something's gonna. But like, here's the real problem, right? Is Starfield is like it is. It will reshape how the future looks for Xbox. If Starfield comes out and it's a botched mess, and I'm not talking about like Bethesda jank, you know, like there's a certain amount of Bethesda jank that people are going to appreciate. There's even some that I'm probably like a little bit excited for, to be honest with you. Like I like that, honestly. But if it's busted like beyond recognition, and if it does not meet expectations, and make no mistake, expectations for this game are super high.
Yes,
this is like I feel like Starfield has come as close to as
talk it.
It's
talk it.
The expectations on Starfield are like nearly like Half-Life 3 levels, where it's like this needs to be great, because if it's not, then everybody's gonna be like, what the fuck is going on with Fable then? Yeah. Sorry to curse again. What is going on with Fable? What's going on with Fable? Like, what the hell's going on with
but you don't have Todd on Fable. We know what Todd is. See, everybody, this is really a Todd thing. You got to keep it a buck. Like, if Todd and Bethesda was allowed to do what Todd and Bethesda do, this game would have came out already.
I feel like Microsoft has two lanes that they got to prove for this game, Starfield. They got to justify the beginning of all these purchases, which is Bethesda. Why we bought Bethesda? We bought Bethesda for games like Starfield. Then they got to prove that, not only did we buy Bethesda, because I do think they have to prove to people why they're investing so much money into the ecosystem. They also got to prove, and we're going to actually help make a better Bethesda. We're going to cure the Fallout 76 illness that they have. And I think that these two lanes are very rough to navigate through. And all it would take is this game come out in a real bad state. They're like, okay, it don't matter they bought Bethesda. They're going to make nothing but Fallout 76 for the rest of our lives. And if the game comes out, then okay, it doesn't matter if they invested. What's the point in investing into Activision, investing into those studios, the initiative stuff, when they're like, they can't even get Starfield right? Why can't they get any of these games right? Fable up for a chopping block. Yeah. It's going to make the managing argument way worse.
Something else to consider too is that the expectation for Starfield is so high that even if it is really good, I feel like people are going to be harsh on it anyway. So it needs to be better. Then it needs to be better than amazing.
Yeah, no, that's a fact. So we got to get you.
It's a rough. I do not envy Todd's position.
Absolutely, new IP and all that.
But, your thoughts on this, sir? King has spoken.
So first I must apologize for switching my stance. Anytime I side with King on anything, I fly too close to the sun and crash. I should have stuck to my soft talk.
King has a really bad track record, man.
Yeah, so
I don't have a bad track record.
96.
Listen.
That 96 percentile's coming down by the week.
We gotta bring him down to 80 something.
This is all Phil. This ain't Todd.
Oh,
this is all Phil.
Oh, he's supposed to crack the whip.
All 100% Phil. Phil went in there and looked at his build and said, "No, no." And Todd is like, "Yo, I know my audience. My audience know I'm gonna come with a little bit of jank." He's like, "No, isn't it? We like y'all saying right now. The talk that I hear, oh, this game has to be God. It can't miss. It is never gonna hit those expectations. Whatever the expectations are, it's gonna be some people out there, 1 or 2 people that's gonna be like, this is the greatest game that ever hit this earth, and they're gonna be fighting people over it." But the majority of the people is going to be like, it's a good Bethesda game. It's a good Fall. I like Fallout 2 better than that's when the whole comments is going to start coming out. But it's never going to reach those lofty expectations.
Did you say Fallout 2?
Yeah, he did. But we're going to move on. Continue.
No, I said, you know,
we can tell his love for this series. It's just
but we go move on. So yeah, like so Chris, for context, like I had normal take that
that's a clip.
Normal people have.
Definitely a clip.
I don't care. I said there's no.
I'm a stream marker, so I remember it.
Yes, please.
They should have never put a date on it. The moment they delayed it, they should have just said 2023. That's it, and drop it in the fall, and that's it, right? But I got excited by Hi-Fi Rush. I'll be honest. I felt that there was a confidence. I'm like, wait a minute, they're dropping this. I'm like,
Hi-Fi Rush was awesome.
Yes, it was.
Absolutely. So
out of nowhere.
And they gave you that because they knew they wasn't giving you the rest of those games.
One thing I knocked them for is that they don't know how to do the mic drop moment, the real mic drop moment, the way PlayStation likes to drop mics. They don't really do that well. And I'm like, maybe they have it here. They're so confident in Hi-Fi Rush. To hell with it. I think we're gonna get Starfield. It'll be March, April. We're gonna.
This is all backtracking.
Yeah, I love this. It's great. I got killed.
I'm acknowledging
these two killed me.
It would be.
Dude, it came at us hard,
Addict. Bro.
No, don't say these two. All I did was change sides. I did not necessarily agree with him.
In the theater, in the event, live event.
But it was more calm.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, go back and watch that. Me and him both are coming at you. Well, it wasn't Solve at first. It was Keen.
Bro.
And then you converted Solve a couple weeks later.
Later, exactly. It was later. But look. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't trust September either, and I will go back to it. These games, a BGS game, could literally be worked on forever and not be bug free.
So then you agree with King?
100%. Like no, I agree.
Told me it was gonna come out whenever it
because
releases.
according to King, it don't matter when it releases.
No, I do not. No.
It's gonna
I'm going back. I'm going back to where I belong in the land.
In the land of reality.
You coming back home? We got
in the land of
Kool-Aid. Continue. I'll drink the Kool-Aid.
What you do is just get your focus together.
Don't get caught up with
put a poll in the chat.
Take me off the gangster list.
Yeah, don't get caught up with the gangsters over there. Come over here, Soft Talk Sunday.
But I'm gonna tell you right now.
I think if the game got delayed again, that's when I'm on King's side.
But I go back to, and Chris said it perfectly, and I've said this a million times as well. It has to be a business consideration why they keep putting dates onto these games that they know full well they're not gonna hit. It doesn't make any sense to me because you just keep looking bad. Just don't put a date on it.
You know what it is though? Let's be real. Like they went into last year. And people saying, yo, we want more gameplay and we want dates. We want gameplay and we want dates. And I think their mindset's like, we don't know if this game can realistically hit this time frame. That's why they didn't give street dates. They just gave a time period. But we got to tell them some form of time period because if they would have came on stage last year, let's be real, and gave a bunch of games with no time frame whatsoever, no one would have cared anything that was shown.
No, if they show if they show gameplay that excites me, I don't really care about the day.
Nah, but people, to Addict's point, I think people would have been like, yo.
No, they would have obliterated.
No, here's the thing. Here's the thing. People probably would have, but the issue isn't even necessarily putting a date on things before you know that you're ready to put it out. The issue is showing your games too early in the first place.
Yeah.
Like it is like why did you talk about the next Elder Scrolls 3 years ago? Like, don't do that. What? Like, how long ago did we see the first teaser trailer for Fable? 3 years ago? Was it 3 years ago?
2019?
2020. It is 2023. We still have no word on Fable.
Or 19,
Why'd you do that?
I'm going to be honest. I'd rather the silence.
Avowed.
Yeah.
I'd rather complete silence and shock me 6 months before the game's about to come out.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
We saw Avowed. I mean, we have some form of hope that, you know, maybe Hellblade's end of the year, beginning of next year, but you know, that's not even really.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
You know what? To be honest, King, with your track record, I wouldn't believe it either. So
listen, you can stop trying to come for me. Put your trench coat back on. I'm on.
It's not my fault you keep going out the street. It's not my fault you keep jumping out the plane. You jump out without a parachute. They complaining.
Continue, King. I gotta get my balls off, please.
I'll scare you back.
Put that back on.
I mean,
hide your face. Hide your face.
The problem is, I don't trust them anymore. I don't trust them.
Wow.
Right, this is the only industry where they could give you a date and we're cool with it, right? And they can switch it up. We don't take that from anything. Your Uber 5 minutes late, dudes is getting 1 star, right? This is literally, y'all don't settle for this in nothing. Your girl upstairs getting ready, and she's like, yeah, I'll be down in 10 minutes. An hour later, you are furious. Y'all in the car. You're not talking. You're just driving where you got to get to. Oh, could you tell your wife that y'all going to get married September 6th? And he be like, nah, we're going to do this in December. There's nothing. There's nothing that we settle for this for. But here you go. Your heart pumping Kool-Aid, and you dudes ain't calling these dudes to the carpet? No one's
to the carpet. We just act like because we don't condemn them.
Calling them
we
out.
understand. No. We called them
like
out,
this.
but we understand why they do. You act like it's got to be one or the other.
I don't understand.
Just because you're the one that jumped out the plane, don't mean we don't have parachutes.
You know
we all jumped out the plane, King. It's just
you talking for Timmy? You talking for little Timmy? You talking for little Timmy?
Little Timmy that mowed that lawn and got that money up. That $100.
It's for little Timmy.
For the Game Pass Ultimate, he said, Phil Dominus Maximus.
Stupid ass.
He said, Game Pass Ultimate will have 30 games, all these games, Starfield, RE4, everything. I'm going to be playing Forza in the next 12 months. What if he only got 12 months to live? You messed up his boy.
We doing the cancer story too? Oh, we doing this.
He could have been over there with greatness, and he gonna sit here and wait 12 months, and you ain't gonna give him what he needs?
Oh my
12
God.
months.
You out of pocket. We gotta stop you right now.
What if he expires in June? He got September. He don't got a September, but you made Timmy sit down and wait. He gave you his Game Pass money, and Lyle was up. Nah, I'm not about this. I don't like this. You lied on stage. It's 10 games that ain't coming out. Where's that? Oh, Exoskeleton. Where's the robot dinosaurs at?
Oh, yeah, I remember that one. Exo Mecha.
Yeah, Exoprimal, I think it's called.
No, there's another one that King's talking about too. There was another one that looked like Dinobots and Silver Surfer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was some like Battle Royale joint.
Yeah. It's not Exoprimal?
No, Exoprimal is the Capcom jump on. Right. There was another joint from the Xbox third party show. I know what King talking about. They was all silver.
Oh, King, that came out already.
For console?
It came. It was in early access. The dinosaur thing.
The one that had dinosaurs and everybody was silver. Silver, that joint. Exo Mecha, Exo Mecha. I don't think it came out.
Not that crap that you talking about.
No, it's the one with it's in early. You just not a beta boy, but it's in early access.
He got to be a beta boy for that.
It didn't come out yet. It didn't come out. Where's Hollow Knight? Where's Flintlock? It's mad games. I went back looking. I was like, oh yeah, y'all slick. So right now, I feel like, how do you keep an idiot in suspense? You tell him 12 months, and then when you got no other recourse, when you gonna announce your show in June? This is the only reason why we got September date. Because the show is gonna be in June. Why? Because you want to protect Diablo?
Yeah. You know, the better thing we could talk about too is the fact that showcase is the same day.
It's the same day as the day. Yeah, same day.
That's concerning. That makes me low key think that might be in that showcase and take some of it.
They said it's a separate thing already. They said it's separate.
But to me, why would you do it the same day? Why wouldn't you do it before going into the show? Unless you're going to direct people, and a lot of the hype's going to be at that towards that show. Like,
well, you feel they're going to have less? You think they're going to have less because of the fact
they're going to have less. I feel like they might not have like the stuff that they necessarily want to show, and they're going to direct some of that hype towards it. It's okay, you know, we showed you this. And I know some of you might like it, some of you might not, but we got this Starfield thing in 30, 40 minutes that you can watch.
Give like, 6 months
to me, why are you going to do it before the show as like a pre-show? Then I can understand that a little bit. But if it's after the show,
it seems after.
To me, why? Why are you going to have something like that after the show to take away from the spotlight of your show? Like,
yeah, we got to see. I mean, I'll jump in if I can. So if you finish.
I'm done.
Yeah, look. From a pure principle standpoint, we know King is right. From a pure principle standpoint.
Yeah, just the principle of it.
You
don't have your word, you have nothing.
I get that. You know what I'm saying? And to Chris's point, this is all self-inflicted. Like, you have no business going out there saying that whatever you see here is going to, for the next 12 months, you're going to get. And that's why, if you remember, Cog's been on the record when everybody was like, yo, that 12-month format is fire. No, it's not fire. Because the reason why I don't like it is, one, you take away the wonder and the mic drop moments like Sav is talking about. The magic that could happen, right? That's what make a Nintendo show. Yo, I can't believe they drop. You know what I'm saying? At the end, same thing with a Sony show. Like, oh, man. So I hated that. Then you put undue pressure that these games better come out in the 12. Otherwise, you're going to have King out here doing what King do, making diss records on
literally
Twitter.
Unnecessary pressure that could have been completely took away.
Now, where King loses me is games get delayed every day, B. Like literally.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, God of War.
What about Timmy Life?
I feel that, but Timmy died waiting for God of War Ragnarok in 2021. Timmy died waiting for Zelda Breath of the Wild 2 in 2022.
Yo, Timmy's dying a lot.
Timmy,
this is like a bad. You know that's a TV show right now. Bad sitcom. People waiting for delay.
It's just the same. It's just the same child waiting and dying before a video game comes out. It's like a graveyard of dead Timmys.
Bro,
like rest in peace, Timmy X. Died waiting for Starfield.
I feel bad for
bringing them back.
You know what though? You know what? I really feel bad for little.
It's like the Prestige Timmy edition. Right?
You know, we feel bad for Timmy, but I feel bad for little Timmy's mom losing their kid.
As
like
my man Ronan said, Timmy's die every day, B. Like, that's just what it is. We've been outside. We know how this goes. It's the rules of the shit.
The level of copium is crazy.
But I ain't finna. Well, here's the thing.
This is the only place that y'all will accept.
Listen, we not accepting. You could be. You could be good.
Carl, you got to read that super chat for Frank Cass.
All right, we breaking protocol. $5 super chat. Come on, let's be real. Make a wish Timmy is using that lamp for Spider-Man 2 instead of Starfield. Let the boy die with a smile. Y'all messing, not regrets. Look, man, the health and quality over the game comes over people's feelings, over taking pictures with people.
Get the money back.
You know what I'm saying?
Comes over that tweet on the title screen.
On the screen. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day,
wars.
Look, they messed up. They didn't execute their target. As King said, you want to say lying? Absolutely, right? But at the end of the day, they're rightful to get the smoke. They're rightful to get it because self-inflicted. But this is my thing. When I watch the joint, I'm looking at what I see. And what I see, I look over Todd's shoulder.
Okay,
now,
so was that
now
number.
what I remember, what I recall, there was a lot of 30 frames per second energy, Chris RayGun, that we was talking about. In the first one, and the first time we saw it, we was like, damn, that part right there with the combat, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Everything else, the scope, the grandioseness, you got space comp, okay. But you do
looking like you 30 energy. And remember, me and you, we had you on Duke. We had, you know what I'm saying? We talked about it. We did the crossover, and we was like, what if it's 30 though? And you were like, bro, I don't know if I can do this 30. Like, nah, fam. Nah, I cannot. You know what I'm saying? So for me, I look at what I just saw, and I'm like, you saw that runner? It looked like some 60 FPS.
I don't know. I saw a lot of Xbox controllers in front of PCs.
Hey! I just liked that it was moving faster than what it was moving before.
I mean, I think we all could. I think the master race knows that it was going to run on 60 on PC.
Factual.
Todd Howard's going to announce 35 frames per second.
There we go. And then everybody's
or they can do the 41 because y'all do
engage VRR. You know, you'll be fine.
Oh my God! Continue.
So look, at the end of the day, this is my thing. You know what I mean? And I hate to call for y'all, but do not let this game be a 90+ Metacritic. Do not let this game be fire. I am going to be on y'all. Because for all this smoke,
the hard 84,
if all this smoke after y'all ain't learned from Halo Infinite, and this game get delayed, and it's actually fire, and it's a game of the year contender, I want all of y'all to keep the same energy. I want you to keep the same energy. Stand on your square. Support, not buy. Don't pick it up. When we over there celebrating popping bottles, you don't pick it up. You're not allowed. All y'all complaining is unacceptable. You can't do it. Go to change.org and say we are not buying this game despite the Metacritic because they should have kept their word. And we will be over there playing the game of the year.
It's coming in Game Pass. I got my money. I'm getting my playthrough.
Hold up. No, you are against this. They are not about their word. You should stay on the side and not enjoy this.
Hold up, real quick. I need us to put in stone right now what determined this Metacritic thing. If it's like do we only win call if it's a 90 above? Because I think that's a huge
hard 82.
If this is an 88, 89, King is coming for our neck.
85 or higher, whatever.
Hard 82.
I want them to teach Xbox a lesson, and I want them to stay on the sideline. I don't want them to part. I don't want to see them down. I don't want to see my friend list Starfield. I want you to be a man of your convictions.
I'm just saying, Cog, math ain't in your favor. Everybody under the sun is going to review this game, and that only brings the number down. I'm just saying.
All I'm saying is don't let it be great.
I, for
don't
one,
let it be great.
I'm happy if it's an 87.
I'm just saying, don't let it be great.
He said 90 plus.
I'll stand on it. All I'm saying, if it is, and this is God Howard brown leather jacket Skyrim energy, I'm gonna be looking for y'all.
Same dude, man. I'm on life support right here. All I hear is the beat.
But look, that's all I got. I mean, at the end of the day, I saw the trailer. It looked like it's doing a lot of stuff, man. I like different.
At the end of the day, you gotta take it.
No, but at the end of the day, you don't. Right?
Yeah,
You're outraged. You're outraged.
They got my money already.
But you're outraged. Little Timmy died. You stand on your square for Little Timmy.
Little Timmy's gone. Little Timmy's dead. He's gone.
King, are you going to Little Timmy's funeral?
I'm not going.
Paid up front.
I'm not going to Little Timmy's funeral. I'll tell you that.
At this point, he's died so many times. They need like an in-game funeral for that little kid.
Little Timmy ain't getting so much as a tweet from me.
Oh man, real quick because I know Chris's time is limited. Can we just combine The Last of Us? I want to get it before because I know your time is probably.
Let's just go to The Last of Us.
Can we just jump right into The Last of Us time?
I got like a half hour.
Okay, cool. So yeah, that's pretty much that. Let's combine this joint and then we read the super chats after the next joint. Right.
Shout out to Chris for extending that time.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it because I needed his thoughts on this. So news broke. I think this was an Inside Gamer that I saw. Yeah, King in it. He's in his bag. Yeah, he up to 90% on this one. So new job listing suggests that Last of Us multiplayer could be coming to PS4. PS4. So the listing is for an associate multiplayer quality QA tester who states that the applicant must have working knowledge of PS4 and PS5 systems, suggesting that The Last of Us multiplayer will be a cross-generation game. So, this is kind of recently broke the information.
Yeah.
Chris, what's your thoughts on this? You know, cross-generational title. Are you upset? Or do you understand? Like, what's your position on this?
It's disgusting. I thought we moved past this, like, dude, we got Dead Space running exclusively on next gen hardware, you know what I mean? Like, so like what the next Last of Us multiplayer thing is going to be a PS4 game? That sucks. I'm not upset. I'm not upset by it because I don't really care that much about Last of Us in general. It's kind of, it's a very, it's fine to me. Like, it's not one of my favorite games ever, I'll tell you that much. So like the multiplayer like this specifically like the live service multiplayer version of it not being like a pure PS5 game isn't personally disappointing to me. It's just disappointing from a standpoint of like, man, I thought we got over this by now. Like I thought we were at a point where it's like, okay, we supported. It's been 3 years.
Nah, they said longer though.
They said long.
It was in the fine print. See, we keep Ray Charles in it, and we not reading the fine print. We keep on listening to them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The Last of Us Part 2 is a PS4 game, and that looks good, and I assume that the next gen version is just gonna run better, and that's fine. I don't know, man. I want us to get past this weird hurdle that we're saying. I honestly think that the Xbox is in a weird spot with the Series S as well.
Yo, somebody just said The Last of Us on PS4 is the Series S4.
The Last of Us.
Yo, shout out. Who said that? That is messy. Shout out to McFly Walker. It's the Series S fault that it's PS4. Yo, that was messy. Little man catching the string for nothing.
So considering we're talking about Tom for Toonami said, Attic, you still sure Spider-Man 2 a PS5 only? Yeah, I'm still sure.
100% million. Yeah. There's
King's still bending the knee for that.
Okay, midnight tweet.
No, Spider-Man 2. If Spider-Man 2 is a PS4 game, I'm leaving. I'm not participating in this. I'm gonna go live in the mountains. I'm gonna be a mountain person.
Hey, you're gonna be at
You're
your
gonna start
house.
cutting trees down. We're gonna, you know what, man? That's gonna be the best shape Chris has been in his life.
I'm already in the best shape I've ever been. I'll keep it going. Move into the mountains, cut trees down, eat elk or something.
You're gonna be doing sit-ups in the snow, and little Jimmy gonna walk past and say, "Hi, you here too?"
Yeah. Chris gonna walk in. He gonna look like Brock Lesnar in the company.
I can't with y'all. Continue, Chris.
I don't see why it would, because we've already started to say, if Dead Space Remake is PS5, like, I mean, there's no reason why Spider-Man
doing it. Right.
But if it is PS4, man, that's gonna be rough. It's been, the console's been out for 3 years. Like we have, if Halo 3, came out, and that was 2 years after the launch of the 360. If Halo 3 came out and it's like, oh, it's still coming out on the original Xbox, so it's limited in that way, that would be disappointing. Like, just straight up, it would suck to know that that hardware, dude. The Xbox One and PS4, that's 2012 hardware.
Yeah.
It's 2013. It released in 2013, but like the specs of that is 2012 and below, and even back then it was underpowered. Yep. So the idea of a 2023 Last of Us multiplayer game being limited to that machine is insane, and I can't abide by it. If that's real, that sucks.
And Pedro Pascal face.
Yeah, you get a Pedro Pascal skin.
It is. Exclusives, PlayStation 4 only.
Lord Attic, your thoughts? Factions or multiplayer mode, Last of Us, potentially PS4 as well.
I feel like the reason you're going to see this is because I do feel like Factions is going to be on PC day one too.
I think so too. Yeah.
And I think
day one
when you're day
be
one.
careful.
Like,
you know, on this podcast we say stuff like this, and
that's
so
fine.
community
They can come
get
at me.
upset.
You know,
they
I'm willing to take that bet.
Look.
Do you
It's a
think-
live service. It is a live service game.
Chris,
It is most likely going to be
I
a live
feel
service
you
game.
with-
They want that everywhere.
I
take
feel
that
you
back.
with
I
your
take that back.
logic, but on this podcast,
Didn't
we have been
Sony
attacked
literally come
for
out and say
saying-
that live service games was going to be on PC? Day
How about
one?
we take that back?
But I'm just telling you, the community does not react well because they feel that it's never going to be a simultaneous situation. That's what we
Yeah,
were
I'm trying
told.
to get my knees back. So what's up?
I mean, even if I made that bet, you're just getting one of the knees back. I got
Okay,
like
so
So
how
five.
what's the
about
hold on?
that?
What's the
How
bend the
about
knee? What's the
that?
bend the knee on? What's
There
the
does
bend
not
the
have been the knee because he's not
said
getting his
day
knees
and date.
back.
He said day and date. So I'm down
I-
with day and
I-
date.
Oh wait, so
No,
wait.
No, I
Wait,
said
King,
no.
you don't
this is
think
the
that is-
thing.
Okay, let me hear.
I am unsure, so I'm not jumping out. See, unlike
Oh,
you, King,
your
I
heart,
don't
that's the
jump out.
Kool-Aid, that's the
Hold on,
That's the
no.
Kool-Aid, that's the
Unlike you,
focus.
King, I don't jump out of the plane without a parachute. I got to
Okay.
feel comfortable.
What is
man,
the bend
and I
the
don't
knee
feel
terms?
comfortable with that.
What was the
There's
bend
no
the knee-
terms. I'm not
Oh,
doing
you
it.
out of
Like,
it. All right. But what was it?
Yeah,
So I didn't
yeah,
know what it
there's no
was.
terms.
That it
There's
was
a
gonna be-
lot
You
of
can do
look,
that.
there's a lot of knee talk going on. I feel like I've jumped into like season 6 of a show I have not been watching. What
Game
is
of Thrones.
going
It's gonna
on?
be Game of Thrones.
This Game of Thrones. Really did. So,
That explains it. I've never seen
yeah,
it.
yeah. So bend the knee is when you gotta be a man of your conviction, and you think something gonna happen, and the other lawyers say that something else gonna happen. Then we make the bet, and then we come up with the embarrassment terms for
Oh, right.
afterwards.
Yeah, I've never seen Game of Thrones. I spend most of my time watching Seinfeld on repeat.
Okay.
See,
when you lose,
AKA
you just cut
King
you
took
off.
my knees like last year, and I'm about to take 2 sets of his knees.
So are
he
you-
went from a
excuse me, sir.
98% conviction rate to like a 50. Like,
Sir. So I just wanted to hear you back down out loud.
no, that's cool because I
just
told
want to
you
hear the
I don't
Kool-Aid.
jump
Wait,
out without a parachute.
I just want to hear the Kool-Aid pump out your chest out loud.
You might jump out without a parachute. I don't do it.
King would be a message.
I just want the world to hear you back down here.
Are you done?
So are you gonna take the bet or not,
Look how
sir?
bad you want your knees. back.
Sir. Either you in or you out, sir.
All right,
I
stop.
just
Derail the
want
show.
to be clear.
I'm trying to get more information.
So, I mean,
Are you gonna take? I said day and you said day and day. I said no, sir. Are you in for your day and
I
day?
said no like 10 minutes ago.
Okay,
Why you
so
keep talking?
He
then
out.
what you were saying was voided, right?
Yeah, he's out.
Okay,
King,
Yeah,
yes.
King. It's a smart man, King. Smart
Yes,
man.
sir. All right, good.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Solve.
tell you this right now.
Let's go.
Okay. It's a multiplayer game. It's gonna be on PS4. I'm gonna be
Forever?
honest. Oh no, I'm just saying.
Is there ever
What
going to
I'm-
be a cutoff?
There will be a
Yeah,
cutoff, but I
that's what
think
I'm the most concerned about.
this-
Is we see Destiny having issues with the Xbox One and PS4 thing, and to me, they're going to cut that eventually. Probably
Well, I
make a
think-
Destiny 3, or they're going to rebuild the game in another engine. But like to me, they're coming so like we're 2 years into this gen, and they're still going to have that factions on last gen. It's like I feel like they're going to have issues sooner rather than later.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing too. It's like the longer you wait, the quicker your game's probably going to die. In that sense, where it's like, okay, let's say you wait until 2025, and then you put out a game. It's also on PS4. In a month, that thing is unplayable. You know, like if it's even playable in the first place. I'm really convinced. I mean, what do you have? Hogwarts Legacy like just got delayed for
Delayed again,
delayed again because it's like, you know why? Because things don't work on those machines anymore. You're trying to run
Trying to force it.
Adobe Premiere on a TI-83.
You can tell Chris wanted to say a different sentence right
Yes,
there.
I respect that he did that on the Lord's Day. You see how he cleaned that?
I'm trying.
Bro,
He's
you're doing fantastic.
Chris is doing
I'm loving it.
fantastic.
He's
Good
doing
man. We had
fantastic.
Jaffe here too, so trust me, you're doing
Yeah.
fantastic.
No, I'm gonna be honest. Like of the multiplayer games that are coming out of PlayStation, right? That we don't really know about. I think the only one that isn't going to be cross-gen is the Bungie game, whatever the Bungie's next thing is.
I think you're right. I think
matter?
yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
Anything else, to me, they're getting that player base. And then to the point of the PC Day 1 release,
Yeah, where you at?
a pure multiplayer experience, just pure multiplayer. You need a big community around it day one. I would be. Listen,
PlayStation community don't like that. They always say that never happened. They said that they would always a year later.
Believe in generations, but they also believe in generations.
They
why I
told-
don't believe it for the Last of Us Factions is when you look at the press release about what they talked about. The game seems like it is a lot more narratively focused than just a straight up multiplayer game. I think that aspect is going to be in there, but it seems like it's going to be a Naughty Dog narrative-focused, highly polished, story-based experience that you can play with either one person or multiple people, and then you're going to have the versus part of it, right? The PvP part of it. I just think that's not that. So for me, day one on PC for that game, no, I don't see it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you don't see it. Oh,
I don't see
okay.
I don't see it. Right.
I see it. I see it 100%.
For anything else
Chris,
coming down the pipeline,
Wait, too much.
He's trying to make a bet.
He's trying to get to knees, Chris. He's trying to get to
Stay
knees.
clear, Chris.
I'm the broker. So Chris,
He's trying to walk again.
you think this game is coming out on PC day one, same time?
I think so. It's a live service. Well, here's the thing: there would be no reason to delay it if it's a live service game. You know what I mean? Like, what are you really
Get on
holding
with
out
the
on?
king.
So
I think you're making sound logic here. So with that logic, you won't bet your knees?
How many knees are we talking?
You got two of them.
I mean,
Are you
I need my knees for the fight. I'll give you one knee.
Oh, all right. So he put it up, though. He put it up.
I'm down.
Hold on. So Slow-Mo is saying that they have stated
Uh-oh.
that all live service games will be day one on PC.
Okay, I'm down.
I'd like to see that quote, Slow-Mo.
Slow-Mo,
please.
give me a link,
No,
man.
let it be. You down for that too, Slow-Mo?
See, the thing is, like, I feel like delaying, like, if I understand, like, the thought process of, like, okay, we'll put out, like, I don't know, something like God of War on PS4, and then when God of War Ragnarok is out, we'll put, the original God of War on PC to get the kind of people in. But I do think you're right that there is going to be some narrative component to this version, and I could see maybe them doing like a piecemeal type of thing where like maybe there's narrative content that's exclusive to the PS5 or PS4 or whatever, and then but I do think on PC generally, like, you're still going to be able to participate in the multi, almost kind of like Destiny New Light in that in some way, where like if they were going to do that at all, that's how I would see them doing it. But I really do think, like, in live service, I think the goal is to have the player base as big as possible, so that no one's like spending ages in like lobbies waiting for queues and all this stuff.
Yeah, gotta interrupt 1 second.
Okay.
Shout out to Dip Down Games, gave me the link. PlayStation live service games coming to PC on day one. The head of PlayStation Studios confirms that Sony will release live service games on PC the same day as consoles, but not single player games. So it looks like Herman Hulst did make this statement October 2022.
Right.
Yeah, he was down with that.
Okay,
So we gotta hold the feet to the fire.
Are we
when
still
it comes
talking
to
about this
Last
bend the
of
knee?
Us.
Hold up.
So-
to the fire.
No, King, you still want to bend the knee?
Yes, I
on
do.
this?
Yes,
You can't get strong now after you got the confirmed victory. Now you want to talk strong.
Addict.
He mad at his conviction.
Addict. So are you in?
If
light of
Chris
new news,
will
are you
bend the knee,
in?
I'll bend the knee. If Chris will bend the knee, I'll bend the knee.
Oh, my.
Okay, two knees at one time. Pause.
Super
Sounds
pause.
like a party.
So question. With all of these games coming to PC, day
Yes.
and
All right.
date,
Now we've confirmed.
Do you think there's any one of them that they would put free to play?
That's a better question.
All of them.
All of them? Those
All of
guys?
them. I feel like you don't do a
That's
games
a
of service
great
these days
question.
without free to
That's
play.
crazy.
That's a great question. Chris?
I think that's the smart thing. However, I do think Sony is arrogant enough to charge for
They're gonna give you the $20.
You know what they're like? It's like, it's The Last of Us. It's a premium experience.
I think me and Rare had this talk too. I think that's what I said. I don't want to commit because it makes sense that it's supposed to be free to play as live service. But there's a part of me that agrees with Chris that they look at their cachet like this is a a premium experience. And what they've showed with the remake of the remake and they being successful, they've emboldened that they literally classify themselves in a whole different bracket.
Category,
so
bro.
there's a part of me that even though it should be live service and free to play, that they could get away with it. And gamers will be like, well, though, you saw that.
It's The Last of Us. You didn't see the acting in that kill cam. You didn't see the mocap.
You said the acting in the kill cam. I'm about to shut your mouth.
Dude, I really don't. I see them being, because here's also the thing with Sony and PlayStation in general. Like, every time that they have offered anything free to play, it's usually been to mitigate the damage of something that isn't great. Like there was that. Do you remember that?
Destruction.
I forget the name of it.
Destruction something.
Yeah, it was like not Twisted Metal.
Yeah. The car
where they were like,
yep.
where they were like, this is gonna be $70, and everybody was like,
Yeah.
you think it's gonna be $70? That's hilarious. You think that, and then no one bought it, and then they were like, it's free. And that's the cadence that they've set for free to play stuff and I do think that's going to change. Maybe The Last of Us will be free to play. I really don't know, but my assumption is that they would
try to sell it to you first.
I think they would try to sell it to you, or at the very least they would be like, hey, do you have PS Plus?
Yeah,
you know, like maybe they'll do something like that. Maybe it comes day and date to PS Plus or something
good.
like
That's
that.
a good one. That's a good finesse.
Maybe that's what
I
they
like
do.
that.
Because it's a way for them. It's a way for them still to charge you. It's a way for them to compete with Game Pass, and it's still a way for them to get a lot of people.
You know what they would probably try to do, Chris? They'll probably whatever they're going to do in terms of IP with Last of Us. Let's say they remake Last of Us Part 2, and then they're like, if you buy the Last of Us Part 2 remake, you get the multiplayer for free.
Last of Us Part 2 Remake Part 1 comes with the multiplayer factions. And then Last of Us Part 2 Remake Part 2 Remake Remastered.
They split up the game into 2 games.
Yo, chill. That's too much. That's too much.
What's Factions is the remaster. Last of Us Part 2 is the remake.
Yo, y'all messy. But look, we got to see how y'all jump in real quick. I'm sorry, King. Did you get your balls up? Sorry, King.
No, it's just the fact that I told people that they was going to still support the PlayStation 4 to the foreseeable future. And it doesn't make any sense for them not to. But the problem is everybody keeps talking that, Microsoft is holding back this generation.
Here we go.
And the Series S is the whole main culprit. Little man is holding us back. The real little man is the PlayStation 4. And these guys don't care because the narrative is it's Jaguar cars, B. We talk Jaguar cars holding us back. Jaguar cars is running Spider-Man and it's holding back Saul's PC. So I'm telling you, you got a 4090 right now. Could you imagine what the fractures is gonna look like on your PC?
I just you know what it is? It's like there's so many people who are just okay with like, yeah, it runs at 12 frames per second, but like it's fun. Yeah. It's like I just can't I can't do it anymore.
Yeah, look, I'll jump in. I mean, too much to add, but I'm kind of with Saul. I think that with you at first, Chris, because it's part of me from a tech standpoint. You always have that disappointment, like, damn, you want to see from a game design standpoint, you want to see this thing pushed to the limit to see what they can do.
I want to see it pull like something like Dead Space, where like Dead Space clearly, like I don't think Dead Space could run on a PS4 in the way that it does.
Right.
In the way that it runs. You'd be on those trams for 50 minutes probably, loading everything.
It would be wild.
And so I want that. Like I want that real. Like if I'm going to play a Last of Us thing at all,
right,
I would rather it not be held back by something that is 10 times weaker than my current busted up phone. You know?
No, I hear you.
Like,
I hear you.
Crazy.
No, that's the thing. And the thing is, from a pure selfish tech perspective, I get it. And it's Naughty Dog, so you excited to see what they could do graphically on PS5 hardware, almost exclusively, obviously a PC. To me, though, where I do kind of agree with King, from Solve, is that with live servers, I'm of a new mindset in the sense that, like, I think, to be honest, it doesn't even make sense to do live service without cross-platform. So if you're going
100%.
You know what I'm saying? So if you're not even going to do live service, this is exclusive to your ecosystem, then the business standpoint, I understand that it's like, okay, well, we got these PS5s, we still got these PS4s, we'll potentially now put this on PC, and let's maximize this ecosystem, this closed ecosystem for a live service game as much as we can. I do understand the business logic of it. You know what I'm saying? The only thing that is surprising is that the fact that we thought they have, say they kind of resolved their supply chain issues with PS5. So I thought at this point, maybe like you said, like,
this is the break off now. Like, okay, we got consoles out there. We put this, we drive people to the new console, new service, that kind of thing. So I think that was a surprise. But again, I guess when the development, took place, PS4 probably was still in play, and that's it. But I thought it was interesting to see that this. I guess I'm curious as one, how long does this continue? What is the cutoff date? And then, like when we were talking about, Chris, like, are they going to truly go free to play with this title? Because this title is very prestigious to them. That name was an HBO series. We know Naughty Dog's cachet. So I'm very curious if they feel they could pull off that not being free to play with this title. So that's all I got. But yeah, man, thanks my man RayGun for rocking as long as he could. I appreciate you, brother. No doubt. Where can the people find you? What you got going on, sir?
Oh man, well, I'm working on a bunch of stuff, but it's a lot of it's not going to be done until after the fight, which is the fight's in a month. So
Yes.
that's
Nice.
you can get there's still
Creator Clash
there's still
2.
some tickets available. I think it's www.thecreatorclash.com, so you can get tickets there. It's a big charity event. It's going to be really cool. Come watch me get punched in the face. And hopefully punch.
Chris, question: headgear, right? You were using headgear.
No,
Oh, damn.
Oh, damn, I didn't know about that part.
there's no headgear. Are you kidding?
Let me ask you a question. So you turn pro.
Huh?
You turn pro, right?
No.
Yeah. After this, it's my new career.
No,
It's
no,
celebrity
I'm talking
boxing.
about no. The only reason why I asked because he has to go to a commission, he has to get checked out by the doctor and all that other
Yeah.
stuff, and he has to get the paperwork. So in the paperwork, they ask you if you amateur, you pro. Amateurs have to wear headgear regardless to what, right? So if you're going in without any headgear, then that means you have to actually be classified as pro.
Well, I mean, we're not doing the. I think I have like in a week or so. In like a week, we're doing like a lot of that stuff. So I guess if I assume you're probably right, then I guess we're doing pro then.
Right.
But we're all it's everybody who's doing it is basically at the same level. We've all been training for the same amount of time. None of us are like seasoned. You're not gonna have. I'll put it this way. I'm not going up against somebody who's been boxing for like 30 years.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm going up against somebody else who's done pretty much the same amount of training as I am, and so it's going to be an interesting event. Last year's event was crazy, and it's fun. I did not anticipate to like it as much as I do.
Yeah.
And so come watch. It's going to be fun.
Is it the mano a mano thing that you have that you are in control opposed to other teams, team sports? Because this is technically a team sport. You have your cornerman, you have your coach, you have your stuff, you have people on the outside talking to you and getting you through. But ultimately, it's you yourself that's in the ring, and you have to overcome those certain things. Does that combat, that mano a mano, is that your driving force, that feel? Because you keep saying get punched in the face, and punch in the face is probably not going to happen if you move your head properly. But
Right.
yeah. So like, is it mano a mano?
Well, I think for me, it's just the like tuning into the instinct that's there that like you don't really like think about if you're not really in a fight.
Yeah.
And so my coach has been boxing for like 35 years. So when we spar constantly, and he's really, really good. And then so when I spar with other people who are who are around my level, it feels ridiculous. Like I feel like I feel like I have
the cheat code.
I feel like I've almost like been over preparing, and like of course, like boxing's dangerous. It's not like a joke. Nobody's going in there treating it like a meme or like not seriously. Everybody's working really hard. We know the risks. Obviously, people like there's probably going to be people with concussions. Obviously, it's boxing. It's like my coach says. He's Bulgarian, so he has like this thick accent. But he's like, it's boxing. You swim, you get wet. You punch, you get hit. You box, you get hit, and it's like
Love it. Salute. Yeah, we're gonna see that. I think a later piece is on the card too, right? Is it
Yeah, people in the chat like acting like I haven't been punched is hilarious.
What's fun? You're fighting a dude named Froggy Fresh, right?
Froggy Fresh in the building.
Froggy Fresh.
Salute to you, brother. Again, always a pleasure to work with you. LSM fam in the building. You already know. Addict, let's give a little outro. Get a little outro for Chris before you go.
Yeah, what's funny is the first time I came across you was on a Defining Duke when ACG was part of the podcast, and I got like in the middle of it when I first started. I was like, "Who is this dude?" And I'm sitting here talking to Colin, like, "I want this dude on the podcast." It's with that's on Defining Dude, and he's like, "Yeah, that's that Chris dude." It was. I think you were talking about Halo or something. Probably.
I probably was.
Yeah, most likely.
It was just like, I was like, "I like the vibe, man. We got to get him on the show. Appreciate you coming on, man."
No doubt.
Of course, man.
Solve.
This is fun.
Outros for RayGun before he leaves.
Yeah, I'm Chris. I've been listening to Sacred Symbols from the beginning. So just that dynamic between you and Colin, I love, because I love sort of snarky, sarcastic humor, like dry, like two guys who like lean into the whole "we hate the whole world" type of humor. And the dynamic between you two, and now with Dustin is hilarious. So a little funny anecdote was for me. I was like excited to have a Puerto Rican guy on the show, whatever. I loved it. I was like, yes. The mine is in there, right? So I don't know if you remember this episode, but this is something happened. I was like, I said I gotta revoke the plantain card from Chris.
Oh!
No more rice and beans for you.
No more.
It was the Mucho Gusto episode.
Oh, Mucho Gusto.
So I was listening to it, and the guy wrote in, right, very excited to write it. And he was like, Chris, I don't know if he was Puerto Rican or whatever. He was like, Chris, Mucho Gusto, right? And Chris is like, what the F is that? Like, Chris proceeded to rip. What is that? It literally translates to much like or a lot like. What is that? It's like, that's a stand. And I'm listening. I'm like, this is standard greeting amongst Latinos. What is wrong with this guy? I got tight. I was like, get him off the show. Get him off the show. You got tight.
You took a Boricua card?
Proceeded, because I was at first, I was like, Chris is giving him the ribbon, right? But he even Colin jumped in like, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Whatever. He was ripping him a new one. I know this guy has never written again. Nice. Like, he never wrote in again.
I love that.
But that was so hilarious, man. But
it was funny.
Honestly, man, like I love what you do. I love that dynamic. I love everything else you're doing. This boxing thing, it takes a lot to be like, hey, I'm gonna jump in a ring and learn how to do this. And so congrats to you, man. Good luck with that. Keep your head on a swivel, brother.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, keep it moving. I think people are gonna be surprised. It's gonna be a fun. It's gonna be a cool show. Whatever. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know how it's gonna go, because it's fighting. Anything can happen. But everybody's taking it super seriously. It's cool. Everybody's really into it. I have a lot of respect for it in a way that I didn't before, because I just wasn't really paying attention to it. But it's crazy. I gotta tomorrow. I'm training, I think, twice.
Oh wow!
So it's starting to ramp up. So
no doubt, kid. Give farewell balls to Chris RayGun before we go.
Yo, okay, so I didn't really know what to expect today, and so you sit down and you just let it come to you, and the interview actually turned out way better than I expected. To be honest with you, didn't have any expectations.
Yeah, no confidence in Chris. Damn, okay, but
I had no expectations.
I had no expectations. It could have been trash.
When you don't know somebody, you don't have any expectations.
No, 100%. Yeah, I've been there.
Right? Message.
I love the fact that that he's willing to do all these different things, try everything, and do it fearlessly. I mean, listen, to train the box is one thing. To put on the mitts and stuff like that is another thing. To know that you're actively going to fight, that's a different beast within itself, right? Because you have to come through resolutions in your mind that, I'm going into fight. I'm going to actually engage into somebody that's willing to hurt me, and I'm willing to harm them. But at the same time, this is a game. So you have to wrap your mind around that. I'm not willing to injure this person. I'm just willing to beat this person. So
that
mindset is incredible, right? So in order to have that, and every time you step under that rope and you go into that rope, you turn to a whole different beast. You're an invulnerable, unstoppable beast once you step into that ring, and you will overconquer anybody that's on the other side. That's fantastic. I love that mindset.
I appreciate that, man.
The bigger thing that because see, I done did the boxing thing.
Yeah, he do that.
That comedy, the level of balls it takes to stand up naked in front of everybody else, because you're naked up there.
Yeah, 100%.
They see right through you. In your mind, they see through you, and you're there to make them laugh. Comedy is very subjective, so you're a very open book.
Dude.
to go from one dynamic to the next, my friend, I take my hat off to you. It's fantastic, and you're in your prime. You're young in your prime doing these things, so it's nothing but greatness going to come from it, man.
I mean, that's a lot. I appreciate that very, very much. That might be like the actually nicest thing I've heard in years. But
brother,
I want to see the boxing. I want to hear the comedy. I'm really intrigued by Chris RayGun now. Like, I'm a Chris RayGun fan now.
Salute.
Like, so I want to see these things because I want to support you in your courageousness going forward in these endeavors.
Yeah,
because this is big stuff.
Yeah, well, hopefully after the match, I'll get back to because my schedule's been ruined by this because it's just like it's because it's not only training, it's like everything shifts. It's like your schedule shifts, your diet shifts, everything, and because your diet shifts, your mood shifts. It's a whole bunch of the discipline that it requires to even prepare for something like this is insane. And it's something that I wanted to prove to myself too that I could like do. And I'm kind of the fact I've been doing it for like about 8-9 months, something like that. So it's
bro,
so
just stepping in that ring, you already got it. And make sure Colin's probably gonna want the LSM trunks, and you doing the Boricua gloves. So what we doing?
You gonna get the big tattoo on his back.
You doing the last day? You doing the Boricua gloves or the trunks? What we doing? You got a rep for PR. What's up?
You don't have the flag. You don't have the patch.
Let me pin that. Let me pin that.
I got those.
Oh,
I got those
gloves.
Let me put it up.
There we go. I got bigger ones, obviously.
Soft, do we approve?
Nice. We approve.
Is he back?
We gotta talk to our boy Tito Trinidad. Maybe walk down with you. Walk down the
Let's
aisle.
call up Fat Joe. Let's call up.
Nah, he need Pepe from the Bronx.
Let's call up the Gun Hill Road. Put up. Oh man,
These are dudes that were beating up the phone booth.
The phone booth. You stupid. Look, we kept the man. Chris, enjoy your day, brother. The absolute pleasure. My LSM fam, Chris RayGun, the man. Always a pleasure, brother.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for having me. I'd love to come on again.
Yeah, I'm sure, bro. You coming back? Oh yeah,
right after the fight.
Yeah, right after.
Let him breathe. Don't let him. Come on, let him breathe. He ain't gonna talk to nobody. Anyway, all right, brother. Have a good one. Solve. Get the super chat.
Take care, guys.
Later, bro. Peace.
Likewise, bud.
Peace.
Hold on. Let me go back. Let me see. Oh, we got a bunch. Okay.
We're
starting out with let's play with each other's joysticks. $5 super chat. I know he ain't coming at my man like that. Yo! He need to pronunciate this L. Get him, Saw, boo boo.
What's this about? What is he defending Saw from?
You remember when he mispronounced?
He taking his earrings off.
Cogs, this is the only time he said anything he said. Cogs, Psalms like, yeah, that's right.
That's right.
Oh, this who came at you? Donna Taco for the pronunciation?
Donna Taco came at me.
Wow. So come over. He saw that super chat. I can't wait to read that one.
He took his earrings off and was like, no, you not coming for my man.
That's it. You're going to hear Saul. You're going to hear Saul say, thank you, boo-boo.
Don't you dare go with Saul like that, Donna Taco.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much.
We got 700 and some change.
Hit that like.
300 and some.
Yeah, hit that like. Come on, y'all.
That Indonesian red-nosed koala.
Please.
That's fine. Love you, Don Otaku. You can't come at me and misspell something.
Otaku, you gonna get this work.
You gonna get this work. Play with your joystick is on you. Stop playing.
You gonna get this work. Pause.
Then we got Mark. It seems like Mark. But go ahead, Addy.
I was gonna say, Donna Talk. I hope you got
joystick insurance?
No.
He said joystick insurance.
Well, I can't. I don't know why it's like blanket on me. It's to protect your IP.
Infringement, copyright.
No.
VPN.
VPN. So he can't find out where you work at.
Oh, you talking about the network IP? Okay,
you got a VPN, so that way he can't find out where you at.
It's real out here. So nobody better disrespect this man. That's it. Let that be known.
Then we have Mark Bajil. I think I got that right. Hopefully, €6 super chat. How can I get that Labrie pillow in the Netherlands? I only see the options for US, UK, and Canada.
Oh, Netherlands. Okay, we going straight to the peak.
So what you do is you buy the pillow, send it to your friend in America, and then he send it to you.
This is what you do you do on Twitter
at Iron Lord Podcast, at the Valari, which is there. Let's get their official Twitter account.
The Valari.
The Valari, right? And then just say, hey, I'm in the Netherlands. I really want it, and we will work this out, brother. Yeah, we'll get that rocking, no doubt. So yeah, on Twitter, it was at the Valari. I just want to make sure. So yes, at the Valari, and then also at Iron Lord Podcast. Say who you are on Twitter. Yeah, we got you. We go expedite.
You mean this Valari pillow?
No, child, like her attic rubbing it like that. You can't be right. Nah, not that face. Nah, I ain't feeling you. I gotta take the camera off.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly.
That's
what he was hiding under that trench coat.
Don't leave your head to the side like that. Nah.
Could you imagine? He opened his trench coat. Want to see my pillow?
Whoa. Time on that one.
Hey, come here, let me put my pillow on.
Messy.
There we
Continue.
go. Free R. Kelly, $2 super chat. Hang, it ain't looking good for Microsoft.
It's looking worse for you and your PlayStation 4. Stop holding me back, Kels.
Shout out to Kels.
There we go. Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. That smelly rat Ryan sabotaging Todd's joint.
He said I need to get concessions for the EU for that pillow. AKW was wildin'.
Yeah, right.
Then we have Mandingo McThickens, member for 2 years, $5 super chat. I know I'm late to the party. I saw that Guardians of the Galaxy is leaving. Decided to play it. That game is phenomenal. I'm on chapter 10. Love it.
Great game to own. I own that.
Stitch said we pulled the Starfield on the pillow. He's still waiting. I can't. It's coming. It's coming.
It's coming.
It's coming at 60 frames per second. it's gonna be better when you get it. you just wait 6 more months.
One thing I'll say is quality's worth the wait.
Yeah. 6
We
more
got
months.
you,
You don't
Stitch.
want to hear that. You paid up front, right? You don't want to hear that.
I won't hear that.
Messy.
Hey, at least we didn't give expectations like Microsoft.
Yeah,
did.
we ain't say the next 12 months. It's gonna be.
We were like, yo, you gonna wait a minute for this?
We got you.
You could have got it in a week, but you had to sew the patches on yourself.
You know what's funny? When you buy anything from us in terms of clothing, Teespring, you wait. And
Yeah, they
you
late.
wait.
Oh my God, they always. Don't get us started with our good friends at Teespring.
All right. Latano J, member for 24 months, Lord Bronze. Get looking. What's going on, brother? I'm 100% with King.
No doubt. They riding. They riding. Gangster list. I'll see you.
Then we have Tips Whale, $5. I love that name. Tip Whale, $5 for chat. Did I miss the King disc tape, or was it delayed like Starfield?
Nah, he gave that work.
They ain't gonna get that work. They thought I was gonna be nice. Sorry.
Yeah, you got to look to King's timeline on Twitter. It's there.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have Hargeet Sani, member for 1 year, $5 super chat. Chris has it right. All release dates are lies to begin with. Don't expect anyone to make the release date, sadly, the norm now. It really is.
Because y'all accept it. Y'all ain't gonna accept it with your Uber Eats. Next time Uber Eats late, don't give them a 1 star. Give them that 5 star, like you give Sony. It was fantastic. It was worth the wait.
Remember, keep the energy. Don't play.
That's right.
Don't
Keep
play.
all that energy.
Don't play. I want you on the sideline. I want your
5
joint
minutes
logged
when
in.
That's right. When your flight, when you gotta take off, and the flight tell you, we're gonna have a layover over in Japan. What we need y'all to do is just sit tight. Don't be upset. You're gonna have a layover in Japan.
I want you to cross your fingers and stay on the runway.
Yeah, that's right. Sit right
Cross
there,
your
hold
arms
tight.
and be like, this is unacceptable.
Smile,
Don't let them
smile.
take you there.
For a month, just wait in the
Nope,
one
stand on your square on it.
This is not what was promised to you, but smile. Thank
And we have Stewie108, $10 super chat. Thank you, sir. Next time, say something, please.
Mm-hmm.
And we have Mandingo McThickens once again. Remember, for 2 years, $5 super chat. If it bleeds, we can kill it. That's King's fractured prediction. Let Starfield continue to cook. No issues on the delay. More damage is done by a buggy game versus a not buggy game.
You know what I realized
Tell the
though?
truth, shade it
Now
down.
we're definitely gonna see kiosks at E3 on Starfield.
you. They ain't gonna be.
They're not going to be on the E3 floor.
They're gonna be in there.
Maybe they
Well,
all.
I mean,
yeah.
no, I'm talking about the Microsoft Theater.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Like,
Yeah.
There's definitely gonna be
Little
like
kiosk.
gameplay
You
demos
think?
there.
You think for like an
Yeah,
RPG, does that?
It's got to be there. If the
Well, maybe
game's
some
not-
behind the scenes kind of sit down and
I
play
think
it.
that thing is gonna be right there in your face.
Yeah, there's no way in September. It's not at that event. Like
Yeah,
I
yeah.
find
it's
it
possible.
hard to believe.
I just figure
they're
because
gonna craft that whole thing around Starfield. This is the banana in the tailpipe.
That's my fear. That's my biggest fear
Yeah,
is
yeah.
that they craft this June event around Starfield.
and don't have nothing to show, right? Tell the truth.
That's what I'll be
Man.
100% with you, King. 100% with you.
I'd be tight with that for
I'm
sure.
gonna tell y'all, y'all ain't gonna like me this year. If this year smell like what I think it's gonna smell like, and y'all trying to pull a flim, giving us all last year crap this year, and holding this year's stuff for next year. Just
I hope
because
not, man,
Tony done
but
punched you in your mouth.
I'm
You better punch him
concerned.
back.
I really am. I hope not, but I am concerned.
Yeah, I might.
I don't want Starfield at that
I might
event
be
at all.
walking around with a dual sense chain. Keep it up, man.
Like,
Yo,
I
straighten
don't
up.
want that. I don't want that at that event at all.
They
Like,
said
it could
after
be-
the event. They said after the event, Carl.
Yeah, I
but
want
I don't
Spider-Man to
want
come out on that
anything
date.
there.
Yeah, I want Spider-Man to go and punch you in your face because y'all seem to be suckers.
Oh.
Right? So I want Spider-Man to come because I'm hearing rumors Spider-Man talk about September 2. So if Spider-Man come out in September 2 and just run up your backside,
Whoa.
it served you right. It served you right ducking the fade from Zelda.
Ducking the fade.
It serves you right not doing your stuff in June. And if Spider-Man run up your backside in September,
Spider-Man gonna be a huge competitor too if it does come
there's
out.
gonna be blood in your snow. Because I'm gonna tell you this, I know who gonna rate higher, right off the rip. So yeah, keep on running from these fights.
Nah,
Never mind the quality of the game, y'all. Never mind the health of the game. Don't even
let
worry
me
about
ask
it.
you guys a
Just
question.
put it out
Let
when
me
it
ask
come
you a
out.
question. Oh, let me ask you a question. Sony comes out and says September, what is it, the 6th?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spider-Man 2. What do you think Microsoft
They
should-
can't move now. They can't move now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be real with you. I
They can't.
prefer them to move it. Like I would.
Like I said, I didn't trust September anyway.
Yeah,
Better reason to
me,
move.
nah. You don't want look, I'm not saying there's no way that they can compete with Spider-Man, but you don't want to compete with Spider-Man. Like
How long you gonna delay this ice cream from getting to your house?
Delay it till it's ready. Delay it till it's ready.
And then you got a milkshake.
No, even
Yeah.
if that game is ready in PlayStation, like we're gonna drop that Spider-Man.
I had the most
date.
premium milkshake.
I'm like, I don't know, man. Part of me is like, dude.
All that's nice. If it's a 90 Metacritic, I'm remembering all this. I got all the receipts. All this
it's
talk.
gonna
I
be a
don't want
hard
y'all
82.
playing nothing. I want
yo,
y'all on the
I'm not
outside.
82.
No, but
It better not
I'm
be
just
good.
saying from
It
I
better
know,
not be
I'm
good
not
for all
talking
the
about
second guessing.
Starfield. I'm not talking about Starfield. I'm talking about competing with an iconic brand.
Oh, I
like
understand all that.
Spider-Man.
I understand all that. It
There's
come
gonna be a
out
hard
when it come
82,
out.
and then
It
Spider-Man
come out
come
when it
out,
come
it's gonna
out.
be a hard
And
80.
I'm gonna tell you right now, if this game is fire, y'all gonna hear it from me.
Well,
Trust me.
I've been there with you day one.
No doubt. No
I
doubt.
can't wait.
All right. Spartan goes 17, 5 super chat. Why are people surprised? Starfield kept showing music snippets, no gameplay. It's like Nas saying he's dropping, but only filming his equipment.
I said new Nas.
Do not.
There we have Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. Lying Phil ruined little Timmy's final hours. Damn.
Yo, Bessie.
Phil, is it gonna come out September? I got only until June.
Yo, Bessie.
Then we got Slow-Mo Backslap member for 2 years, $2 super chat. Rest in peace, little Timmy, who died before Starfield came out.
Yo, this fictional story is hilarious.
Poor Timmy, man. On his casket, he said, "To the moon." Love you to the moon, Timmy.
They put on like the back of the Starfield box and member.
Oh, we got Barters in the building. Oh, he's having this.
It's a Timmy miss.
He said, how many times
He
is
on the back of
argument?
the Starfield box.
How many times is argument going to the circle? Oh yeah, it's been all day. It's all day.
Yeah,
But
all day, all day. We knew this was coming.
I'm
We knew this was
documenting it all. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, keep watching.
There we go. Spartan goes 17, $2 super chat once again. Kept saying that Todd is the king of cap. Nobody listened. Damn.
Never mind.
Nah, if it was up to Todd would have. Todd.
It's just
busted
crazy
guns,
how
son.
many of you are willing to have that game come out
Broken. Yeah, like
God,
they learned
like,
nothing from Halo Infinite. They
Todd
learned
is a gunslinger.
absolutely nothing. I
He the
love
Brett-
gamers.
He's the Brett
Gamers
Favre of
are-
this.
Gamers are funny, bro.
You're a
Gamers are
gunslinger.
hilarious.
His
Hilarious.
baby
It's these
Blue
list
tell you what to
wars.
do.
These list
The
wars,
gangster
man.
list. They want to pop off.
You care about the list wars more than you care about the
They care about
game.
the game.
Yeah, but
He wa-
Todd is a gunslinger, baby.
And we so happy we dropped out early with that
Spaghetti
76.
Western. Spaghetti West. He ain't had nothing to do with that. Just like you said, I'm going with
you
you.
go with you. Okay, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
So if this game's busted because you made him rush it out, he gonna have something to do
Oh
with
well,
that.
listen. Obviously, Todd listened to Cog. So, obviously, the Kool-Aid won. So, if y'all listen here and come for me, no, the list did not win at all. All right, they wouldn't have got this smoke if they'd have listened to the list. But no, they want to do what they want to do. They want to hold Todd back. Y'all holding Todd back. Let Todd live, man.
So, and I think we got to talk with our brother. I think he's very compromised and upset after the meeting. The physical meeting of Todd to God Howard. He tried to strong arm God Howard and thug him out, and it didn't go down this time.
And I think that's what we're dealing with. I think we're dealing with a bitter leather jacket fan hater.
I can't talk to Cog. I gotta talk to Saul. Yo, Saul, those two pictures, the picture of me talking to Todd.
I think that's influencing this song.
And the picture of Saul with Todd. Y'all could have known right there that he wasn't gonna make his release date. If you look at him with me, he got the face like he been called to the office.
Y'all didn't see the moment that King stood next to Todd. You could see the urine coming down his back.
Nah, don't do him like that.
He
He was really nice. He was really nice. He was like, yo.
It was nice.
He was like, who are y'all? Like, y'all cool.
He was like, y'all dressed very well.
He's like, y'all dressed super well for this.
Absolutely nice.
Terrified.
He was the nicest guy.
Until I said that joint.
Until
he
you
was
thought
like,
the
"Damn,
situation.
September."
Yeah.
And then,
In his head, he knew
so that was,
September.
he
And he was
immediately
happy
looked at his
with
phone.
it.
Todd was like, yeah. He started looking at his phone.
He was like, I bet you he was thinking in his mind, like, way to kill the vibe. Like,
Yo, but whatchamacallit, Phil was in the background like, yo, Todd, stay strong. Stay strong. September, Todd. You know what
Shout out to the Dominant. Shout out to Todd. That was a funny night. Continue, kid.
Yeah, that was hilarious. Then we had, let me see, Clutch Man, $10 for chat. Microsoft is in a difficult position. Half the fan base says don't show games outside the next E3. The others say we want to get excited about the future. Show us a 2 to 3 year roadmap. Who do you listen to?
It's hard because when you don't
it's
show
easy
it,
to do both though. Just you could show the games, just don't put definitive dates on stuff
be
that
like,
you
oh,
know.
Well,
it's
this is
coming
the
out.
thing, right? They haven't hit a cadence where it's okay to be able to show where they're at the point where they haven't talked about a game. It's 6 months out and they're sure of that and they can show it, right? They haven't hit that.
We got to be honest too. A lot of this is their history. You know, if
absolutely.
Xbox One was a phenomenal generation, no one would be giving them this smoke.
Absolutely.
That's why every time people don't act like they don't act like PlayStation
ain't delayed
and Nintendo delay stuff because when their games come out, people are like, okay, I trust them. I trust their judgment.
Because of the track record that they have.
Yeah, but when you have the track record that's up and down like Microsoft, people aren't willing to give them that benefit of the doubt.
The Xbox, they lost the generation they weren't supposed to lose. The Xbox One generation, technically, right? Because they came into the quote-unquote favorite. People thought after the 360, at least the third parties, at least. We know that for sure. And then the fact that they bungled that generation, now they're in this position where it's like, they're not afforded what everybody else is afforded. And people will say it's unfair, and it may be unfair, but until they continue this cadence, like now that it seems to be this year, once they get on that, all that will stop. But that's why I said the games gotta be good, because if the games are good, you stop the talk. You know what I'm saying? That's
what ended up happening is that they're able to, Starfield comes out, success, Fable comes out, success, Valid comes out, success, Hellblade, then you're not going to hear people say stuff.
Bro, let me tell y'all something, and this is real talk. I know King is upset, but if Starfield is that game, and we talking Elder Scrolls type energy, the dudes that made Oblivion and Skyrim, and they are a nominee, just being forget winning, being a nominee for the game. When's the last time we had an Xbox exclusive on any stage.
I think
of
the
that.
Outer Worlds, and they didn't own them at that time.
Exactly.
So.
That's what it's about. So when you get that, you start the chain reaction. Then here come potential Hellblade. Here come potential Valve. Then you take all that talking out. Because now you've established quality. They've already started with Hi-Fi Rush. Let them cook, baby.
And imagine if they rushed Starfield and they lost their opportunity to do that.
I don't like that fake. I don't like.
It's true. Like in a year when Hi-Fi Rush could be up there as well. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, if we got freaking the cat game last year, Hi-Fi Rush needs to be there,
bro. You can have a nominee of Hi-Fi Rush. If Starfield do what Starfield do, and let's just say Hellblade come out and do what it do, you can have 3 in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, and Forza gonna do what it does in its category. It's gonna be there.
Forza ain't going up there.
No, not for Game of the Year.
But not Game of the Year.
But we talking about
we know Forza ain't doing the game.
But we know
of
that's
the
the
year
de
thing,
facto racing sports, whatever.
Yeah,
right?
it will be the racing sports winner of the year.
We know they just gotta show up. They just gotta come out and they're gonna win the sports racing title of the year. There's no question. So that's all I'm saying.
King, stop
The
it.
King is so bad. He is so devastated by it.
No, you know what's crazy? I don't really care about
The game
this
was
Starfield
okay.
like that.
Okay.
So, and y'all know that.
The
My
truth
thing is
come
about
out.
these dudes
All right. At least he touched
sticking
you.
to their list.
I feel that.
You should have never said it.
No, you're
You know
King,
what's
you're
funny?
right. No, King, you're right. You
Yeah, I
100%.
don't care
You
about
know I'm
nothing
there with
else.
you on that.
You
You
should
know
have never
they should have
said it.
never said
It's
never.
not
I agree.
Starfield.
I agree.
It's 10
12 months.
games.
Yeah. I feel that.
That's a large. So then all you showed was 20 games last year.
You're right.
Let's keep it a buck.
You're right.
Like you showed 20 games. The 10 most important games are not out. Hollow Knight, Flintlock. This other game.
You're right.
Replace, not out yet.
Replace
You're right.
Starfield, Forza. Come on, yo.
No, you're
most
right.
Yo,
graphically
You're right.
was Liza P in
impressive
that?
games
The question, King, what we need to ask is, why did they feel the need to do that? That's the real question, right? To your
I know,
point.
because they had nothing last year.
That's
so
what I'm
they
saying.
told you
Yes.
this
But
year
I don't
you're gonna get
understand
this.
that, bro. Like
But the 6 months you didn't get, you got just Josh.
No, you're right.
That's so weird to me. Like that's why I said it feels like it has to be like a business consideration or something, because it's just weird to constantly promise things that you know you're
The
gonna
only
have
thing-
to roll back on.
Right.
at
The
some
only thing I
point.
can think of, and we got to let's be real about the business. You can't say that that affected positively the business of them trying to grow Game Pass with Starfield and Redfall does not make it in 2022. So
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
the money people are like, yo, we got to give them something on the roadmap to stay in the joint. And maybe
That's
it's
all it is.
Yeah.
Is locking in Game Pass subscribers
Right.
to believe in that your service is gonna have these 30 games for this year. It didn't. Right.
get that.
So now let's say the person that paid that bread.
No, I feel that.
12 months, I'm all in. This is what you said. All right, I'm
Facts.
good. So that's the commitment to the consumer, right? All right, now you're going to say, yo, but we did drop Hi-Fi Rush. That wasn't shown there.
Right.
And we did have a couple of other games that we put there that wasn't shown there that's in there. So that's to satiate you. Okay, that aside, 2-3 games you put in there. Where's the other 7 games?
Facts.
Where's the most graphical? Where is the showpiece? Where's the showrunner?
Facts.
You gave me a bunch of rice and beans. Where the hell is the meat, bro?
Facts. And what now it puts undue pressure on themselves for the games to be good because not
Yeah,
everybody's
right?
already.
So it didn't make it
I
in
get
that
that. I get
12
that.
months.
That's fair.
Now it got to come out in September. Oh, it got to be a banger because you done messed up.
Oh,
How many
facts.
times you going to keep doing this to
No,
yourself?
you're right. I'm sorry. You was gonna say something.
No.
It was me. It was me.
Oh, it's
I'm
Addict,
with
sorry.
you guys
Yeah.
on the same thing. And
Yeah.
I hear what y'all say. Let a game cook. My thing is, let a game cook. Your stupid behind should have said that.
Facts.
You should have said, yo,
Yeah.
we have these games coming out within the next 2 years.
Yeah.
This is what we're looking at. This is what you can look forward to playing. But no, what you did was it was a marketing tactic to hold a fool in place. This is why I said, how do you keep a fool in suspense? Me, just sitting here in suspense, expecting these games to drop. Oh, we're gonna get a release date. Oh, March, we should have a live show. Oh no, it's June. Now June show is looking kind of iffy. Now E3 is wrapped around this thing, and then now it's gonna be less games showed.
What if? All right, I know we being super
doing what
negative.
if with these
No,
dudes?
but here's the thing, though. We can't act like there's not a
What if they get it
troll.
right one
There's
day?
there's not. We can't act. First of all, we can't act like 2021 didn't happen. Let's just be clear. 2021, they happened where they actually had a monster cadence of the games when they released on time. Psychonauts, Publisher of the Year, the Metacritic. So they've shown that they could do it.
2022
happened. Ain't nobody made this
right after that. Then right after that, you gave Popeye biscuits.
Factual. And my throat was very dry. I was parched.
Yeah. I'm still eating Popeye biscuits.
But my thing is, there is an immediate history of it. We've seen it. Psychonauts, Halo, Forza Horizon, Microsoft Flight. But you can't take that away like it don't exist. That's the thing. I understand we're being prisoners of the moment a little bit. Go ahead.
Where I'm siding with King more when it comes to that particular issue is we can definitely give them the satisfaction of 2021.
Yes.
But they've had way more misses on years than hits.
For sure.
And it's like one of those things where it's like, as much as I want to give them 2021 100%, at the same time, it's like, but you've only really done that one time in a long time.
I respect that.
Like 2022 was really lacking. I didn't feel like 2020 was that good. They be missing a lot more than they hit, and we keep saying stuff like, we got to give them more time to get these, and they do. They have to get these games out, but it's like I think the biggest issue when it came to that whole 12-month thing is if it would have been one game, that would have been different. Starfield got pushed back a little bit.
It's a double whammy.
Forza's not there. King says Flintlock and stuff's not there. It's that messaging, and I think that's the biggest issue Microsoft has is that messaging. Like,
I agree.
Why would you come out there and just say bold statements like you're gonna play these games until? And guess what? The first thing that I saw the moment that delayed was announced was videos of Sarah Bond on screen says these games are coming out in the next 12 months.
They did themselves no favor. All I'm saying is, gamers, we right to be upset and hold their feet to the fire to be accountable. But also, gamers, and that's why I'm being messy, if these games are fire after all this smoke, people gonna forget. All that. So I remember when
nobody remembers the release date after.
Bro, remember when Ragnarok was catching the smoke? When it's gonna come out? When it's gonna come out? And that's the thing. Gamers gonna forget if the choice is fire. It's just they put pressure on themselves unduly.
It's just about me being consistent.
I respect it.
Right. First you gotta have some integrity with something, right?
Yeah.
If you're gonna hold, and I roast PlayStation all the time.
Oh, you get them to smoke.
They get to work all the time, and rightfully so, because they're always doing something bungling. But I'm not gonna look over at the one that, your favorite kid that is bungling as well. And this is of his own volition. Nobody forced that on you.
Yeah.
You did this to yourself. So to say that this hasn't been done in the industry and the 12-month thing, and so now
did it to themselves.
On. And you fixing rights and you righting wrongs that was overhead that you was doing at 343, and everybody keeps pointing at Halo. Everybody keeps pointing at, y'all don't want another Halo situation. Y'all don't want another Halo situation. That was an isolated incident.
I ain't isolated.
But I say this, and Chris RayGun and you guys have
Halo
been
Master
on it.
Chief Collection.
Y'all said it. Yes, you're right. How are you gonna treat your main franchise that's supposed to be one of the pillars that holds everything up and everything right? Your name is basically Halo. How are you gonna treat that with the disrespect that you have, in all these years? So, I hear you guys. My rant has only been the 12-month thing.
I think honestly, it's just going to take these games to be great for you to get your confidence back on what they're saying, and then for them to actually not talk when they don't need to talk about dates, you know what I'm saying, and just put things out so that you don't have those situations again. And hopefully this is a teaching moment for them, because they cannot continue. Where I'm with you is they cannot continue to do that, right? Because then it's like your word mean absolutely nothing. But anyway, we go on super long super chats.
I just remember back in the day when we never knew when the game was coming
out. Remember that?
You had to call the game store every day.
Yep. You was fine with that.
Factual. Yo, Faye, saw Face like, yo, you ain't read my $100 super chat? Yeah, we got you, Face. We got you.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming for sure.
He said,
yo. And we got Tipped Whale, $2 super chat. If Timmy could, he'd retire before Elder Scrolls 6.
Yo, that little Timmy story gonna never die.
No, it's hilarious.
That was hilarious.
Then we got Nintendo the Otaku. Member for 1 year, $5 super chat. It was a lose-lose. If they didn't do the 12-month, they would get roasted again for no dates. At least there was a chance of a win by doing it. Yeah, but then the backlash if they do. Like, it's, whatever. I get it. Lose-lose. You're right. Then we got Face 23BKNY, $2 super chat. Spider-Man 2 and Starfield head-to-head this year. Could very well be, although I see Spider-Man later. I don't see September, but we'll see.
You'll see. That'd be crazy.
Then we have My Name is Mud, $50 super chat. Yo! $50 super chat. King, you are comedy gold. Thank you, Iron Lords, for providing the best gaming podcast on the web. Shame on them for killing Timmy.
Look, we should get a little Timmy trending, man.
Yeah.
He did his thing today.
Then we got Rob the Don, 202, $10 super chat. Everyone is entitled to be mad, but I understood why anyone would. I never understood why anyone would trust a multi-trillion billion-dollar company. That's like trusting any fast food joint is serving you real beef potatoes / French fries. Yes.
Messy.
It's food. That's all. It's sustenance. Carl Andrews Jr., $2 super chat. King is 100% right. Xbox needs to do better. Yes, they absolutely do.
Absolutely.
Spartan Go 17, £2 super chat. Better start calling him Sir Capalot.
Wow.
Then we got Face 23BKNY, $100 super chat. Shout out to you. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that.
Salute.
Yes, sir.
I give King props for calling out Xbox. PlayStation fans don't worry about delays because PlayStation pipeline is on point.
Yeah, every game that you literally got has had some form of delay. The only thing is they don't tell y'all anything. All right? So y'all don't even have shows. Y'all get pop-ups. Y'all got pop-up stores that pop up and y'all find out what's happening. No. These are the only guys that sticking to a format that's actually being out there. So yeah, y'all don't have to worry about stuff because y'all get it when they serve it.
You know what's funny, King? If you really think about it, and we always wonder, why do a lot of like PlayStation content is centered around Xbox content? Because they got not a lot to talk about.
They don't have
a lot of news.
Then we have Tipped Whale, $2 super chat. So Xbox has liars and PlayStation has snitches.
Oh, we got J-Dub done popped
Oh,
out. I haven't seen J-Dub in a minute. I thought J-Dub and Timmy just fell apart.
Oh, man, don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, J-Dub, I got you, baby.
Don't do that.
Tom from Toonami, $2 super chat. Attic, you still sure about Spider-Man 2 PS5 only? He's like,
yes,
Attic on that square.
Keep sticking with that. Keep sticking with that.
It's fine. When I get your knees.
Yeah. You
I'm gonna put them right here.
Right here. And listen, when you send them back, I want Lubriderm.
That's fine. That's fair. That's fair. What we should low-key do one day? Once things start settling down, when you win, when you win a Bend the Knee Summit, you get like one of those small little trophies to put somewhere.
I can't continue.
Make sure.
And we have Hargeet Chini member for 1 year, $5 super chat. Have to disagree with the take on factions on PS4. You need a player base, and games like Fortnite are still on last gen. COD is coming to Switch. You got to remember that, yes.
Yeah, it's coming to Switch in a different manner. Wi-Fi only.
Then we got some said Wi-Fi only. Slow-mo backslap member for 2 years, $5 super chat. Y'all confirmed it already, but I sent Cog another link. King, yes. I want your left ACL, your right MCL, and half a kneecap.
Slow-mo was ready. He was ready.
Slow-mo. Don't do it to yourself. You done bet on the division, bro.
Oh, man.
We already know that your
he bets on losers.
Your decision making is kind of impaired.
Oh man,
I think you got a couple of concussions.
Damn, not the division slander. Damn.
He put a lot of cards in that third person multiplayer game. Him and BG loved that game. What was that game called?
Did they do the new raid this weekend?
It was a fun game though. It was a fun game. What?
Division 2 had the new raid this weekend?
Oh yeah, yo. Get him, he destroyed him. He go extra hard on him. Continue.
You know what's funny? I remember someone saying on the last word in a super chat that more people know about Call of Duty's raid than they know about the Division's raid.
Damn. Savage attacks right now.
You got a new exotic this weekend.
Then we got,
I ain't gonna front them all for the division slam. I ain't gonna even hold you. I ain't gonna hold you. Continue on.
then we have J1 member for 2 months, Lord Bronze. Greetings, Lord. Starfield trailer gave me Interstellar and The Expanse vibes. Can't wait for BGS to be back. Great show and great guest.
Oh, salute.
No, Starfield gave me delay vibes.
Yeah, Rogue Company. That's what it was called. I actually
Rogue
like that
Company,
game.
yes,
I
yes,
like
Rogue
that game. I really liked it.
It gave me hurry up and wait vibes.
Then we have Chris McComb with the £2 super chat. Have you guys tried PSVR 2? What are your thoughts on it? I haven't had a chance to play since the initial week. I haven't played.
We did a podcast on it too, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we definitely
That's
last
last
week
week
or
and the
something?
week before.
What about you?
Definitely if you want detail.
What?
If you want detailed things, you should probably go back to those podcasts.
Yeah, they can't go back.
I think Cog said he liked it though.
Yeah, I think we both like it.
They got put back in the box.
What are you talking about?
Talking about the PSVR 2.
Oh, you do.
Cog ain't even paying attention.
I wasn't paying no attention. I'm on Twitter. I'm acting up on Twitter. Sorry.
Yeah.
Wait a while.
So,
put
Cog,
back
yeah,
in the
what
box.
thoughts on PSVR 2, Cog?
Oh, my fault. Sorry. Horizon Calls of the Mountain. Love it. Just it's very climb heavy, but I actually love it.
Yeah.
A lot of just one energy. And what you call it? Demio and the other one, the No Man's Sky is amazing. I love No Man's Sky.
Yeah, No Man's Sky crazy.
Yeah.
It's funny. Chris talked about Shadow of the Colossus. I would love to see that in VR, so I could just throw up.
Actually,
all over
I would
the place.
be down with that. That would be one of. I don't know. I feel like that would give me a headache.
It would make me sick.
Moving
but-
around.
That.
I think I literally might play that game and die. Like,
Then we have Dragonheart Yobi, $10 in chat. ILP gonna meet a big fan at one of the events with a tattoo that says LMPWYJ. Lords will say, "What does that mean?" And the fan will look over the Sob's direction with a sinister, evil smile, saying, "My man."
Oh, let me play with my joystick acronym.
Yo, we always has to come up with these scenarios, man.
Yo, don't put that in people's head, man.
Yeah,
He gonna show up. He gonna show up. Hey, King. I'm like, he right over there.
He's right over there.
he's like, "Hey King, he's right over there." He's like,
He's right over there. He's right over there.
He's gonna be
Yeah.
like, "Hey King," he's right over there. He's
Right
gonna come
over
up to King. He gonna pull up on King. He'll be like, "You know what? After seeing you guys in person, I think I'm changing my
Nah,
name."
Storm is still there.
I haven't seen you guys in church. I decided I like chocolate.
Nah, he like that
nah.
mocha mix.
He's gonna be like, "King, don't dye your beard again." What's
Nah.
a good one?
Nah, you like that dark beard, you gotta look at it.
Yo.
The young wolf. Let's get some of this young wolf.
Chill. Time.
Move up on me.
Move on, please.
We got Hardgeek City, $5 for 10. I usually give good ratings in DoorDash, Uber Eats, etc. Even if they are late, don't mess with the folks making or delivering your food. That is kinda
Exactly.
true.
Spit your food.
Oh, shut up.
I mean,
Shut up. You got your food already. They don't know. You ain't gonna get them again. Shut up. You lying.
Time.
Let's
Then we
talk
have-
about your food came in late and cold, and you talk about, I'm still gonna give them a 4-star. Shut up.
Being disrespectful to people that's making your food.
Yeah, okay.
we got Rob the Don 202, $2 for 10. Stop it. Y'all, stop it. Y'all, Spider-Man not even on PC day one.
Ooh.
Things could change. Things could change.
Be on PlayStation 4 day one, though.
Then we have Hardgeek City again, $5 for chat. Spider-Man, whatever. Xbox will have the biggest game of the year, Call of Duty. Call of Duty is bigger than any Sony game. Just ask Jim Ryan.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I feel you on that, but I think we're mainly talking about like an exclusive factor because Call of Duty's going to outsell all the exclusives it does every year.
On everything. Yeah.
But as far as like a value on a specific platform, I think that's why Spider-Man's being compared to Starfield in this particular podcast.
That's first party versus first party.
Then we have Hardgeek City again, $5 super chat. Wait, we're not about to forget that Xbox had 2 games nominated for Game of the Year in 2021 TGAs.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
The
yeah.
year they had the highest meta of any
Oh, yeah.
publisher
People
in
forget.
history.
You know how it is. You know
Yeah,
how it
you-
go.
No,
Listen,
nobody forgets. We just remember 2022.
I
It's
feel
just,
that. I respect that.
We're gamers.
We're
We say it all the
We're
we
prisoners
say
of
it all the
moment.
time. It's what you've done for me lately.
Oh,
Lately,
for sure.
exactly.
For sure.
For sure.
All that goodwill goes out the window. Then we have Hargy said again, $2 super chat. Oh, they're consistently delayed.
Thank you.
Then we got J Dub, $2
Oh, the
super
return.
chat. They said Sarabon out there to do the Lord's work.
Yo, you know something? I sat back and off of watching that, I was like, wow, they sent that up there to be the fall guy. I said, you know what? Because when it comes back, it's gonna be like, oh, you know, Sarah Bond said it was gonna be the 12 months. I'm watching it. I'm just conspiracy theory. You got me on my team right now, man. I'm on my team. I'm really focused. I'm looking at you guys sideways, bro. I'm really looking at you sideways. I love the hell out of you, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm starting to believe everything that Sovereign says.
Wow, the cake is shaking.
Then we got Stitch, $5 super chat. You didn't hear? Timmy's already a dust pile. He died waiting for the LastofUsFactions multiplayer.
No, that was clone version 3.
Tell you, man. Little Timmy's die every day, B.
Yeah, man. And we clone him and put him back in the
every
game.
Every day.
Not like this.
Continue.
That's it. We caught up.
All right, let's combine these last two because these are little jump offs. All right, Resident Evil demo came out. Couple see you got a chance to play, and actually, what's up?
Let's finish with that one. That's that.
Oh, you want to finish with that last? Yeah, all right. So you start off Exoprimal, and
the Exoprimal thing is just funny to me, and this is it. Capcom had their sort of little like event where kind of showcasing, you know, stuff that's upcoming. They showed more Resident Evil 4. What do they call it officially? The Spotlight. Capcom Spotlight. Yes. So they talked a little bit more about Mega Man Battle Network. They have another commentator coming to Street Fighter 6. Just a bunch of little the Ghost Trick Phantom Detective that they were talking about during the Switch stream, stuff like that. So out of that, they talked about Exoprimal finally. And the thing about Exoprimal is that it is coming day one to Game Pass. And what's interesting about that is that this would be the first Capcom game ever to come day one to Game Pass. And to me, I see it as, okay, it's fantastic, you know, but I always thought it felt like a weird kind of game, but I want to see what it is. But it kind of feels like a conversation was had about the availability of a certain fighting game that was exclusive to PS5. And it feels like Exoprimal is the consolation prize for that. Because, again, back then, Capcom was a very different Capcom than now. Back then, they were on the ropes when that Street Fighter V PlayStation deal was made.
Yep.
This is a different Capcom. The conversation is different. The bag has to be different. But I really do feel that, shout out to Phil, I think the conversation was had about, hey, what up with that SF6? And like, no, can't really do that, Phil. You know, it's going to be everywhere. I think it's going to be a big thing. Take Exoprimal. But the conversations are happening with Capcom.
Hello.
But you to think how many years we've had Game Pass, and it's the first time we see a Capcom game day one in it is very, very interesting. And I think, you know, when we start talking about delays of games and stuff like that, I think the work is being done to fill in gaps where they see them arising. So this is cool. I hope Exoprimal's good. I hope we don't fall into the damn conversation about, you know, Game Pass mediocrity. I don't want to hear any more about that.
We don't want to, what is it, an extraction situation?
Exactly.
Rainbow Six extraction.
Rainbow Six. But I find this very interesting. I wonder if you guys agree with me or I got the tinfoil hat on.
I mean, I'll jump in. Let's add his thoughts ready.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, it's not a particular game that excites me. I actually got invited to like a content creator thing with it. But it's one of those things where it's like, I hope people enjoy it. I do think it does give a diverse kind of lineup that isn't necessarily in Game Pass currently at the moment. And, you know, when it comes to these types of like, I don't know if it's a games as a service entirely. It looks like one. But when it comes to these type of games, to me, you never know when these things are going to hit, when they're not going to hit.
Yeah.
And, you know, I don't blame Microsoft for going out of their way to get this particular game. And it gives me hope of Capcom, too, where, you know, maybe that Mega Man game will come eventually. And not necessarily, you know, to Game Pass, but just to the platform in general. Like, the more I see these games going in Game Pass, the more I feel like, okay, maybe the relationship's getting better to where their games will start missing the platform in general.
Yeah. Okay, your thoughts on the Capcom situation, Exoprimal? Any relation?
Well, they probably had conversations about the Street Fighter, situation. And Exoprimal, this is a new IP. They're not too sure what it's going to do in the wild. They probably offered it to PlayStation. PlayStation was like, no, hard pass. And Microsoft was like, of course, we'll take it over here in Game Pass, give you some upfront money. Sony didn't care for the upfront money because they don't know what the IP is going to do. It doesn't have a track record. Microsoft is willing to take that gamble on these things. Sony has that $5 billion in acquisition money that they're looking to acquire stuff. Then they're not probably trying to invest inside their services. They have IPs that's going to hit their services, that's going to generate revenue in their services. So I don't think they looked at it as a viable option. Microsoft did because, again, they know there are delays in the games that are supposed to be out. So here we goes with these bridesmaid games that are popping up, that they're taking a flyer on. Microsoft figures if they take flyers on all these new IPs, these third-party IPs, and one of them actually hits, they can keep it in there for a while, and it can actually generate revenue. So they're willing to bankroll stuff and bet that it'll happen. In this way, Capcom, this is a win-win. They're going to get the engagement from Game Pass automatically off the rip. You got 30+ million people that's going to engage with your game. If you have 1% of those people purchase that game, that's 3 million, right? Purchasing that game only on that platform. And then whatever it sells on the PlayStation platform. And then at some point in time, it'll go into PS Plus, and they're going to generate revenue. So Capcom is doing smart business as a third-party developer, going and seeking options for new IPs. So I think it's good.
For Microsoft, it's a lesson learned with like Genshin Impact, right?
Yes. No, you're absolutely right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, and then you look at something like Outriders.
Yep.
You can make an argument that game wouldn't have been nowhere near as successful as without Game Pass.
And I think Microsoft's smart for making it. I actually love this because one,
surprising too.
It's surprising, and the Capcom relationship to me with Xbox has always been shaky. I never understood. I mean, look, I get it, but people, I think what's more egregious than even the Final Fantasy VII Remake exclusive, and for the record, COG doesn't have a problem with exclusive content, come on. But I have to say, I thought what was more egregious was Street Fighter V being exclusive to PlayStation 4.
But you got to remember at that period of time, they went to Microsoft and asked Microsoft to bankroll them. Sony gave them the bag.
Hey, and if that's the case, fine. But I just felt it was unacceptable. Any reason that one of the premier fighting games is not on the Xbox, right?
Yeah, because it was everywhere. But
them.
If I give you the money, if you come to me and tell me, yo, I don't have the money to do X, Y, Z,
and you fund the project, I get it.
I fund the project,
I get it,
and I get the rights to have it over there.
I get that. It just to me. With the relationship with Capcom just wasn't strong to me. It just felt all around, and then like Monster Hunter games and stuff like that. Now we're starting to see some of that kind of slip in the Game Pass, And yes, make no mistake, this is the start of the relationship. This is something Exoprimal. First of all, I like the way it looked. I think graphically it looked phenomenal. Like I just want to see how it plays. I like the whole idea of an online kind of like a Dino Crisis co-op type situation. So it's speaking to me personally. And then the cinematics.
Let me ask you a question.
What's up?
Was Phil in charge at the time? In the current position that he's in, when the Street Fighter deal went through?
Not the head of Microsoft Gaming. He was probably
he wasn't, right?
He was not at the table at that point. He was president.
He was still under people that had issues with the platform.
So then it's easy to say that after he became he started getting these Capcoms. He started building.
You see the Capcoms, the Atlases. You see, like that's why I kept telling me. People kept laughing and saying, "Oh, they're in Japan. They're not going to do anything." I'm seeing the fruits of the labor. You're starting to see where, and then Saab's going to talk about Guilty Gear Strive, and you know what I'm saying. So to me, yes, is it main vein Capcom Drive? No, but like Attic said, if this could potentially be an Outrider situation where it's a new IP you're unsure of, it has a multiplayer component, has an online component. If it hits and you on Game Pass, What was the talk at the time Outriders came out and it started to pop?
Yeah.
Yo, it's free over there on Game Pass. Now you get all this engagement, right? You're starting to see the East ease up, even with Wolong. Yo, new IP. The key with Game Pass to make it more attractive. We know the first party stuff. I got you. 1 second. Is that to me, third party day and date is what really gets it to cook to me. Yeah. Because you get someone to say, okay, why am I going to get another $70 version of this when I can get it in this service? Go ahead, Attic, and then I'll finish.
And I was going to say,
sorry. Write it down. Remember, gotta write it down.
All you was going to say was King is right, but guys.
You messing.
I mean, listen, he sent it to me telepathically. I'm just regurgitating what I heard.
No, like I said, we'll see. I mean, I like the idea of it. We'll see if it's actually good, but if it is good, it's probably low risk for Capcom, and then maybe that relationship gets better and you start to improve it. But I was gonna say, South, he was gonna do what they we're gonna do Resident Evil. What are we doing?
What other thing you want to talk about?
I'm sorry, so we already got it.
No. I like I said before, I was playing Strive, and again, back to the fighting game thing. I think Game Pass, you're not traditionally getting a lot of those games, right? These Arc System Works games that are launching kind of like on PlayStation. You have them on PlayStation, maybe PC day and date. The fact that they're coming to Game Pass, yes, better late than never. Strive has not hit PS Plus though, so that's important. That's important to point out that they're working to get this game on this platform, get it in front of a bunch of eyes. Anybody who, whether you like fighting games or not, you throw that game on. That's the thing. You look at, you turn, you be like, Mom, look at this. It's a cartoon. That is how
like a cartoon fighting.
Yeah, the thing I was gonna say is like I don't think Wulong would be having this much conversation on Twitter without Game Pass.
I
agree. Not even remotely.
I agree. You give people so many, and the fact that so many people are mad because they can't beat the first boss,
saying they're dropping it.
Right, but it shows me how many
people never would have bought it.
Exactly, how many people jumped in that would have never jumped in. That's the key, and even Team Ninja has said that. But yeah, I was gonna say,
and imagine the people that do like Wulong that's never played a Souls game. That's like, like newer audience, people getting into the ecosystem in general, and they're like, I like this. Then what are they doing? They're going back. Well, let me try Sekiro. Let me try Bloodborne. Let me try Elden Ring.
That's how it starts. And you're already
let me try these games.
Yeah, and you're already in a system that has these other games that can be a gateway to others. But then we got this Resident Evil demo, Addict. Last one.
Yeah. So if you can
we both played it. I know Addicts played it more than me. Oh, we all played it. Okay,
how much
you haven't touched it? It was $0. It was Beta Boy.
Beta Boy action.
Other places, people are paying for the demo.
Oh, word?
Yeah.
Word?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't know about that. Nah,
Beta Boy. Like people that you have to like pre-order the game to get it.
I could not wait for this because they was paying 20 cents and I think Microsoft was like $2 in New Zealand or something.
Oh, I
Where are you getting this info from?
Figure it out. Get on
Figure
Twitter.
it out. That's the best sourcing I've ever seen.
Tell you,
Figure it out.
Hey chat, send it to Addict.
So what are you guys thinking? Again, I decided to play because I was like, okay, it's only the village part. And for me, I just really wanted, I had recently been playing 4 again, just to kind of get a feel for it, kind of to see where it needed to sort of change and grow a little bit. And I'll be honest, what I played so far is very close to what we had before. It's just considerably prettier, right? They made some changes that some people may like, some may not like. I don't know how you guys feel about the parry.
Oh yeah.
The parry is something that if you're good at parrying, it makes you super powerful, kind of, because you're pushing back people all the time, right? Including like big bosses. So that's going to be a point of contention.
It's crazy.
You can parry a chainsaw
with a knife.
But all in all, what I think they got right is RE4 was that game that kind of crossed that line from just pure horror, and the way it expressed horror through action, right, was the fact that Leon Kennedy in this game was super, like he's a hyped up kind of super soldier, right? He's strong. He isn't Leon Kennedy from the original, RE2. So he's skilled. And so how do you create dread? How do you create fear? Well, they put you in a village with people that are coming at you from all kinds of angles, right? It's this idea of being overwhelmed by these horrific circumstances. And I think in this game, in this version, it feels like they really got that down, because this time, the Ganados look more realistic.
Yeah.
Chainsaw Dude looks crazy. And the fact they come at you from every window, every door, every single orifice that you can find, they're coming at you.
They're coming at you.
And the fact that, you know, you see him trying to dodge and weave. The only thing that again, I don't know how the final product is. It just feels like there aren't enough animations for all the stuff that he's doing now. Like, there isn't like
it's the same animation over and over again.
Right. There's not a weave animation for when they're coming at you. You kind of stumble out of situations. Sometimes when you counter somebody, you should be able to sort of get out of the way with somebody else attacking you, because guaranteed somebody's attacking you from behind, from the sides. And a lot of that doesn't feel like it was considered in this. So they stuck very close to the original in that, where some of that feels a little bit old. It's just super pretty now. But all in all, I'm excited for what's there, because I know they've made other changes. This little village part just gave me a little taste of, you know, what to kind of expect. Little disappointed in some of the control stuff, but not crazy. We'll see how the discourse around the knife countering goes. But yeah, excited overall, and it's pretty. It's very pretty.
Oh, beautiful. Addict, it's your game, man. This your Resident Evil GOAT, right?
Yeah, well, Resident Evil 4 is definitely my favorite Resident Evil, and it's just for, you know, variety of reasons. I felt like it, you know, has a solid story. I think it did a lot of things that kind of moved the entire gaming industry forward. You got games like Dead Space that spawned out of nowhere because of games like Resident Evil. They've literally said that they wouldn't have made that game the way they did without Resident Evil 4 being a factor. I like what they're doing here. I think Capcom is a prime example that they have redefined what the word remake is, and they pretty much coming out and they're like, look, like we took a huge risk by making Resident Evil 2 way more than we had to. And I think that because, you know, obviously people have a little issue with Resident Evil 3, but because they did that and they're taking these remakes seriously, I feel like the next game's doing better than the previous game. Because even though people had an issue with Resident Evil 3 to a lot of degrees, everyone loved those games. Everyone loved the attention they did. Everyone loved the fact that they made remakes. And I have to obviously give Final Fantasy VII flowers too, because they're doing it too. And it's just like, they're coming out there and these companies are showing you, like, look, you could sell these old games and make just as much money as newer games. You just have to actually invest and commit to it. You can't just sit here, come out there and like, yo, we're gonna sprinkle some graphics, we're gonna sprinkle some FPS, and then it's like, and then final product, and then it's like, you know, now give us $60. Then the game bombs, and they're like, okay, no one wants remakes. No, people have no problem investing into a brand that they've already played years ago. People have a problem the bare minimum doing it and then not getting what they feel is out. Because some of these, remember Sleeping Dogs, like remastered for the Xbox One and PS4? It was $60 for pretty much just like a small graphic enhancement and some of the DLC. Like, people don't want that. They want solid remake experiences. And as long as you do that, you actually can get good results. So, you know, I'm liking them because you look at something like Fable. You know, if they do remake Fable 1 to head along, let's say that they've been doing that in the past, like, I'm hoping these companies look at these older IPs and they're like, look, we can make money. Let's just invest a little bit more money so we can actually put our best foot forward. And I like games like this. And I know that doesn't really have a lot to do with Resident Evil 4, but I like the fact that you're seeing this trend go up and not just Resident Evil 2 then just goes down. No one else does it. And Resident Evil 4 shows you, like, look, we got Resident Evil 4's out structure, got the foundation built. Now let's take that 90s approach, you know, that the old grandma sofas no one likes anymore. Let's get rid of all of that. Let's get rid of the 1980s refrigerator. Let's put a modern refrigerator in there. Let's actually take our time and make this house look modern. And I got to get off to that. Like, it's like, you can look at something like Resident Evil 4. Even if you played that game, I suggest you buy that. I ain't played it. Even if you go out and you look at, you never play Resident Evil 4, go buy that, because I have always been a prominent person on rewarding good behavior, and Capcom out here doing good behavior. Like,
No facts.
No facts. Salute. King, we down with the Resident Evil remake? What we doing?
Well, you gotta thank Sony for this, because
I'm just dying to know where you're going.
Microsoft didn't help them out with Street Fighter, and they were at a pivotal a moment, right? And then you had the remakes come after the Street Fighter got bankrolled, and they made some bread off of that, and they were able to go into two different directions. You were able to go into the new Resident Evil games where they went first person, which was highly successful. And then they went back and they did remakes, and their remakes were from the ground up.
Yes.
Right? So it wasn't, okay, the same thing, because they did it before. They gave you enhancements of Resident Evil again, and then Resident Evil Remake, and then you finally got the remasters. The Resident Evil 2 remaster was like crazy, and then Resident Evil 3 was insane. But we all know the reason for you to own a GameCube was for this Resident Evil 4, right? And when it came out, it changed the game. Sherlin's never looked as good.
Facts.
Right? So when we got and you saw the Sherlin moving at the bottom, we was like, oh, and then he pulled out the gun, and they was like, La Migra. I'm messing with y'all.
They exact, not Mexican, sir.
I know.
Spaniards.
Yes. I can't. You messing.
So when I was like, oh, they went Hispanic with it. Right? I'm like, ooh, the virus is in Ecuador. What the hell is why is it Ecuador? Yes, I do. They got a little arroz con pollo.
I do want to point out real quick, there is a poll in the chat. I want to hear you guys' input on that. Continue.
So this is being that this was probably the turning point with Capcom, where they really put their best graphical foot forward. Because at this point in time, Resident Evil 4 was the best.
Yeah, that was the ball
they put out.
Oh yeah, that was the ball for them.
So for them to get back to this, I didn't play the demo. I'm going to play the full game.
Why you gonna be a beta boy with us?
Nah, I'm not down with that. I'm gonna let you
test that out.
You
not test it out?
Nah, not
you
gonna
do the Lord's work with us? Okay.
Nah, nope. Nope. I still ain't even played my Resident Evil 2 all the way. Didn't even do 3, but I'm buying 4 like a fool. This is how you make backlogs for games that you never play, that you have nostalgia for. This is how to capitalize on.
Yes. Nostalgia.
But I do actually. This is I remember when the haircut and the hair was moving. The GameCube was a monster. That Power PC. IBM chip that was inside there, that little guy was a monster. I never felt proud to take that little purple little satchel handbag with me down the street to play. At no point in time, this was the best game. I have high expectations for this game, but I do say this: in the hierarchy of Capcom, the decisions that were made and monies that were allocated to further grow the business and to hunker down, because they were looking at acquisition. They was looking at probably going away. They was looking at a lot of a downside, and they just did a 180. They did a complete 180. It started with the Street Fighter. It ran itself over to these remakes, and it's still taking the Resident Evil, because Resident Evil 8 this is the same company that's giving you quality stuff. Resident Evil 8, they're giving you quality VR, because they add the VR and no extra charge.
Bro, it's fantastic.
The VR is in there, right? They're not saying, we got VR in here, we're going to charge you money. Their VR is in there. If you happen to have it, you can do this, right? And then they're giving you remakes, and they are pushing the the genre forward for remakes. They're the high watermark for remakes. So I think it's going to do well, very well. I think it's great.
Yeah, they play like an hour or two of it, and I was just blown away. I was just, man, this looks phenomenal. Like, the light source and the tension. I always like the over the shoulder with the camera joint. You know what I'm saying? The Sherlin. I'm just seeing the cinematics now, seeing the details of the enemies. It hits different. I feel like I get more. What?
I put in the thing. I said, "Where'd you hear the lords from?" And I said, "I learned from the Iron Lords because my ex-boyfriend told me about that." Shout out to the ex-boyfriend.
Shout out to the ex.
Shout out to the ex-boyfriend.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Salute. But it just brought back the feel. It gives you the appreciation of it with more of a today modern feel. And it looks good. It looks bad. And I'm Leon Kennedy all day. I feel he's always in the best Resident Evils. I'm just saying, unlike this other guy that, when they talk about my guy.
The steroid guy.
My guy is the
Barry
best.
Bonds, Redfield.
Yeah.
That's why I was so disappointed with 6, because it was the first time they brought all of them together in that kind of way. And then they just
dropped the ball.
Do you think there's enough good game in 6 story-wise, whatever the case, to remake it and really
I'm gonna be real with you. I want them to redo 5 and add on to it like they did 4. But then when it comes to 6, I just want them to redo that whole game.
I want Veronica. Where Veronica?
Yes, Dreamcast Veronica.
For some reason, 5 was one of the most sold Resident Evils. I highly doubt their next game's not 5.
We ain't gonna get no Veronica.
No, you know what?
I think you'll eventually get Veronica. I just think they're gonna get the ones they know they can make all that money from.
The thing about 5 is 5 great co-op game. It was more action game than it was horror. The thinking and conversation around it now is that it has some troubling depictions of race.
That's when they went to Africa. When they had the yellow eyes and the yellow teeth.
Yeah.
Yes, I said, if they didn't get Pookie the crackhead.
Are you implying that they can't be attacking certain races?
Listen. If you're going to do the Spanish, you got to do the blacks. Come on, man.
You know what's funny?
Listen, nobody was out there crying when they was doing affected whites, right?
Lord.
What's up?
You know what's funny? Like Resident Evil 4, I don't know exactly where that demographic came from, but it's like they take 3 people, they scan them, and okay, let's put this one black.
That's okay. Wait, now the same 3.
It'd be the same 3 crackheads. But I didn't get outraged, all right? Because listen, nobody cared when it was hillbillies. Nobody cared. That was actually theory as hell. Nobody cared when it was infected whites in the beginning, right? Then when they went to Spanish, dudes was like, your eyebrows got a little bit raised, right? And I got to call my people out on this. Y'all don't want to be sensitive, but y'all don't want to be inclusive. Nah, then they went to Africa. Y'all was like, nah, this is racism. No, it's not racism, man. It's a zombie game.
Everybody getting some. Everybody getting some.
That's right. We're going to sprinkle a little bit zombie all across the world.
I will say I think it's poorly researched, if anything. I wouldn't say it's like race, it's just poorly researched.
I don't care where they do it at. Whatever's
it was unintentionally racist.
I want the indigenous people to be zombies. Yeah. So I'm down for it. I don't care. It would look disgusting if I'm in Africa and I don't get no black zombie.
So you equal opportunity with your zombie.
The ones with the shields, man, I hated them. Like I couldn't stand them. You know what's funny? When I played Resident Evil 5 with Grace, I was like, okay, babe, this is what we do. Okay, like I ain't gonna fight with you on ammo, so I'm gonna rock with infinity ammo. Okay, and you gonna play like normal.
No, what I didn't like when the zombies were shooting.
When the zombies were on motorcycles,
the zombies were busting back. I'm like,
what type of zombie is this?
Tell me how Grace had the basic handgun, and I'm rolling over there with the infinity, the infinity revolver, magnum. I'm just sitting there. What I was doing, I was just sitting back, and I'm just letting her try to kill them. And after like enough of them came around, I was like, all right. And I just shot 2 of them. I was like, you still got 2 left. Like,
anyway, that's all I have.
I like my racism, equal opportunity. Listen. If I go to Jamaica, I expect to see Jamaican zombies. I
You
want the
done know.
indigenous population.
Pretty much find the city of Atlantis under
Yeah,
the whole
the child.
thing.
Yeah, right. And I want the Atlantis zombies.
Time on Kid with equal opportunity zombies.
Let's get up out of here, man.
But
Super
yeah,
chat.
we'll definitely be playing this. It comes out the Friday that we're at PAX, so it's gonna be.
Oh yeah, we got a lot of stuff popping.
Oh
for
yeah,
PAX.
speaking of PAX, first of all, I want to appreciate everyone who donated, super chatted, brought shirts, did
Yes,
whatever you want
they
to do
putting them
today.
up too on Twitter.
And everybody that got the Valari pillows, these things is shipping.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody that did purchase, they're shipping. I gotta send out some links to a couple of people because I talked to a couple of guys and they didn't know that we were selling pillows. If it's the first time that you found us, these Valari pillows have our logo on it. Valari right here in conjunction with Valari. The stitching is crazy. IOP here. It connects in the back of you, and you put it around your waist while you're playing. Like if you saw me sitting right here, my elbows was locked in, and I was talking. My back wasn't hurting. Everything feels really good. This is the same gaming posture that I have when I'm playing my video games. So it's a premium quality product. Link is in the description. God,
It's definitely green.
Yep. Use code Lord15 at the chat. Get 50%.
So, I want to explain. If you purchase, it does go and factor into our road to PAX, right? But we can't update it right now because of how the program works. But all the super chats go in there, and when you buy Teespring stuff, all that stuff go in there. So I do appreciate everybody helping us go to PAX.
Yes.
We only have 2 more weekends. Well,
Yes.
this weekend and next weekend. That's it. So this weekend is up, and next weekend. And we have R&R with the Lords.
And also any Lords that's going to be at PAX East,
pull up
because, like I said, we may have something popping.
have the shirt
potentially.
and please. It's we're trying to finish off these bars. It's looking like kind of tight. Like I don't know if we're gonna make it. I hope we do, because we want to do something. The road to PAX has a special thing for everybody that's there.
Yes.
And we're trying our best to make that happen.
Yep. Yep, we're on Chipico Low 15. No doubt, without fear, we got you. They're still coming. We're about to make announcements on exact shipping, all that good stuff. We got you. I'll get the poll now, solve it while you get the super chats. And then, okay, with the latest delay of Starfield falling out of the next 12 months decree from 2022's Xbox and Bethesda Showcase, which to you is most important? A, Xbox, stop over-promising and under-delivering. Your word should mean something.
God.
Oh, God. B, Starfield's quality and polish should be the #1 priority as Xbox's most important exclusive since Halo.
That's right.
Or C, I don't care. Starfield is doomed. God Howard did not wear the brown leather during the launch date announcement. Shout out to the chat. It's going to be up on ILP Twitter. Go check that out at Iron Lord Podcast. And of course, the amazing Chris RayGun was in the building, rocked with us wow long, had mad fun. Salute. So let's get these super chats, sir.
Bet. And like King was saying also, I put the link in the chat once again. Hit that joinhoney.com/ironlords. Let's get your honey on.
Get your honey on. It's safe.
Plus honey.
They know they want to get their honey.
Joinhoney.com/ironlords.
All right.
That will help your peoples.
Yeah, and we ain't even getting paid for that one, man. We just tell
the
them.
rip.
Yeah,
Off the rip.
Just do it. Like, and it comes down to
you know something, Addict? Somebody told me they put it in Twitter. I got to do something, because they, for some weird reason, they think likes equal payment, right?
No,
like we get paid. Listen, and I'm gonna keep it 100 with you guys. Everything that goes into this podcast
Talk to him.
comes and goes right back. You see a mic? Go look at our earlier stuff.
Factual.
The cameras, the mic, the little light.
I think what it is, King, people don't realize how much this stuff costs. This mic, just this mic, is $400.
Yep.
Just the mic. This is not the
But
boom.
remember when they was like,
everybody thinks we
audio
getting
was
paid
trash.
thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
Everybody here has a job. Like, so
Factual.
if you see these statues or whatever, this was before the podcast.
Factual.
When we was going in our pockets doing that, we don't listen. We
The
are
camera
supposed to
alone
look
that
for
we're doing the
sponsors.
podcast off is over 1,000. So, like we put everything back into the show.
We're supposed to look for sponsors. We're supposed to look for some type of help, right? You guys are the fuel, to be honest with you, for us to get to that help.
Nah, King, stop having. You supposed to give me all this for free. I don't like you talking.
But
King, I don't like all this sponsor talk, man.
We're one of the only podcasts that goes to all these live events.
Nah,
and they ain't cheap.
You supposed to go to the events, how I say, and you supposed to sit here for 5 hours and give me free stuff, and we should ask us for
okay, look, we don't normally get into like cost stuff. It costs $900 just for the flight.
No, okay, yo, I'm gonna tell you something. That's disgusting and disrespectful.
I don't like the corporate
It used to be
laws.
$300.
It was pure when y'all was broke.
Yeah, but we broke now. Like, ain't nothing ain't a damn thing changed. Like, yo, no. I just want you
They're
guys
always
to know,
asking me for something now.
we not rich, bro. We don't know, man. So please go out and get some focus.
The trench coat. People say, did the money go to the trench coat? No, it's missing 2 buttons. So you know, it's not even premium trench coat. Okay.
Salute the game.
Why you think he put on a trench coat? Because he gonna have to go to work after. Why you think I got the hoodie on? Because I gotta go to work.
The king has spoken.
Exactly.
No doubt.
Heat not working.
Heat not working. That's what it is.
Yeah. Whoa, yeah, for real.
Lord Addict. Oh, sorry. Super chats are
Yeah,
good.
let's finish
Sorry.
up the super chats. Hold on a second. We have okay. Nova 30M.
Nova.
13 months. Member for 13 months. Lord Bronze. Exoprimal features many dinosaurs. Players will get to battle Jim Ryan early in the story.
What? How's that the game description? Battle Chief, I'm done.
Then we got Dragonheart Yovi once again. 1 year, remember for 1 year, $5 super chat. Old boy gonna pop up with a thong on that says "My Sovereign."
Yo!
Yo, that's a violation. That's a violation.
Solve in the front.
That's a violation. That's a violation.
That's where I go grab security.
How did he get in the venue?
Yo.
He slipped in. Pause.
You know what's gonna be funny? I'm gonna be doing something. He gonna grab my trench coat and put it over.
Whoa.
He gonna come in dressed as Borat with the spaghetti thong.
Time. These visuals. I don't need these visuals.
I can just see now. He's got the hat on. He comes up to Sam and he throws, "Let me play with y'all."
Oh, man.
He gonna come in as a naked cowboy.
The amount of power we give this man is ridiculous.
He takes full advantage.
Why don't you play with my joystick?
So,
Look at the picture of a super chat. Read this.
Read this right here, Shaun. Why don't we play with each other joysticks?
Yo, we gotta cut your mic off, sir. You're doing way too much. Way too much.
why I gotta have a hillbilly voice though?
That's what I'm saying.
Man, the way we do it down here.
What is this? Deliverance?
Deliverance. My brother do it because he's crazy.
Don't you buck up on me, Saul.
Don't you buck up on me, Saul.
Buck up on me, Saul. I done purchased your shirt now. Come on now.
That does not include other
Saul.
favors. Gotta protect my man right here. Y'all out of pocket.
Out of pocket.
Y'all out of pocket right now.
Can never put salt. We can never put Saul's face on any merch.
Yeah, no merch. His face is not allowed to be on merch.
I think I may mysteriously come down with COVID.
Saul, I need to do a private interview over here. Over here, Saul.
Private interview. I can't.
Hey, Saul.
Extended gameplay.
Extended gameplay. Chill down there.
Saul, I got your DLC right here.
If some dude run up on you like that, I'm about to die.
All right, we got to get it together. We got to get it together.
Yeah, foul.
See what I'm saying? Well,
they got me last time. This time,
We got free R. Kelly, $2 super chat. Resident Evil 4 Remake Game of the Year 2023. It could be the conversation.
Could be. Damn good game with the first launch.
Then we got the homie. Hi, I'm Cells. $2 super chat. You guys are the best. Thank you, Cells.
Let's love.
Monday.
Let's love.
Get this Fortnite on. Be ready Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got Grail Knight, $2 super chat. First time watching live, excited to be here. But let's put the crest in the chat for the very first super chat from Grail Knight. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Everything goes right back in.
Then we got Nintendo on the Otaku. What happened, Cock?
He said if Saul's wife knew what was going on.
I'm convinced she's actually these person.
I certainly hope so.
Phantom Cracker said something in Spanish that looked wild funny. I don't know what he wrote in Spanish to Saul, but it looked wild funny.
This is her version of flirting with Saul, like low key.
What does van a jugar con tu blanquita Saul? Elevator.
They're gonna play with my joystick.
Wow.
You know what Saul should do? Get a shirt that has nothing but that dude's super chats all over.
That's wild.
It's gonna be like the list
That's
shirt. I don't want to have the list shirt.
I told you I'm gonna get a shirt with Saul sitting down playing video games with a Atari joystick.
Continue.
All right, we have. Let me see. Nintendo on the Otaku. Remember when you $2 super chat? No more Resident Evil remake Mega Man Legends. Well, you getting Battle Network, so we'll see about Legends.
Battle Network. Oh, salute to Dad Mod Gaming in the chat.
And it can say "pull up on me."
You doing too much.
You like co-op.
We went so
We
left.
ain't never gonna get out of
We
here.
are never getting sponsors again, ever again.
Couch co-op now. Not about that.
They gonna pull this one up on our cancel video. We're out of here for this one. We are out of here.
Then we have Gamer by Choice, $50 super chat. Just supported my favorite podcast. Salute to the Lords and the Realm. Thank you. Sir.
Salute.
Then we have Four Eyes Malone, $2 super chat. It ain't much, but it's legal, IOP, and inspiration. Thank you. Much appreciated.
Appreciate you. Everything is on.
Anything, man.
Everything, man.
Yeah, that's love.
And even the people can't do it financially. You show up in here, give us numbers, give us likes. Like you don't realize just the numbers of the podcast alone can help us get these sponsors.
And I keep telling y'all, if we can get to 15,000 subscribers, because we got to 14.
Yes,
if
sir.
we get to 15,000 subscribers, we're gonna give away a PlayStation 5.
Let's continue.
Let's continue.
There we have Hi, I'm Cells again, $2 super chat. Wish I can give more. It's fine, whatever. Just being here is enough. We appreciate it.
Just make
Get
sure
those likes above 500 though, man. Let's do that. Let's get those likes above 500.
Aim down sights, Fortnite. Let's go.
There we have Tai Casares, $3 super chat. Have a great day, Lords. You as well, brother. Appreciate you. We are caught up.
We out of here.
Let's get out of here.
Yep, great show, everybody. Everybody got anything to say before we go?
No, you ain't say your thing.
I want to say my thing.
The Lodge on Tuesday at 5 p.m. where I'll be talking about the movie 65. It's a longer title when you see the movie. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about what's that movie you saw, Attic?
Jesus.
Dang, like we was
Jesus Christ.
He said we was
I didn't know Jesus
6.
Christ came out with his latest film.
Scream 6.
Oh, so you saw Scream 6, and I saw Operation Fortune, so we'll be talking about that and The Last of Us. We might sprinkle in a little bit of Mandalorian, and I'm going to be doing my Attack on Titan, catching up on that. So
and I think the season finale of your
Last
Attack
of
on
Us,
Titan reacts tomorrow.
And I will say this is the week to tune in to Iron Lord Podcast and lordsofgaming.net. Can't say too much else, but we got some stuff really cooking this week, and I'm excited to talk about that where we can. You know what I'm saying?
And some stuff a little further. Actually, some of the stuff can't be till week after.
Yeah, that's true.
It's going to be a while.
It's going to be a while.
At least
it's going to be a while. But yeah, we got some really
might be able to show pictures.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. So we got some really dope stuff cooking that I'm super excited about. Again, like King was saying, and we joking and everything, but every little thing helps. Every little thing. We are trying to grow this thing bigger, better, do more things like that, and we always give it back, put it right back in, and y'all gonna see it. Y'all gonna see it this year. I can't wait. I'm excited. So, but we appreciate the love. And another one came in, and we get up out of here.
Yeah, got Pragmatic Eagle, $5 super chat. The fact that y'all can keep us here for 5+ hours proves y'all the goats of podcasting. Much appreciated.
Much love.
Man, the fact that you guys could keep me here for 5 hours.
My wife disagrees, but whatever.
Master Key just said IOP is coming to Game Pass.
500 likes.
Yeah, or more. So anyway, that's it. That's all I got. Everybody enjoy your Sunday. Attic, we good?
Yeah, we good, man.
We good.
It's like I said, Patreon, King's reactions happening tomorrow for the season finale of Attack on Titan, or the one before that, I can't remember. And I think my season finale of Chainsaw Man is next week too.
No doubt.
Hey guys, I'm on Patreon.
Catch y'all another big week next week. See y'all. Peace.
Patreon.
Mucho
Hold
gusto.
on, real quick. Go back real quick. I'm sorry.
We back. We back. Oh my God, we back. What happened?
You know, I'm sorry. I'm sending you guys to some dude named Bozard. Cog's following him on YouTube. I don't know who he is. He got 6 followers over there watching him, man. Bozard.
Oh, that's Bobazard.
Yeah.
That's the homie. That's the homie.
Yeah, I'm sending you guys over to him. Go there and tell him IOP sent you, man. Give him some love. He got 6 people. I bet you guys gonna blow his mind going over there.
Go over there and say hi to Bubba's Art.
Bobazard. You already know.
Yeah, Bubba's Art.
Facts.
Bubba's